Chapter 921. Gear. Why now? Stay here. I will deal with whatever it is and be right back. Lynn says, "All right, I will be waiting." After giving her another kiss, I turn and run out of the cabin to see what is going on. When I rush into the bridge, I find that Silverleaf is currently in charge. The problem is that she is standing there looking completely confused. What is going on? Silverleaf says, "I don't know. We didn't activate the alarm. It just went off by itself." Once she says that, I turn and walk over to the core before putting my hand on it. The spirit still can't speak, but it can now convey some emotions and feelings. From it, I learn that it has detected danger approaching and that it set off the alarm. The spirit can't tell me where the danger is coming from, but I can use the ship's senses. When I do, I see what the spirit saw. There are 6 wakes coming at us from the front. The problem is that the wakes are all that is visible. The ships making them are invisible. Are the gunners manning the weapons? Silverleaf says. Yes, but there is nothing out there. There are 6 ships, but they are invisible. Give me a minute to figure out how to disrupt the invisibility. Tell the gunners to fire as soon as the ships are revealed. Silverleaf says, understood. Taking my hand off of the core, I close my eyes and send my mana sense out. Luckily, I know about where the ships are already. Otherwise, searching for them would take a while. Each of the 6 ships has a mage on board that is maintaining the invisibility. Once I locate the ships, locking onto the mages who are constantly using mana is easy. However, they aren't dressed like mages. They are just as disreputable looking as the rest of the crew. If they weren't currently casting a spell, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart from the rest of the crew. Although, from how weak their mana is, they can barely even be called mages. Disrupting their spells will be easy. The only challenge is disrupting all 6 at once. In the end, I find that I can't split my concentration 6 ways, so I give up. Instead, I simply blanket the entire area that the 6 ships are in with a large-scale dispel. It uses up the majority of my mana, but the invisibility is destroyed, and the ships are revealed. The gunners lock on and fire as soon as they see the ships, and most of them hit. Each of the ships is hit by at least 2 or 3 ballista bolts and are ripped apart by the explosions. The ships of the pirates are not armored. They depend entirely on being able to sneak up to their target. The gunners don't even need to fire a second volley. The fight is already over. With the battle over, I quickly head back to my cabin. I am excited to continue where we left off. Unfortunately, when I get to the bed, I find that Lynn is already sound asleep. The only thing that I can think of is that she was emotionally exhausted. So, I simply climb onto the bed, take her in my arms, and cuddle her until I fall asleep. In the morning, we are both woken up at the same time when the babies climb up and beg for food. As I start cuddling and petting the 2 of them, Lynn wakes up enough to realize what happened. Lynn says, "I am sorry that I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. I was all excited one second, and the next it was morning. It is all right. We have plenty of time," Lynn says. So, what was the alarm about? There were some pirates that wanted to attack us. The 6 ships each had a mage that was keeping the ship invisible. Lynn says, invisible? That is a very complicated spell, especially to cover an entire ship. I am surprised that pirates would be able to have such capable mages. That would explain why the pirates have been able to cause so much chaos. Actually, the mages on the ships were extremely weak. Based on their mana levels, I would call them apprentices. Lynn says, if that is true, then there would have to be a stronger mage behind them. Meaning the mage is the one behind the pirates and is probably using them for some purpose. Lynn says, yeah? That would be my guess. It also means they are not likely to take losing 6 ships lightly. Our journey west could get interesting. Lynn says, especially since the pirates' base is still ahead of us. We are probably going to be attacked repeatedly. I could always fly ahead and burn their base to the ground. Lynn says that could work. Right now, they probably haven't realized that they lost the 6 ships. Yeah, but it would be better to attack them at night. That way, more of their ships should be there for me to burn. Lynn says the only problem is the mage behind them. If he is there, it could be dangerous for you. Not really. I have gotten pretty good at countering magic. If it is just one mage, I shouldn't have any problems. Lynn says, I know that you are strong, but please don't get overconfident. I am not. Using pure mana gives me an unfair advantage against mages. You should be getting close to that point as well, Lynn says. Well, I think my control of my pure mana is pretty good, and I have figured out how to use most of my spells. The problem is that I don't know how to counter spells using pure mana. All right, let's get some breakfast, and then I will spend the day teaching you. As promised, after breakfast, I start teaching Lynn how to counter magic. Other than a break for lunch, I spend the entire day teaching her everything I have figured out. Thanks to Lynn's high intelligence, she learns everything easily while only asking a few questions. By the time it is time for dinner, I have run out of things to teach to her. I even teach her everything I have learned about enchanting using pure mana. Now Lynn is my equal in using pure mana, and before long I expect her to surpass me. Lynn says, "You really are amazing. I can't even imagine how you managed to think up all of this by yourself. Without your help, it would probably take me at least a decade of experimenting to get this far." I doubt that. You are at least as intelligent as I am, if not more so. The only reason for you to be slower than me is that you are unlearning your old way of using magic. Probably my only real advantage over you is that I am fearless when it comes to experimenting, Lynn says. Now that I am your equal in using magic, will you stop trying to keep me safe all the time? Chapter 922. I will try, but I can't promise that I can stop. My desire to keep you safe has gotten stronger as my feelings for you have grown, Lynn says. While hearing that makes me very happy. I refuse to sit here and let you take all the risks. If we are equals, then we should take the risks equally as well. I agree, and I will try, but it is not going to be easy for me. It is not just my feelings. It is also my instincts that are telling me to protect you. Lynn says, "If you agree, then you should let me come with you tonight. I know plenty of fire spells, probably more than you." "All right," Lynn says. "You just wait? You didn't argue?" "No, I didn't, because you are right," Lynn says. "So I can go with you? You aren't going to try and stop me?" "Yes, you can come with me." Lynn lets out a happy little scream, jumps into my lap, and starts kissing me. I never expected that agreeing to let her come with me would make her so happy. It is not like there will be any real danger. She will be on my back the entire time. Although, considering how much I am enjoying this, I will not be telling her that. Besides, even if the worst was to happen and she dies, I can still resurrect her. That is if Saronia didn't do it first. She and her sister seem to really like Lynn. Throughout the rest of dinner, Lynn stays sitting in my lap, which is very distracting. She even insists on feeding me, which is kind of cute and kind of annoying at the same time. Considering how much I am enjoying having her sitting here, I let her feed me. Unfortunately, it doesn't last for as long as I would like, only until dinner is over. Then Lynn gets up, takes the babies to put them to bed, and reads them a story. While she is doing that, I spend some time giving some attention to Nala and Albion. Once Lynn gets the babies to fall asleep, I open the Soulscape and invite everyone. After we fill Miria in on recent events, we all play with the kids for a while. Only after the kids start showing signs of being worn out do I invite Saronia and Krenosha. Saronia says, "Hello, Ash. What did you do this time?" "Nothing. It is about that avatar that I killed," Krenosha says. "What about him?" Saronia says. "Thank you for that, by the way. Well, when I ate his heart, I got something called evolution points. I was hoping one of you might know what they are." Krenosha says, "Sorry, I've never heard of them." Saronia says, "Me either." "So, since you haven't heard of them, then they probably won't make me a god, right?" Saronia says, "There are many paths to becoming a god. We may not know all of them, but that isn't one as far as I know," Krenosha says. "The problem is that you are completely unique. To our knowledge, there has never been a being like you before. Since that is the case, we cannot guarantee that it won't lead to you becoming a god. I guess I will just have to wait and see what happens. If it is going to lead to becoming a god, I can always stop before the end of the path." Saronia says, "That is probably true. What other path do you think these points might lead to?" I am hoping that it will lead to me becoming a true drake, or maybe even a dragon, Chronosia says. That would certainly be fitting. You are pretty close to being a drake already. At least, you mostly have the form of one. Although, I have never heard of a drake that is as curious as you are, Saronia says. Probably because any drake with that much curiosity didn't live long enough for us to hear about it. Chronosia says, yeah, sister, you are probably right. Very funny, you two. Anyway, you both seemed excited about getting the Avatar's body. What benefits did you get from it? Saronia says. When a god creates a primary avatar, they have to use some divine power to do so. If the avatar dies, that energy is lost for good. However, if another god or goddess gets their hands on the body, they can claim that power, Chronosia says. It is only a small amount of power and doesn't matter too much. What matters to us is that the power contains the god's domains. That is what we were excited about. So, did you manage to get the domains? Saronia says yes. I am now a goddess of life and honor. Chronosia says, I am now a goddess of death and war. That is good, I guess. What do domains even do? Saronia says, for a god or goddess, it increases their aspects. For instance, gaining the honor domain gives me the ability to create orders of knights among my followers. I will also gain increased power from those knights who maintain their oaths. So basically, domains give you new channels of power and more benefits that you can give to your worshippers? Saronia says. Exactly. Normally, a full pantheon covers the majority of the available domains. We are lacking because there are only 2 of us. Hence, gaining domains is a big deal for us. Chronosia says. Yes, and we owe it to you, Ash. So, is there anything you want as a reward? Didn't we already agree my next reward would be the size control collars for my kids? We may as well use that since I can't be sure when I will be able to destroy another temple, Saronia says. We can do that. So, a collar for every kid except Echard, Mulan, and Mushu, since they are already small. Yeah, that is fine, Saronia says. All right, agreed. Chronosia says, that means you need to think about what reward you want next. Give us some time to create or find whatever you think of. I will let you know when I think of something. There is nothing I can think of at the moment. Saronia says, okay, any other questions for us? Not right now. Instead of leaving, the goddesses give me a smile and then go over to talk to Lin. While I am glad that Lin has made friends with them, this still makes me feel nervous. Lin has already shown that she is more than willing to team up with others against me. Not that she really needs to. We would have already taken the final step if it wasn't for the pirate attack. In fact, if our attack on the pirate base goes well, we might take that step tonight. So, there should be nothing that she needs to plot with others about, but that doesn't help my nerves. Chapter 923. Luckily, they only talk for a few minutes before the goddesses leave, and then I end the soulscape. After that, I head out to the balcony, drop shapeshift, and wait for Lin to climb on. Once she is seated on my back, I take off and fly west to look for the pirate base. From the maps, I know the general area where the base should be located. With the ship's speed, it will take 2 days or so to reach the area of the base. Flying, we should be within the area of the base in just a couple of hours. Lin, what is the fire spell with the biggest area of effect that you know? Lin says, Rain of Fire. It covers an area of a couple of 100 feet. Okay, when we get to the base, you are going to cast that spell and I will enhance it. Lin says, like you did with the storm spell. Is that really a good idea? Probably not, but I want to try something, Lin says. An experiment? The goddesses warned me about your experiments. Don't worry, it will be fine. I will keep you safe. Lin says, I am not worried about myself. I am worried about how much of the surrounding area you are going to destroy. It is a pirate base. I doubt there is anything left nearby. Lin says, yeah, that is probably true. I just hope the pirates don't have any slaves or prisoners. Oh, I didn't think of that. I will scan the place first to check, Lin says. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. I will always do what I can to avoid killing innocents. However, if there is no way to save them, then I will have to let them die. I can't let the pirates off. They are a threat to the ship. Lynn says, I understand all I ask is that you try. Nothing more, even if they can't be saved. Just checking first is good enough. Did the goddesses ask you to try and teach me to be more cautious? Lynn says. They might have mentioned it, but is it such a big deal to think before you act? I guess not. Lynn goes silent, so I don't say anything either. She has won this round, and she knows it. We stay silent the rest of the way to the pirate base, and when we reach it, I start circling as I scan it. There are over 24 ships docked in the port, which makes me happy. Lynn says, Are there any slaves or prisoners? I am still checking. There are no elves, but telling humans apart through their mana isn't easy. Lynn says, Is there anything that I can do to help? Not unless you know a spell to determine someone's status. Lynn says, No, I don't, but I know one to see people's emotions. That could work. Slaves or prisoners would have strong negative emotions. All right, teach it to me and I will give it a try. Lynn quietly teaches me the spell and I quickly adapt it so that I can use it while scanning. However, it only shows me really strong emotions, like rage or despair. There are a couple of thousand people in the town below, but most of them don't show any strong emotions. Lynn says, What do you see? I can see 7 people with strong emotions. 2 are feeling rage. The other 5 show despair. Lynn says, Are they all together? Can we rescue them? No, none of them are together. 3 of them are on ships. The other 4 are scattered around town. Lynn says, Then we will have to sacrifice them, I guess. Should I start my spell now? Number, teach me the teleportation spell you used. Lynn says, You don't know how to teleport. Yet you can open a gate. I can teleport, but it only works on myself and it hurts like hell. Lynn says, I guess it would be hard to learn how to teleport on your own. All right, I will teach you, but I don't see how it will help. Lynn teaches me her teleport spell, and then she begins casting her fire rain spell. As soon as I learn the teleport spell, I lock onto the 7 people with strong emotions. Then, I teleport them a couple of miles inland and leave them to fend for themselves. After that, I turn my attention to enhancing Lynn's fire spell, which she is casting with pure mana. If I was trying to interrupt the spell, it would be much harder, but enhancing it is easier. Because we are both using pure mana, our manas join together beautifully. As Lynn has been casting the spell, dark clouds have been gathering above the pirate base. However, when she finishes casting her spell, nothing happens at all. She stares up at the clouds in confusion, waiting for something to happen. Relax, I modified the spell. Nothing is going to happen until I add a catalyst. Lynn says, You should have told me that sooner. I thought I had messed something up. Sorry, I was busy with the spell as well. Lynn says, Then why didn't you tell me before I started casting it? Because I wasn't sure if my idea would work. I told you it was going to be an experiment. Lynn says, So, now what? Watch and see. With that, I fly up to the clouds at the center of the pirate village and take a deep breath. As I hold my breath, I infuse the rest of my mana into it and then release it into the clouds. The clouds my breath hits immediately turn red, and then it quickly spreads to the rest of the clouds. As soon as I am done breathing out, I turn and fly towards the edge of the clouds as fast as I can. The clouds start giving off more light until it looks more like sunset than the middle of the night. I can even see people coming out of the buildings down below to look up at the sky. Lynn yells, What was that? I thought I saw something moving inside the clouds. I can't be sure. Lynn says, What do you mean you don't know? I told you, it is an experiment. Before Lynn can respond, there is movement in the clouds, and she gets her answer. Long, serpentine dragons made of fire come out of the clouds and head towards the ground. Unfortunately, we haven't cleared the clouds yet, and one of them is coming towards us. Before it can hit us, I grab Lynn, roll onto my back, hold her against my chest, and wrap my wings around her. Having my wings closed means that I start losing altitude, but protecting Lynn is more important. The problem is that I have no idea how strong the spell might have gotten. Absorb. Absorb successful, +1 evolution point. Tinding congratulations. Skill Fire and Lightning Mastery has progressed to level 5. Fire and Lightning Mastery level, 5 all fire and lightning spells have an extra 50% effect. Chapter 924. Luckily, we are far enough from the center that there is only that one flame dragon near us. After I absorb it, I roll back over and spread my wings to stop our descent. I keep holding Lynn in my arms, cradled against my chest, just in case. However, she is not happy with that and grabs my fur to start climbing onto my back. She obviously wants to see what is going to happen, and I stop trying to stop her. Mainly because I am also curious, so I can't really blame her for wanting to see it. Other than the one I absorb, the rest of the dragons continue down until they hit the ground. There are dozens of them, and their tails don't show, making them look like pillars of fire. Right before the heads of the dragons hit the ground, they let out loud roars. The roars are immediately followed by massive explosions when the heads make impact. Each impact creates a mushroom cloud and a ring of fiery destruction around it. The level of destruction is far more than I was expecting. Maybe using my breath was a bit much. After the impacts are done, the clouds break up and quickly disappear. Out of curiosity, I circle back to see just how bad the destruction is. Once all the smoke and flames clear away, there is no sign that anything was ever built here. In fact, where the town used to be is now a part of the bay. There is nothing left of it. As I look at the surrounding landmarks, I would estimate that the bay has grown by about 1/2 mile. Even with my fire immunity, I wouldn't want to try and survive down there during the spell. Lynn says, "Everything is gone. Fire Rain is normally a weak spell." Just what did you do to my spell? I enhanced it, just like I said. I added about 10 times more mana than you used to create the spell. Lynn says, "What? That is not possible. If you overload a spell with mana, it becomes unstable? Not with pure mana." Lynn says, "So then why even have me cast the spell? Why not cast it yourself?" "Because I don't know the spell. I could get a similar effect, but it wouldn't be very structured. Thanks to your knowledge, your spell was very structured, allowing more mana to be added." While Lynn is thinking about my answer, I turn to start flying back towards the east. However, before I get very far, I feel several gods and goddesses start observing me. More follow, and soon over a dozen gods and goddesses are looking at me and Lynn. It looks like this time I made far too much of a commotion. Most of the continent's deities noticed. Being stared at by so many of them is a very unpleasant feeling, to say the least. However, before I can think of anything to do, a figure made of fire appears directly in front of us. It is a male, and he is around 10 feet tall, but that is all I can tell since his features are hidden by flames. It doesn't affect me, but from Lynn's reaction, I can tell he is putting off extreme heat. Luckily, he just stands there and doesn't make any hostile moves against us. Says impressive, very impressive. "Creature, I like your style." Thank you?" Says, "I am the god of fire. Why don't you come and serve me?" "Apologies, but I already serve 2 goddesses." Fire God says, "That is a shame, but it explains why there is a hint of divinity about you." Strange. I know all of the goddesses of the continent, but I don't recognize the aura around you. Where are you from? "A long way from here. Considering how many others are spying on us right now, I won't say more." Fire God says, "Huh, understandable. They are a bunch of busybodies. Just ignore them. Easy for you to say, you are a god." With a final laugh, the fire god disappears. But the number of gods and goddesses watching us actually increases. I turn away from the ocean and fly deeper into the continent. I can't lead all these gazes to the ship. I also can't call on Saronia or Krenosha. Otherwise, I might get them killed. While I have helped them get stronger, they can't match up against these numbers. There are too many pantheons on the main continent, and they probably wouldn't be friendly. Then again, the goddesses are beautiful. One of the pantheons might accept them as wives. However, I very much doubt that Saronia and Krenosha would want to take that option. If they did, they could have abandoned the peninsula a long time ago. Especially since the peninsula isn't their original land, they followed their people there. Their loyalty to their people is one of the reasons that I trust the goddesses. I am not about to betray them to the other pantheons if I can help it. So, I just keep flying and have to hope that the gods eventually get bored of watching me. Lynn says, "What is wrong? Isn't this the wrong way?" There are over a dozen deities watching us. I can't lead them back to the ship. We need to wait until they get bored and stop watching, Lynn says. Well, how long is that likely to take? I have absolutely no idea. This is my first time catching the attention of the deities of the main continent. Lynn says, Really? From the stories I've heard, I was sure you would have caught their attention several times. Nope. Other than this, my only other time interacting with them was that avatar I killed. Lynn says, Why don't we just gate back to the ship? Because I am out of mana. I need to recover before I can open a gate. Lynn says, I still have plenty of mana. Can't you just teach me how to use the gate spell? Yeah, I can. Why didn't I think of that? Lynn says, You are too used to doing everything yourself? That is probably true. I will have to stop thinking like that. Let's find a place to land and I will teach you how to gate. Lynn says, All right. I also have an idea of how to keep the deities from watching us. Oh, do tell. Lynn says, I know a spell to counter spying, but I doubt it is strong enough to work on them. At least not with me casting it alone. But if you were to enhance it, sounds like a plan. Flying lower, I start looking around for a cave or something else that can hide us. In the end, I settle for a dense forest and land just outside of it with Lynn. Once we are under cover of the foliage, I whisper to Lynn how to create a gate and how to find the ship. Chapter 925. We then rest for an hour so that I can regain enough mana to enhance her spell. This time, I don't plan to go too overboard, just enough to get the eyes off of us for a few minutes. That should be long enough for us to gate back to the ship without being noticed. Once I have enough mana, I give Lynn the signal and she starts casting her spell. Then, I use all the mana I have regained to enhance the effects of the spell. When she unleashes it, there are no visible effects, but I can feel a wave of force spreading out. After the wave passes, the feeling of being watched disappears, so I nod to Lynn. Lynn closes her eyes and begins to cast the spell, but finding the ship is the hard part. Luckily, in the 10 minutes that it takes her, the feeling of being watched does not come back. The problem is that when Lynn opens the gate, it is only sized for a human. So I shapeshift into human form so that I can fit through it. When Lynn realizes the problem, she blushes. I give her a light laugh as I walk through the small gate and return to the ship. Lynn says, I am sorry, I didn't think about that. It is fine. You did great for your first time. Lynn says, Thank you. Saronia says, Ash, what did you do? Huh? What are you talking about? Lynn says, Maybe she is talking about the spell we used to destroy the pirate base. It shouldn't be. It may have been a powerful spell, but it wouldn't have reached the peninsula. Saronia says, I am talking about why the divine realm is echoing with screams of agony. What? Saronia says, from the sounds of it. Dozens of deities are screaming in pain. Are you saying you had nothing to do with it? Maybe? Saronia says, What do you mean, maybe? Did you do something or not? Under Saronia's prodding, I quickly tell her of the events around the attack on the pirate base. Then I tell her about the conversation with the fire god and being spied on by lots of others. Finally, I tell her about us using a spell to hide the use of the gate from those watchers. Saronia says, Tell me more about this spell. Lynn says, It was just a basic counter-scrying spell. Mages use them all the time. Saronia says, Does it just block the other side's sight? Lynn says, Number mages are not so forgiving to those who try to spy on them. Saronia says, What does it do to them? Lynn says, The normal spell-on gives them the equivalent of a light slap. Saronia says, And then Ash enhanced the spell, right? Lynn says, Yeah, he did. Saronia says, Ash, did you enhance the penalty of the spell? I didn't know there was a penalty. I just enhanced the whole spell. Saronia sighs and says, How much did you enhance it? I was kind of rushed and didn't really measure. I just dumped all the mana I had into it. Saronia says, Ash, what? You and your sister are the only ones that are allowed to spy on me. Those other deities got what they deserved. Saronia says, Deities are not known to be forgiving, especially of mortals. You just made a bunch of enemies. They were already our enemies. They just didn't know it yet. I couldn't take the chance of them learning how to create a gate and teaching their followers. Saronia says. I can't argue that, but you could have thought of a different way. Now, you have pissed off all of the pantheons at once. They will be hunting you once they recover. Thanks for the warning. How hard is it for deities to locate me? Saronia says. Unfortunately, because you are so unique, it is very easy. Now that they have seen you, it would only take a few minutes to find you again. Well, crap. All right, we will need to think of a plan. Saronia says. All right, let me know if you need my help. And Ash, please try not to make things worse. Lynn, I need you to teach me that spell. Lynn says, didn't Saronia say not to make things worse? I am not. I won't use the spell as it is. I just need the base spell so I can modify it. I will add it to the ship as an enchantment to block scrying. Lynn says, what about when we leave the ship? I will make some items to hide us later. Right now I need to get the enchantment in place before the deities recover and start looking for us. Lynn says all right. After a few minutes, Lynn has taught me the spell and I head up to the bridge. By the time I reach the core, I have already figured out the enchantment I want to use. I am only taking part of the spell Lynn taught me. It will cloak the ship from scrying. It will simply hide us from any scrying attempts, whether from mortals or immortals. There will be no striking back against anyone who tries to scry us, just concealment. The base spell alone isn't enough to stop a deity from scrying, so I have enhanced it. When I go to add the enchantment to the ship, it is a lot easier than I was expecting it to be. That is because the spirit in the core is helping me. She is growing more intelligent. At this rate, she should soon be able to start talking, which will be interesting. Due to the enhancement of the enchantment, it takes up a lot of the available mana. It is using as much as 3 major enchantments, but it is necessary right now. It just means I will need to increase the ship's mana more for Phase 2. Right now, making sure that none of the deities can find the ship is the most important thing. My only other option would be for me and Lynn to leave the ship and act as decoys. While I am confident I could deal with 1 or 2 avatars, more than that would probably kill me. Not to mention that the deities have plenty of followers who they could send after us. All in all, it would be a major hassle we don't need with no benefits to be had. Well, other than the possibility of getting more evolution points, but it isn't worth it. Besides, I am still not sure if the evolution points are a good thing or not. The chances of them turning me into something I don't want to be seem rather high. So, I am not going to worry too much about collecting them. If I get some, so be it. By the time I finish the enchantment and return to the cabin, it is almost morning. Despite my hopes, it looks like I am going to have to wait another day at least. Maybe more since today should be the start of the holiday that Lynn mentioned, or maybe it is tomorrow. Chapter 926. I would ask her, but she is fast asleep when I get back to the cabin, so I will have to wait. She deserves to get some rest, so I stay awake and take care of the kids when they wake up. After breakfast, I get Nala and Albion to take Mulan and Mushu to roam around the ship. While they are gone, I meditate to recover some mana since I used it all up. It has been a while since I used up all of my mana like this. I had forgotten how long it takes to recover. It makes me wonder how Lynn recovers hers since she has much more than I do. I meditate until the kids return, but I only manage to recover a portion of my mana. Mulan and Mushu are worn out and quickly curl up in my lap to take a nap. While the 2 of them are napping, I spend some time with Nala and Albion. Mulan and Mushu wake up just in time for lunch, so the 5 of us eat together. After we are done eating, I notice that both Nala and Albion have collars on. So I ask them about it and if they know how to use them to shrink or not. In response, the 2 of them shrink down to about the same size as Mulan and Mushu. It turns out that the goddesses visited their dreams and taught them all about the collars. Now that they are all around the same size, the 4 of them start playing. It is absolutely adorable, like watching a group of puppies playing. But the noise wakes up Lynn. Any bad mood from being woken up is dispelled the instant she sees the level of cuteness that woke her. That and some food is all it takes to restore her to her normal level of cheerfulness. Lynn, does the holiday start today or tomorrow? Lynn says, it is tomorrow and lasts for 3 days. Why? Because I still want to go through with the raid, but I need to make some items to conceal us from the deities. Lynn says, well, tomorrow or the day after would be the best time for the raid. The last day people will already be returning to the academy. How long do you need to make the items? Not long. The problem is how long it takes to recover my mana. Oh, right, you have more mana than me. How do you recover it? Lynn says, I use a spell to gather mana to me, and then meditate to turn it into pure mana. Can you teach me that spell, please? Lynn says, you already know it. It is just a simplified version of the formation that we used on the ship. Oh, I get it. I can work with that. Since the kids are still happily playing, I go ahead and work on a spell to gather mana. It doesn't take me long, and once I cast it, purifying the mana is fairly easy. Using the spell, I am able to recover my mana at about 3 times my normal speed. By the time the kids have worn themselves out and stopped to rest, I have enough mana. I have already decided that I am going to make a pair of cloaks, but my idea requires an experiment. First, I move mana through my body to see if I can make my fur grow longer. It turns out to be surprisingly easy to make my fur grow, and as I had hoped, it is a good material. I personally have no idea how weaving works, but magic is a great cheat. My mana weaves my shed fur into 2 cloaks, despite my lack of knowledge. However, when I examine the cloaks, I find that they cannot handle enough mana. The amount of mana needed for a spell that will work on deities is just too much. So, instead, I convert the concealment spell into something I can use with my divine energy. Using divine energy instead of mana greatly reduces the amount needed. Luckily, the cloaks can handle that amount of divine energy, and I manage to enchant them. Then, I hand one of the cloaks to Lynn and have her put it on so that I can test it out. Saronia, I could use some help for a second. Saronia says, Sure, what is up? Can you see Lynn right now? Saronia says, No, I can't. What is going on? We are testing out the cloak I made to conceal us. Can you try your best to scry her to test it? Saronia says, All right. Nope, I can't detect her at all. She is completely invisible to me. Great, it worked. Saronia says, Ash, could you make 2 more of those cloaks? Yeah, I can. Why do you need them? Saronia says. If Krenosha and I can remain undetected, there are a number of things we can do to get stronger. Are you two going to play at being thieves? Lynn says. Since you are planning to steal an entire library, do you have any room to talk? I guess not. Saronia says, It isn't really stealing since the items I want once belonged to our pantheon. Besides, you already angered all of the pantheons on the continent. All right. I will make them for you after dinner, Saronia says. Thank you. Lynn and I have dinner with the kids. Then while Lynn reads to the kids, I start working on 2 more cloaks. It goes faster this time since I have already figured out how to do everything. Once they are done, I perform the offering prayer to send them to Saronia and Krenosha. With that out of the way, I go over to help Lynn with getting the kids to go to bed. Then I shapeshift to human form and give Lynn a smile before heading to bed. This time no alarms go off and nothing interrupts us as we finally go all the way. In the morning, I wake up feeling absolutely amazing. The stress I didn't realize I had is gone. Now, me trying to avoid getting entangled with anyone seems stupid. I feel like I was carrying a mountain on my shoulders, and now it is gone. Lynn says, Good morning. Good morning. How are you feeling? Lynn says, Happy? I am a little sore, but it is a good feeling. How about you? I feel great. I think this is the best I have felt since I came to this world. Lynn says, No regrets. My only regret is fighting so hard against it. Lynn just smiles, hugs me, and starts kissing me. But right then, the kids come in. All 4 of them climb onto the bed and start snuggling with us, putting an end to my current plan. So Lynn and I give them some affection, and then we get up and have breakfast. Lynn says, Are we raiding the academy today or waiting until tomorrow? We may as well do it today. That way we can just relax until we reach Demon Hunter City. Lynn says, That sounds good. But are you sure you won't go crazy with nothing to do? Who says I will have nothing to do? Chapter 927. Lynn catches my drift, and she manages to blush and smile at the same time. The kids have no idea what is going on, but they can tell that I am in a good mood. As such, they are much more playful than usual, and I play with them until I wear them out. Even Nala and Albion take a nap with Milan and Mushu when we are done playing. While the 4 of them are napping, I go back to recovering my mana. After all, I can't exactly raid the capital of the Magic Kingdom without mana. Lynn says, Do you want help recovering your mana? You can do that, Lynn says, of course. Then she leans over and kisses me. At the same time, I feel a flow of pure mana entering my mouth. Since it is already pure mana, it is very easy for me to absorb it. But the kiss is distracting. Both feel really good, but I have to focus on absorbing the mana instead of the kiss. Stop? Stop, Lynn says. What? Don't you like it? Of course I like it. My mana is full, Lynn says, really. Already? I thought for sure you would have more mana than that. I didn't even use a quarter of my mana yet. What? I knew you had more mana than me, but I didn't think it was to that extent. Just what level are you, Lynn? Lynn says. I am currently level 32. I am a 20th level mage and a 12th level high mage. No wonder you have so much mana. Wait, you aren't that old. How did you gain so much experience? Lynn says, mages can gain experience from study and experimentation? Since I was constantly harassed anytime I went out, I didn't go out unless I had to. That gave me nothing to do but study and train my magic. I am sorry. That can't have been easy. If you don't mind me asking, what about your parents? Lynn says, I don't mind. My mother died giving birth to me. My father died in a mage duel when I was around 4. My grandmother raised me until I was 10 before she died. After that, I was pretty much on my own. That must have been really hard on you. Did you end up in an orphanage? Lynn says, number I was already a mage and counted as an adult. I became the head of my house. I wasn't completely alone. I had servants and guards. What? When I went to your house, there was no one. Lynn says, that happened later. Things changed when I reached puberty. Oh, that probably wasn't pleasant. Lynn says, no, it wasn't. Once my body matured, I had to get rid of all the men in the house. Even the women sold me out to rich men over time until I was left completely alone. I couldn't trust anyone at that point. That sounds like it was really rough. No wonder you wanted out of that city so badly, Lynn says. Well, that and finally meeting a guy who didn't immediately want to possess or control me. Are you sure you don't want me to just destroy the entire city? Lynn says, yes, I am sure. Although there are a few mansions that I wouldn't mind watching be destroyed. I can do that. Just create a map of the city and show me which ones you want me to obliterate. Lynn says, I was just kidding. I am not. Show me which ones offended you. Lynn takes a deep breath, but after a minute creates an illusionary map of the city. About a dozen mansions light up red. All of them are in the same area of the city as the academy. Once I memorize their locations, I start crafting a spell based on the Rain of Fire spell. The spell will have 2 phases, one to dispel all magic and the second to cause destruction. The second phase is only going to target the selected mansions, not the academy. After all, there won't be much left to loot if I end up destroying the academy. The other thing that the spell needs to do is disable the enchantments on the city. Otherwise, they will block my spell and maybe even allow the mages to learn from it. Luckily, when I was getting ready for the auction, I studied the city's enchantments extensively. My knowledge of magic has increased a lot since then, mainly thanks to Lynn. So, countering the city's enchantments isn't too difficult, but this spell is going to take all of my mana. That means it is going to be up to Lynn to gate us there and back, as well as deal with anything unexpected. Once the spell is done, I explain to Lynn everything that she is going to need to do. Then, to make it easier on her, I adjust the gate platform so that it will recognize her. That will make it easier for her to find the ship and make her use less mana when opening a gate back. Lynn says, I know a place outside the city, but why not just gate directly into the city? Because there is an enchantment on the city that will capture and record the casting of a major spell. Lynn says, there is. How does no one know about it? It is an old enchantment. The rulers probably use it to make sure they keep up with spell knowledge, Lynn says. That makes sense. No wonder the ruler's family has been in power for so long. In that case, is a mile away from the city good enough? Yeah, that should be fine. Lynn says, all right, are we ready to go? Wait, here, take these. Lynn says, backpacks of holding. Where did you get these? What do I need them for? I made them. You will need them to help me loot the library. Otherwise, we will be in there forever. Lynn says, Oh, all right. Normally, I would be against stealing, but for books, I will help. Okay, let's go. Lynn walks up to the platform and opens a gate. Once again, it is human-sized. However, I don't say anything and just walk through the gate in human form. On the other side, I find myself in a small forest glade that looks like no one has ever touched it. Lynn follows me through, closes the gate, and then looks around with a smile on her face. She looks to be lost in her memories. So, I give her a minute before I drop shapeshift. When she climbs onto my back, I take off and fly towards the capital. Since it is still daytime, I fly high enough that I won't be easily spotted by the guards. The enchantments make a dome above the city, but as long as I stay above that, I won't set off any alarms. I plan to unleash my spell from here. That way there is no warning before the enchantments fail. Lynn, are you ready? Lynn says, Yeah, I am ready. Chapter 928. All right, I am going to release the spell. Watch the mansions. As Lynn laughs, I keep the spell formation in my mind and release all of my mana into it. I watch as the spell takes form above the city, but it is only visible to me. No one in the city can see it, or has any idea about what is about to happen. My spell quietly takes down the city's enchantments, but as soon as it does, all hell breaks loose. The enchantments were apparently tied to physical alarms that all start going off. However, the spell has already started, and I have no way to stop it now. Just as the alarms start going off, Phase 1 of the spell triggers and the dispel activates. A strong surge of dispelling force is directed down onto the academy and the selected mansions. The alarms going off throughout the city actually cover up the sound of alarms going off in the academy. That means that the city guards are going to be running all over the place instead of heading straight for the academy. That should mean that we have more time to carry out our robbery than I had planned. However, that isn't guaranteed, so I will stick to the original plan as long as I can. Some of the towers in the academy collapse when the enchantments on them are dispelled. A couple of the mansions also show damage from their enchantments failing. However, Phase 2 of the spell activates before I can see if they will collapse on their own. A surge of air pressure falls down on the mansions from above and completely flattens them. All of the mansions that Lynn pointed out are reduced to rubble in an instant. I can hear her laughing in delight as she watches the destruction down below. I let her enjoy the show for a minute, and then I dive down towards the academy. Thanks to Lynn, I know exactly where the library is, and I head straight towards it. However, before I can reach the building, the wall of the building next to it explodes outwards. A couple of dozen beasts run out of the hole and scatter into the surroundings. That was to be expected, but the sight of one of the beasts makes me stop. It is a drake, or at least I think it is. It is hard to tell considering the condition it is in. Its wings have been removed as well as the majority of its scales, and it is covered in scars. It looks like it has been experimented on over a long period of time, probably years. I send my mana into it to try and establish contact, but all I get from it is pain, rage, and madness. Unfortunately, there is no sign of anything left of its mind. It has been driven insane. If I were to leave it alone, it would just continue to suffer and probably kill anything it came across. In fact, as I am trying to decide what to do, the drake spots Lynn on my back and tries to attack. If it had tried to run away, I wouldn't have been sure what I should do with it. However, when it tries to attack Lynn, all my doubts are gone instantly, and I move to fight it. Since it can't fly anymore, it can't actually reach me and Lynn, but I drop down to meet it. The few scales it has left are a deep blue in color, making me think it is either water or ice-based. However, when it tries to use its breath weapon on me, nothing happens. From the scars I can see on its neck, I am guessing its breath weapon was crippled. Before it can recover from the failed use of its breath weapon, I dart forward. I grab its head and pull it down, then sink my teeth into its neck at the base of its skull. Normally, my teeth would be stopped by the scales on the neck, but most of them are gone. As such, my teeth easily cut through the scarred flesh and dig into the bones. Then, with one intense bite, I break the bones and sever the drake's spine. While it isn't quite an instant kill, it is the best I can do under the circumstances. One rank 10 ice drive ache defeated. 50,000 XP gained. Lynn says, Why did you kill it? We could have just flown away. Because it had been driving completely insane, it would have been a danger to everyone in the city. The goal was to spare as many innocents as possible, right? Lynn says, well, yes, but I thought you valued beasts more than humans. In some cases, I do. For example, the humans who did that to the drake I would happily kill. If the drake hadn't been insane, I would have healed it and convinced it to leave the lands of humans. Lynn says, I can't argue that. So, what now? We continue as planned. As Lynn climbs down from my back, I grab one of the backpacks and put the drake's body into it. Then I follow Lynn as she heads into the library building, and then we split up. The library covers a total of 5 floors, with the most common of books being on the first floor. The most valuable books and the ones with the most safeguards are on the top floor, in case the Dispel didn't get rid of all the protections. Lynn is starting on the top floor. With her knowledge, she has the best chance of dealing with anything that didn't get dispelled. While she heads up to the 5th floor, I head up to the 4th and start looting. We each have 2 backpacks, plus my pouch, and once they are full, we will leave. We won't be able to take everything, which is why we are starting with the best books. If we can get most of the books from the 3rd floor up, I will be more than satisfied. However, I quickly run into a problem. The drake's body is taking up most of one backpack. After only a few bookcases, the backpack won't accept any more books. That means that half my space is already gone. But I don't want to give up the drake corpse. That is a bunch of valuable materials. Not to mention some really delicious meat. I move on to the 2nd backpack and continue looting. I will see how far I can get. I still have my pouch, but the space in it isn't much compared to a backpack. Unfortunately, I can't use my ring since the books are made from organic materials. I managed to clear out the 4th floor without filling the 2nd backpack, so I head down to the 3rd. Once I fill up the 2nd backpack, I switch to stuffing books into my pouch. I haven't even cleared half of the 3rd floor when I run completely out of room. Luckily, Lynn soon catches up to me, and she still has space in one backpack. Chapter 929. With Lynn's help, I am able to finish clearing out the 3rd floor of the library. I am glad that we just barely had enough room. I really didn't want to give up the drake's body. Not only is it useful to me, but I wouldn't want to leave it here for the humans to dissect. Lynn says, should we head down and keep going? There is still a little room in the backpack. No, let's not get greedy. We have gotten the most important books, Lynn says. All right. Do we need to leave the city before I open the gate? Nope, they haven't gotten the enchantments back up yet. Lynn says, then are we ready to go? Yes, unless you know where to find whoever was experimenting on the drake. Lynn says, it was probably the head of the department, but I have no idea where he would be right now. Then we should go home. Lynn opens a gate, and I shapeshift into human form so that I can fit through it. The kids are all awake and eagerly greet us when we return through the gate. Once we get them settled down and we have had lunch, Lynn starts going through the books we stole. You know, there isn't enough room in here to take all the books out. Lynn says, I know that, but I can still sort through them and see which ones I haven't read yet. All right, I won't argue. I will put a chest of holding by the bookcases. You can put the ones you have read in that and the ones you haven't in the bookcases. Lynn says, that works. We don't have anything else we need to do, right? Nope. I don't have any plans for the near future, except to spend time with you and the kids. Lynn says, are you sure you won't get bored? I have heard a lot about what you do when you get bored. If I get bored, I can also read some of those books or do a few experiments. Lynn says, well then, I guess I will just have to keep you from getting too bored. But if you do end up running off on an adventure, you had better take me with you. That is a deal. And don't worry, I have plenty of ideas for how you can keep me from getting bored, Lynn says. Well, you can tell me about those once the kids are asleep. In response, I just smile at her, then I go back to playing with the kids. With Nala and Albion shrunk down, they can roughhouse with Mulan and Mushu on equal terms. This greatly expands their play, not to mention that it is absolutely adorable. I can't wait until we get back to the peninsula and all the kids are able to play like this. It will be a level of cuteness that even deities could not handle, especially goddesses. In fact, it should be very useful the next time that I get in trouble with Saronia and Cronotia. Speaking of the goddesses, I should probably figure out what to ask for my next reward. While there are a lot of things I could ask for, I need to think of something they can do easily. Otherwise, if what I ask requires them to use too much power, it will weaken them. That would be counterproductive considering all the work I have put in to make them stronger. I should probably wait and see how their thieving on the main continent goes. Maybe they will get stronger, or come back with something that I could use. Right now, there isn't anything that I really need. I am doing fairly well on my own. The only thing I can think of would be a new class once I hit level 20. Although, after talking with Lynn recently, I would kind of like to get Mage or something like it. The problem with that is that neither of the goddesses has the magic domain. I am pretty sure one of them would need to have that domain to be able to make me a mage. Then again, if I could find and kill the avatar of a deity of magic, that should work. However, it would have to be a primary avatar, and from what I have learned, it is rare for a deity to make one. Maybe, with Lynn's help, I could come up with a spell to locate primary avatars. If I could do that, I could hunt them specifically to make the goddesses stronger. Not to mention, eating their hearts would give me evolution points, so I could see what they do. I don't really have enough mana to gate back to the main continent from the peninsula, but Lynn does. With her help, it might just be possible, but that is something to think more about later. Lynn says, "You have been zoned out for a while. What are you thinking about?" "Oh, sorry. I was just considering some plans for after we reach the peninsula." Lynn says, "Care to share?" "Well, originally I didn't think I would be able to return to the main continent because I can't gate that far. You, on the other hand, have more than enough mana to reach that far." Lynn says, "Yes, I do. I have also been thinking of possible ways to improve the gate spell." Yeah. I guess the spell I use is fairly primitive. What have you thought of so far? Maybe I can help. I continue playing with the kids, but at the same time, Lynn and I start talking about magic. While I am not able to compare to her when it comes to knowledge of magic, I still have some ideas. However, my ideas come from anime and manga, but Lynn is capable of figuring out how to use them. After discussing it for a while, Lynn starts experimenting with the ideas and changes the gate spell. Before, it was basically using pure mana to tunnel through space to the destination. Lynn's ideas involve adding structure to the spell so less mana is wasted. This decreases the amount of mana needed, but it also increases the casting time. The idea I give her is to send mana to the destination and create the gate from both sides. Of course, I actually have no idea how to do that, but Lynn comes up with a way. I could probably do it just by using mana and intention, but it would be more expensive. Lynn has the knowledge and intelligence to come up with a proper way to use my idea. However, it is going to take a while for her to figure everything out and test things. Even though it is a lot of work, Lynn is obviously having a lot of fun experimenting. What is unfair is that she can gain experience from doing this kind of thing. If I could gain experience from experimenting, I would probably already be level 20 or higher. Of course, that would encourage me to experiment even more, which is the goddess's worst nightmare. Hopefully they won't think of that when I try to convince them to let me gain the mage class. Otherwise, there is no way that they will help me to become a mage. Chapter 930. While Lynn experiments, I take the drake's corpse out of the backpack and start butchering it. Mulan, Mushu, and Nala are right there cleaning up the blood and scraps left from my work. I cut away several slabs of meat and start cooking them. Then I cut free the heart and start eating it. Devour activated. Cold resist plus 20. Evolution points plus 3. Once Devour activates, I stop eating the heart and split what is left into 3 portions. Then I feed them to Mulan, Mushu, and Nala, who have been staring at me with puppy eyes. While they are eating, I get some salad out of the pouch for Albion, so he doesn't feel left out. The smell of cooking meat soon gets distracting enough that even Lynn can't focus on her spell. Once the meat is cooked, we all dig in and end up eating more than we should. Soon, the only one that can still move around is Albion, a fact that he takes advantage of. It is really funny watching him tease his siblings and then run away while they can't chase him. This lasts until Albion wears himself out, at which point putting them all down for bed is easy. Then I create a soulscape and invite the kids, Lynn, Miria, and Brightfire. Miria says, "Ash, You are evil, huh? Brightfire says. What did he do now? Miria says. He somehow made it so that all the kids could shrink. Suddenly being attacked by all that cuteness was surprising. That level of cuteness is basically a weapon, as Miria complains. Both Lynn and Brightfire start laughing at her, and I join in. My laughter is mostly from relief for a second. There I thought Miria had figured out that Lynn and I slept together. While they have already discussed it, that doesn't mean there won't be drama. However, for now at least, her and Brightfire either don't know or are pretending they don't. Either way, I plan to avoid that conversation if I can and leave it for Lynn to deal with. After all, she was plotting with the two of them, and as far as I know, this is part of their plan. In fact, while I am setting up courses for the kids to play with, the three of them go off to the side. They even make a room for themselves to keep me from overhearing their conversation. That is fine. I am not suicidal enough to try and listen in on the three of them. If anything, I move farther away from the room and focus on playing with the kids. All of the kids are shrunk down, so they are all the same size and can play together. Since it is my soulscape, I shrink myself down to the same size so that I can play with them. Kachera seems to take it as a challenge and focuses on wrestling with me. It is actually the first time that we have been similar in size. So it isn't surprising that she wants to test me. I am able to have a ton of fun wrestling and playing with all of my kids. It is so much fun that I decide then and there to make myself a collar to allow me to shrink in real life. That way I can play with the kids on equal terms all the time instead of just in the soulscape. Not only is it a lot of fun, but it is also good training for both me and them. It is also a really good workout. Even I am feeling worn out by the time the kids are all exhausted. When the play finally ends, I spot Lynn, Miria, and Brightfire all sitting and sipping tea. It seems they ended their conversation a while ago and have been watching us play. The three of them seem to still be friends, so at least they didn't end up fighting. As scary as it is to have the three of them working together, it is still better than them fighting. It would be even worse if they start fighting, and then the kids pick sides. Whatever drama occurs, my biggest hope is to keep all of the kids out of it. It is already a miracle that the kids all get along considering they are all different races. I don't want anything to disturb that. I want all of my kids to continue getting along with each other. So far, I have been lucky, but that probably won't hold if I keep adding kids. Of course, that will depend on whether or not I come across any more helpless kids. I will just have to wait and see what happens. But I won't be looking for any more kids since all the kids are worn out. I send everyone out and end the soulscape. Then I give Lynn a big smile, pick her up in my arms, and carry her to bed. In the morning, after breakfast, I make myself a collar and enchant it to allow me to shrink. Before, this kind of thing would have been difficult, but with Lynn's knowledge, it becomes easy. As soon as it is finished, I put it on and try it out, shrinking down to the size of a kitten. When they see me small, Nala and Albion also shrink down, and the five of us start playing. The room is huge now, and we can easily play and wrestle without worrying about breaking things. In fact, at this size, the room seems really empty, and it makes me want to add decorations. When we take a break from playing to have lunch, I have an idea of what to add. When you enter the cabin, on the left is the gate platform in the front and the bedroom in the back. On the right side, the only thing there is the nest for the kids, the fire pit for the babies, and my forge. The forge is only there because I forgot to put it away and didn't think I needed to carry it around. The first thing I do after I finish eating is clear out the books from my pouch and put my forge away. Lynn takes the books from me and adds them to the pile of books she needs to sort. That is what she was doing while I was playing with the kids, and she looked perfectly happy. After the forge is put away, I move the fire pit to the middle of the room. Then I move the nest to the back of the cabin by the windows, which frees up most of the wall. However, with the fire pit and the small table in the middle of the room, it looks a little strange. The table is only used when I am eating with Lynn or when we have guests. For that reason, I hadn't really done anything with it, but now it just looks too plain. Come to think of it, the fire pit is also fairly plain, but it was built with function in mind. So, now that I am working on things, I build up a platform under the fire pit. I put ramps on each side of it for the babies to use and then decorate it a bit. Then I take the table and make it into a semicircle around half of the fire pit. Chapter 931. Lynn says, "That looks much better." "Thank you," Lynn says. "What is with all the rearranging?" "Just an idea I had while I was shrunk down." The room looked really bare from that angle. Lynn says, "Then what are you going to do with the empty wall?" "More bookcases." "Number I am making something for the kids," Lynn says. "Is it for the kids, or is it for you to play on?" "Can't it be both?" Lynn laughs and then comes over to kiss me before she goes back to sorting through the books. I turn my attention to the blank wall and begin building the mother of all cat trees. It goes from floor to ceiling, and from the front of the cabin to where the nest is. However, that doesn't look quite right to me, so I raise the nest and put a platform under it. That looks better, so I add some tunnels in the platform that connect to the cat tree. Then I also extend the cat tree to above the nest. Now it looks perfect. Well, almost. I go through and add ramps everywhere so that Albion isn't left out. The 4 kids have been sitting watching me and waiting for me to finish so they can try it out. When Lynn looks up from her books and sees the cat tree, she bursts out laughing. Lynn says, "Sure, that is just for the kids and you aren't going to play on it." "Bah, you are just jealous," Lynn says. "You know what? You are right. I am jealous. Why don't you teach me to shapeshift and make me a collar so I can play too?" "Making you a collar is no problem. But how is your knowledge of anatomy?" Lynn says. "It is fairly good. Why?" "To shapeshift, you need to picture the creature you want to become in detail, meaning you need to know how the muscles and organs work," Lynn says. "In that case, a normal animal shouldn't be a problem. Just don't ask me to turn into a drake or something like that." "I won't. Don't worry. Turning into something more powerful than you has side effects." Lynn says, "You sound bitter. Did you learn that the hard way?" "Yeah, I did. All right, kids, you can go play." The 4 kids let out happy sounds and rush to start climbing the cat tree. Meanwhile, I start teaching Lynn how to shapeshift and what to watch out for. Once she knows how it works, I send my mana into her mind and help guide her. She decides on a large cat, very similar to a panther, and then I help her get the image right. Once she has the image down, the shapeshift activates and she changes form. She starts trying to get used to having 4 legs while I work on making another collar for her. When the collar is done, I put it on her, and she shrinks down to the size of a kitten. Seeing the trouble that Lynn is having, Nala comes down from the tree to help. With Nala showing her how to move her body, Lynn quickly learns enough to move around. I shrink back down and head onto the tree to join the kids in their game of tag. Nala continues to help Lynn, while the rest of us are playing 3D tag on the cat tree. Eventually, Lynn gets good enough at moving that she can start exploring the cat tree. However, she is smart enough not to try and join in the game of tag, but Nala does. Thanks to all the playing recently, Mulan and Mushu have gotten much better at moving around. They no longer move like babies and can mostly keep up with Nala and Albion. Neither one can fly yet, but they figure out they can glide for short distances. That allows them to get to different parts of the cat tree and makes up for their disadvantages. All in all, the game is pretty fair and a huge amount of fun for everyone. After a few hours, I break away from the game to start cooking drake meat for dinner. At first, the others don't notice, but soon the smell of cooking meat ends the game. When Lynn ends the shrink and shapeshift, her face is absolutely glowing with happiness. "You certainly look like you enjoyed yourself." Lynn says, "Yes, I can't even remember the last time I had this much fun. And you were making fun of me earlier." Lynn says, "You are right. I was. Just because I had a lot of fun doesn't change the fact that you built the tree for yourself as much as for your kids." All I can do at that point is laugh. Lynn obviously isn't going to admit that I was right. Besides, seeing her so happy is worth letting her win a simple argument. Even though I really did build it for the kids, it will give them something to do when I am busy. Not to mention that the cat tree also serves as an obstacle course and can help with their training. Mulan and Mushu are already showing improvements in their coordination thanks to it. Considering we are on a ship and there isn't much room to run around, this will keep them in shape. After eating dinner, the kids are too tired to play but not tired enough to go straight to sleep. So, Lynn settles them in the nest and starts reading to them from one of her books. While she is doing that, I decide to finish renovating the room, mainly the bedroom. There is some empty space between the bedroom and the gate platform, so I expand the bedroom. Not only that, but I make the walls into real walls instead of privacy screens. I also add an actual door that locks. Considering our nighttime activities, privacy is now a concern. With the extra space, I add a private bathroom and basically turn it into a suite. Since there is extra space, I add some more bookcases for Lynn to use. She will probably need them considering how many books we stole from the academy. By the time I am done with the changes, the kids are all asleep, and Lynn is waiting for me. From the smile on her face, I am guessing that she approves of the changes. Or maybe it is just the fact that I kept her in mind when making the changes. Lynn says, "Well, it looks like you made it through the first day without getting bored. What is next?" Instead of answering, I walk over, pick her up, and kiss her as I carry her into the bedroom. Soon enough, Lynn doesn't have the breath for anymore, smart-mouthing. I don't suffer even a hint of boredom for the next few hours before I fall asleep. When I wake up in the morning, I feel great, and I go out to feed the kids breakfast. As soon as the kids are done eating, they immediately go to play on the cat tree. I don't think that they are going to get bored of the cat tree anytime soon. Chapter 932. Lynn is still sleeping, and I plan to let her sleep as long as she wants, but I don't join the kids. Instead of going to play, I sit down to meditate and start working on my core. That is just one of the things that I want to do during this break from adventuring. However, before I can really get to work on my core, the door opens and Brightfire walks in. She looks like she is about to say something, but she just stands there with her mouth open. It seems that the many changes to the cabin have caught her by surprise. Brightfire says, "What is that? A play area for the kids." Brightfire says, "What is with all the changes? Just making it more like a home. Something I should have done a while ago." "So, did you need something?" Brightfire says, "Oh, yeah, I received a quest from the goddesses and wanted your advice." "Sure thing. What is the quest?" Brightfire says, "The goddesses want me to build an order of knights from the elven warriors." "Wait, weren't you one of the scouts? Not the warriors?" Brightfire says yes, but I accepted the quest anyway. I am now a knight as well as a scout. Well, then my first advice would be to recruit Silverleaf first. She was the leader of the warriors, if I remember right. Brightfire says, yes, she was before she was captured. I don't know if she will be interested, though. She didn't really want to go back to being the leader of the warriors. It is your quest, so you will be the leader of the knights. You should recruit her to be your second in command. By now, she is probably bored and searching for a purpose. The knights could be just what she needs. Not to mention that she knows all of the warriors and would be helpful in recruiting them. Brightfire says, that is true. All right, I will talk to her. Any other advice? Yes, there was an elf I saved recently. I think his name was Strongrock. While he was a slave, he went through a lot of torture, yet it didn't break him. That kind of willpower is rare, and I think he would make a great knight. By the way, how much do you know about knights? Brightfire says, honestly, nothing. To me, knights are just humans in shiny armor. I figured the goddesses would tell me when I need to know. You are supposed to be a knight already, meaning that you need to know now. Come, sit down. This is going to take a while. Once Brightfire is comfortable, I start telling her stories I remember about knights. Luckily for her, there were plenty of movies and anime about knights and I remember most of them. So, I have a lot of information that I can pass on to her to help her figure out what she needs to do. Of course, when the kids realize that I am telling stories, they end their play and come over to listen. It seems that even the new cat tree can't trump stories in the minds of the kids. I have been telling stories for about an hour when Lynn finally emerges from the bedroom. Once she sits down next to me, I hand her some food for her breakfast, but I don't stop my story. Throughout all of the stories, I focus on the importance of honor and how arrogance is a knight's downfall. Those are the two most important points that I want Brightfire to take away from all of this. As long as she can incorporate that into her knightly order, she should do just fine. I am not going to worry about the combat skills. The elven warriors should have plenty of those. Instead, I focus on the whole becoming a squire and then earning knighthood. Only a few people should jump straight to being a knight, mainly the commanders. Brightfire needs to set up a good framework, because once we reach the peninsula, there will be a lot of recruits. I imagine that a lot of the beastmen will find the idea of knights appealing. Are you expecting this to only be for the elves? Brightfire says, Number the goddesses already told me they want me to add beastmen and humans later. Okay, good. You need to make sure you plan for the different races from the start. Otherwise, you will have a lot more trouble later. Brightfire says, I understand. This is a much bigger task than I thought it would be when I accepted the quest. You will probably spend the rest of your life leading the Knight's Order for the goddesses, but there will be plenty of rewards along the way. The goddesses are good about showing their gratitude. Brightfire says, I don't even want to think about the future right now. I have more than enough on my plate as is, Albion says. Dad, could I be a knight? Sure. I don't see why not. You can be anything you want, Brightfire says. I would have to ask, but I doubt the goddesses would deny one of your kids, Albion says. Nala wants to be a knight as well. It is obvious from the way that Nala is bouncing up and down that he is right. Brightfire nods and then closes her eyes. She is attempting to talk with the goddesses. I could talk to them easily, but it is Brightfire's job, and I think it is better for her to talk to them. Brightfire says, the goddesses say that any creature that is intelligent and can uphold the honor of a knight can join the order. Albion Nala, you can join, but you need to understand that this is not a game. This is a serious commitment for the rest of your lives. I think you should take some time and think it over seriously before you decide. Albion says, all right, we will think it over. Brightfire says, I also have a lot to think about. Ash, thank you for the advice and the stories. I will keep all of it in mind. Is it okay if I ask you any questions I come up with? Of course, although I can't guarantee I will have answers to everything. Brightfire says, thank you. Then she gets up and leaves with a very pensive look on her face. I may have given her too much to think about. However, as the future leader of the Knightly Order, she is going to have to get used to this kind of thing. She is going to have to deal with all sorts of issues as well as learn to be a leader. Luckily, she has a good example to follow in her father. Stillwater is a great leader. If she can learn leadership from him, then she will have no trouble leading the knights. She has the potential to be a great knight, but she is going to need to mature a bit. Chapter 933, I am sure that the trials and tribulations of building a knightly order will help with that. She is going to have to deal with all sorts of problems from now on, especially once she starts recruiting. Solving those will help her in becoming more mature as well as strengthen her will. In fact, if she gets busy enough with setting up the order, I may not have to sleep with her. I never really felt that she loved me, more that she wanted to tie me to her people. Other than her constant desire for adventure, Brightfire is really dedicated to her people. Actually, I am fairly sure the Silverstream and Silverleaf added their names to that list for the same reason. They are all probably worried that once my promise is complete that the elves will lose my support. Then again, I never told them that I am technically already the Elven King. If I told them that, they would probably relax about me leaving. But they would also treat me differently. I would rather deal with their advances than to have them treat me like royalty. Besides, since I am not an elf, I doubt they would believe that I am the Elven King. Then again, after everything we have been through, maybe they would believe me. However, I am not sure which would be worse, so I plan to avoid the whole thing. It can just be a surprise for them when we reach the peninsula. One core can explain to them. Albion says, Dad, can you help Nala? Help her how? What is wrong? Albion says, she is the only one who can't talk. Oh, I see. With your help, we might be able to do something, Albion says. I can help? Yeah, you are a sacred beast. Only you can help her become one as well, Albion says. Please, Dad, show me how to help her. All right, Nala, come over here. Nala obediently comes over and I scan her with my mana. She is currently rank 9. Although, it seems that she is currently stuck and can't make any more progress. That means that I need to help her reach the limit before Albion can help her become sacred. So, I carefully take the Fire God gem out of my pouch without touching it. As soon as I do, Mulan and Mushu come running over and start begging. It has been a while since they have had some, so I extract 2 energy to feed to them. Once they have eaten the energy, they both go and climb into the fire pit to take a nap. Now that they are out of the way, I extract another energy and feed it to Nala. Then, I send my mana into her. The energy is already scattered throughout her body. Using my mana, I gather up all of the scattered energy and focus it on her core. With me controlling the energy, Nala soon breaks through to rank 10 and reaches the max. There is still some energy left over, which I hold in stasis for the moment. Next, I talk Albion through how to send his energy into Nala's core to help her break through to the sacred level. He has never done anything with his energy before, so it takes a while for him to get the hang of it. Once he does, Nala's core sucks in Albion's energy and the leftover energy from the Fire God gem. Her core even sucks up some of my mana, which is quite surprising. That normally doesn't happen. Once it has sucked up all the available power, a cocoon of fire springs up around Nala. Then, the cocoon starts absorbing all the ambient mana from its surroundings. However, there isn't much mana for it to absorb. The ship absorbs most of the mana around it. In fact, that actually makes it rather hard for everyone to recover their mana. Luckily, Lynn and I are powerful enough to draw in mana from further out, and we are the only ones who need it. If there were more mages on the ship, I would probably need to figure out something. As things stand, I can leave it and worry about it during Phase 2. As for the cocoon, Lynn comes over and feeds it her mana until it is satisfied. Out of curiosity, I let breathe out a little fire towards the cocoon, which it sucks up. Since it worked, I let out more bit by bit until it stops absorbing the fire. This has never happened before, so I am really curious about how it is going to turn out. None of the other beasts that I helped become sacred beasts had a cocoon. Not even my other kids went through this, so I am wondering how Nala is going to change. A cocoon suggests that she is evolving or changing somehow, hopefully for the better. I will just have to wait and see what happens. Breaking open the cocoon could kill her. Without knowing what is going on, there is no way I can know what would happen if I tried to interfere. It is better to wait and let whatever is happening finish, than figure out what to do next. Albion says, "Dad, what is happening? Is Nala all right?" I am not sure, but I think she is. This has never happened before. Albion says, "Did I do something wrong?" "No, of course not. You did just fine. This is probably due to her race." "I am pretty sure nothing bad will happen," Lynn says. "I am sure she will be fine. Try not to worry, Albion. Whatever happens, I will figure out how to help her if she needs it. Right now, we just need to wait for the process to finish." Albion says, "How long will that take?" "I have no way to tell." "We will just have to wait." My answer doesn't satisfy Albion, but there really isn't anything he can do. Albion lays down next to the cocoon and refuses to leave her side until the cocoon breaks. I am not inclined to force him. He is just worried about Nala, which I understand. Luckily, a few hours later, the cocoon starts to fade away and reveals Nala. She has gone through quite a few changes, but other than that, she seems to be fine. Her fur is now all red, with the stripes just being a darker red, and she now has horns. One is on the center of her forehead, and is about 7 inches long and slightly curved. The other 2 are on the sides of her head and curl around her ears, like ram horns. Surprisingly, she didn't get bigger. In fact, she is a bit smaller and leaner than she was before. Also, her paws are covered in fire, but thanks to the enchantments, she doesn't burn the floor. She now also has a cute little puff of flame at the very end of her tail. Nala is busy staring at herself and trying to figure out all of the changes. Chapter 934. She is being quite calm about it, but Albion is still freaking out a little bit. That is probably because he is still worried that he did something wrong. At least he is calmer than he was when she was still stuck in the cocoon. Mulan and Mushu woke up a while ago and have been playing on the cat tree. They only come down when they see that Nala has changed and want to get a closer look. Nala is currently chasing her own tail, trying to get a better look at the flame on the end. Lynn and I can't help laughing at their antics, especially since the babies are getting underfoot. Nala is having to avoid stepping on them as she is trying to catch her tail. It looks like she is trying to dance, and they are trying to catch her paws. Eventually, when I feel that I have laughed enough, I pull out a mirror so Nala can look at herself. Of course, Mulan and Mushu don't give up, and when Nala stops moving, they start climbing her. Mushu even manages to climb to Nala's head and chew on one of her horns. Albion says, "Dad, shouldn't Nala be able to talk now?" "No, she will probably need to rank up a time or 2 first. But that shouldn't take her long. The first couple of ranks are the easiest." Albion says, "Can I help her with that?" "No, it is better if she does it herself." Don't worry, you helped her through the hardest part. Suddenly, we all hear a loud rumbling sound, and then Nala turns to whine at me. She is probably starving. So I start taking out Drake meat, but she doesn't let me cook it. She takes it from me and eats it raw. Then she begs for more until she has eaten half her body weight. Then she uses the collar to shrink down, climbs up into the fire pit, curls up, and goes to sleep. If Nala is going to start sleeping in the fire pit with the babies, Albion is going to be left out. He is the only one out of the 4 of them that isn't immune to fire, and that could be a problem. Albion, come here. Let me look at your collar. Albion says, "Sure, Dad." Lynn says, "Ash, I am curious. Since you can make collars so easily, why did you ask the goddesses to make them? When I asked for them, I didn't have the skills to make them before I met you. All my magical skills were self-taught. My enchanting has improved a lot thanks to you." Lynn says, "Really? How long ago did you ask for the collars?" "I am pretty sure it was before I came through the gate, so maybe 4 months or so." Lynn says, "You have become this good at enchanting in such a short time. It took me years to learn enchanting. I am only good at weaving the enchantments. My magical knowledge is still lacking. That is why I have to keep asking you about spells." Lynn says, "Actually, I really enjoy that. It makes me feel that I am useful to you. You are useful to me, and not just for your knowledge. I am not good at saying the things that I should say, but I hope you know that I am really glad that I met you." Lynn says, "I was pretty sure, but it is nice to hear it directly. I am sorry. I will try to be better about that kind of thing." Albion says, "Dad, can you let go of me now?" "Oh, sorry." Lynn says, "What did you find out about the collar?" "It is enchanted with divine energy, which I can work with, but there is no room for additional enchantments." Lynn says, "What did you want to add to it?" "I wanted to add fire immunity for Albion, so he doesn't get burned or left out. My options now are either alter the collar to add more room, or make something else." Lynn says, "I would make something else. That way you can enchant it normally instead of having to use divine power." "That is basically what I was thinking, but the question is what to make." Lynn says, "What about horseshoes? Do you know how to make horseshoes? Because I don't. I mean, I know what they are, and even their basic shape, but I don't know how they attach to the hoof, or how to not hurt Albion." Lynn says, "No, I don't know how they are made. I didn't even think of that. However, a set of 4 anklets could work just as well. That would provide more than enough room for enchantments." Lynn says, "Don't forget to make them change size with him." "Right. Otherwise they would fall off every time he shrank." Lynn says, "What are you going to make them out of?" "This mana-rich silver I found. It will allow me to add some extra enchantments." Lynn says, "All right. Is there anything I can help with?" "Yeah, 2 things. Do you know how to tie items together to make a set? Also, do you know a spell to make something float?" Lynn says the answer to both is yes. By the time she is done teaching me, it is about time for dinner, so I don't make the items right away. Instead, I take out some drake meat and start cooking it for the 4 of us. Albion won't eat it, and Nala is still sound asleep in the fire pit and will probably sleep until morning. Once the meat is cooked, I call the kids over, and Lynn starts handing out side dishes. We all start eating, and as I am eating, I am planning out the enchantments for Albion. Other than the fire immunity and the ability to change size, I plan to add floating. While it won't be enough to let Albion fly, it will be enough for him to run practically anywhere. Even running across water should be no problem for him if the enchantment works right. As soon as I am done eating, I start working on making the set of 4 anklets. Making them is as easy as shaping the silver with a little bit of mana. Then I start enchanting them. First comes the linking enchantment to make them a set, then the fire immunity. Only once I make sure those are in place do I start experimenting with the floating. The bonus of them being a set is I can split the enchantment into 4 pieces. Of course, that means the enchantment won't work if he loses just one of the anklets. However, spreading the enchantment over 4 pieces increases its effect, so I think it is worth it. When the floating enchantment is done, there is still some space left over. With that extra space, I decide to add an enchantment to boost Albion's running speed. Finally, I lock the enchantments in, which will protect them from being dispelled. Chapter 935. This is another new trick that I learned from Lynn, and I have gone back and added it to all my items. Although I haven't seen anyone else use Dispel, it doesn't mean no one will. The locking was actually made by mages to prevent their enemies from secretly altering their enchantments. As much as I use Dispel, it just makes sense to take precautions against it as well, especially since it is super easy to do and doesn't really take any time at all. Now that they are done, I call Albion over and have him return to normal size so that I can put them on him. Then, I explain to him what the enchantments will do and tell him to go slowly until he gets used to them. Albion shrinks back down and then immediately starts running around. Almost immediately, he runs into a chair leg because he is going too fast to turn. However, that doesn't discourage him, and he keeps running around like crazy. Since all the enchantments seem to be working, I sit down and enter meditation. It has been a few days, so I access my soul and work on moving the connection to bones. It doesn't move very far before it starts to hurt, but that was to be expected. This is the kind of thing that requires patience, which admittedly isn't my strong suit. However, I don't really have a choice. I don't want to damage my soul again. When I open my eyes, Albion, Mulan, and Mushu are playing tag on the cat tree. It looks like Albion has mostly gotten used to the enchantments. Nala is still sound asleep and shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. Lynn is reading a book, so I close my eyes again to work on my core until the kids wear themselves out. Albion is actually the first to call it quits as he goes to the fire pit and curls up with Nala. Mulan and Mushu try to play for a few more minutes before they go and join him. Once they are all curled up, it only takes a few minutes for all of them to be fast asleep. It is nice that they put themselves to bed, and neither Lynn nor I had to do anything. I turn and give Lynn a grin. When she notices it, she puts down her book, and we head to the bedroom. In the morning, by the time I drag myself out of bed, the kids are all awake, including Nala. Grabbing the food pouch from the floor, I head out into the main room to provide breakfast. Surprisingly, Lynn wakes up and joins us before we are done eating breakfast. Lynn says, "So, what are your plans for today?" I plan to do some work on my core. Other than that, I haven't decided yet. Why? Lynn says, "Just wondering if you had gotten bored and thought up an adventure yet." Nope, no boredom yet. I will let you know if I start to get bored. Or maybe I should lie and say that I am bored to see what you come up with. Lynn says, "I just want to make sure you take me with you when you go adventuring." Sure. Lynn just smiles at me and continues eating her breakfast. So I do the same. As soon the kids are done, they run over and start playing on the cat tree, leaving us to finish eating in peace. When Lynn finishes eating, she shapeshifts and shrinks to play with the kids. I watch them play for a few minutes before I close my eyes and start working on my core. It is still easy to work with. It just takes longer to progress through each level. It is nothing like the first time I worked to get my core to rank up, but I am not sure why. Part of it is because I know what I am doing this time, but that doesn't explain all of it. I knew what I was doing when I was a sacred creature, yet it was never this easy. Now all I really have to do is circulate my energy through my core, and it progresses. It feels completely different than it did before my latest transformation. It makes me curious as to why I am different this time around and what may happen. That is part of the reason I am taking a break from adventuring right now. This might be my last chance to really work on my core before getting back to the peninsula. Once I get back, I am bound to be extremely busy dealing with politics and other crap. Who knows if I will have free time to work on my core or anything else. Any free time I do get will probably be taken up by Lynn Miria and maybe Brightfire. That and I owe my other kids lots of affection to make up for being gone so long. My main worry, though, is how I am going to deal with the Empire. A war looks unavoidable. However, a war would drain our strength and resources, making the war against the demons much harder. There are so many things that I have to deal with that I almost don't want to go back. Unfortunately, that really isn't an option. I have to go back and fight the demons. Hiding core upgrade process complete. Rank 7, HP plus 500, MP plus 500, primary stats plus 10. I was so caught up in my thoughts that my core upgrading catches me completely by surprise. Deciding to take a break, I open my eyes to find everyone eating lunch. More time has passed than I realized. It only felt like an hour or so to me. Lynn says, "From the surge of power just now, I take it you succeeded?" Yes, I increased my rank, but it is still not enough. Lin says, why the urgency? I need to be ready for the war, Lin says. I thought we still had a decent amount of time before the war with the demons. We do, but there is likely to be a war against the humans first. As Lin hands me some lunch, I tell her about the Empire and the current situation. I tell her what I know about the Empire and my suspicions about the demons. That makes me wonder how Roddick is doing, and if he came up with a spell to reveal demons. If he has, with Lin's help, we might be able to cast it over the entire Empire. That would make it difficult for the demons to keep hiding and manipulating things. If Roddick hasn't figured out the spell by the time we get back, I will ask Lin to help with it. With her knowledge of magic, it shouldn't be too hard for her to figure it out. If she had more knowledge about demons, she could probably figure out the spell all on her own. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about how demons disguise themselves currently. Lin says, so you want to get stronger for the war against the Empire. Aren't you already strong enough? I doubt there are many creatures stronger than you. Chapter 936. The stronger I am, the more of my people I can keep alive. If possible, I would fight the war all by myself. Lin says, if you even think about doing that, I will bite you. That is not how I meant it. I just want to keep my people as safe as I can. Lin says, you know that isn't possible. Even if it was, you would stunt your people's growth. Logically, I know that. It doesn't stop me from wanting to protect them. Lin says, aren't they fighting right now? Yes. I didn't say my feelings had to make sense. Lin says, yet you still plan to push yourself to become stronger. That really doesn't make much sense. What else can I do? Lin says, it would make more sense to think of ways to make your people stronger instead. I've already done that. All that is left to do is to get the rest of the tribes to join us, which will be easier if I am stronger. There isn't anything I can do for them until I return to the peninsula. Lin says, well, I guess that is true. Just don't push yourself too hard. Honestly, I am not pushing myself at all. Working on my core isn't hard. It is just time-consuming. That is one of the main reasons I am taking a break from finding adventures. Well, that and you. Lin says, while that is sweet, don't use me as an excuse. If you find an adventure, I am totally going with you. I know. Don't worry. I won't try to leave you behind. Although, maybe I should work on making us more comfortable on our next adventure. Lin says, what did you have in mind? I was thinking of something like an enchanted tent or a collapsible cabin, portable but comfortable. Lin says, I totally support that idea. Maybe something with room for the kids and privacy for us? That is what I was thinking. That is probably too big for a tent, so a cabin is the better plan. Lin says, not necessarily. The kids can shrink, so we don't need that much room. For that matter, we can shrink too. If we add anyone to our group later, you can just make them a collar. That is true. Then you think I should make a tent? Lin says, yeah, it is easier to make a tent portable. You don't even need to make a big tent. You could make multiple tents instead. That makes sense. Then how about 3 tents? One for us, one for the kids, and one for anyone who tags along. Lin says, I wouldn't do that. While I understand your desire for privacy, you should also think about defense. These are for adventuring. We may be camping in dangerous locations. In that case, why don't I just create a collapsible castle? Lin says. Wait, can you do that? Sure. After everything I have learned from working on the ship, it would be fairly easy. You like that idea, huh? Lin says. Well, yeah. A castle would provide both protection and privacy. Just, is it really practical to make it portable? Normally it wouldn't be, but the pouch makes it easier. It just has to shrink down small enough to fit into the pouch and weight no longer matters. All it really requires is a larger amount of mana to fuel the enchantments. I can handle that by adding some silver to the stone to increase the mana pool. Lin says, since it sounds like you have made up your mind, how can I help? For starters, if you know a shrink spell that is better than mine, that would be a big help. You can also teach me the enchantments the mages use to make their homes comfortable and luxurious. Lin says, sure, I can do that. What stone do you plan to use, though? I hadn't thought about it yet. I will need to find a decent stone to use. Care to go for a flight? Lynn says. Sure. Are we off on an adventure? No, just a simple trip to the coast to find some stone to use. It should be fairly straightforward. Lynn says, all right, let's go. I will teach you the enchantments I know as we look for some stone. Before we leave, we tell Albion and Nala to take care of the babies, and that we will be back by dinner. I take off from the balcony with Lynn on my back and fly towards the coast. Lynn hugs my neck and starts telling me about the enchantments for homes that she knows. There are a lot, which isn't surprising. Mages care a lot about their comfort and image. Some mages probably even compete with each other over who has the best home. Most of them aren't going to be useful, but a few are extremely fitting for the castle. On the other hand, she actually knows 2 shrinking spells, but they are not as effective as mine. That is why she never bothered to mention them to me before now. However, they work differently from mine, and while I can't use them directly, I can use them. By taking the best parts of the 3 spells, with a little work I can make a better version. It doesn't really matter for small things like the collars, but for a castle it makes a huge difference. With the new spell, I could even shrink the ship down to pocket size if I wanted to. After thinking it through a few times, I discussed the new spell with Lynn to get her opinion. With her advanced magical knowledge, she is able to make several suggestions. By the time we reach the coast, the spell is close to perfect, and way better than before. This means I can mail a bigger building if I want to and still be able to shrink it enough to fit into the pouch. Now, all that is left is to find a decent stone to work with, which shouldn't be hard. The coast here is lined with tall cliffs, so I land at the top of one of them. Then I send a pulse of mana into the ground to examine the stone in the area. Unfortunately, the cliffs are made of limestone, which is too soft and not what I am looking for. Ideally, I want to find granite or something of equivalent strength for the castle. Not finding anything good in the area, I take off and fly farther inland looking for mountains. Logically, mountains should contain stronger stone, at least from what I can remember. Basically, mountains are what is left after softer materials have eroded away. Of course, I am not a geologist, and am going based off of vague memories from science class. After flying for about an hour, I spot some mountains and turn to head towards them. As soon as I reach them, I land and again send a pulse of mana into the ground. Chapter 937. This time there is a lot more information that comes back with my mana. The mountains are not made of just one type of stone, so there is a lot more information. Not only are there different types of stone to sort out, but there are things living in the ground. Unfortunately, I cannot set my mana to only look at the stone. I get information on everything. The only thing that saves me is I only get information from below the ground. If I got information on everything living on the mountains as well, I would probably go insane. What I should have done was to just scan a single mountain at a time instead of scanning all of them. However, it does save me some time since once I sort through the information, I have a target. There is a mountain not far away that has a very strong stone at its heart. I am not sure what type of stone it is, but from what I can see, it is even stronger than granite. I won't know more about it until I extract it and can take a closer look at it. Now that I have a target, I take off again and fly towards the specific mountain. Lynn says, "Hey, what is that?" Turning my head to look where Lynn is pointing, I spot a small village on a hilltop. The village has a couple of dozen buildings and is surrounded by a log wall. The hill the village is built on is swarming with thousands of humanoid figures, banking. I head over for a better look. As I get closer, I can hear the sound of fighting. The humanoids scaling the hill are attacking the village, while the humans try to defend. As I fly closer, I recognize the humanoids that are attacking. They are goblins and orcs. Now, if it was humans fighting other humans, I would stay out of it. But goblins are a different story. The humans are just barely holding them back. That is with the men, women, and even the children helping. However, with how outnumbered they are, it is only a matter of time before the village falls. I reach the hill and start circling above it while I decide what I want to do. Once I make up my mind, I start circling lower as I take several deep breaths. Then, I aim my head down and release my breath weapon as I fly another circle around the hill. Lynn, not to be left out, starts throwing spells down as soon as she sees me attack. My breath leaves a 10-foot wide scar around the hill as I circle it, killing everything it touches. Even the goblins and orcs that are within 5 feet or so burst into flames and die. The goblins and orcs below the blast that survive stop in terror, causing them to bunch up. This makes them even easier targets for Lin's spells. Those above the blast line, the villagers deal with. Since I can't use my breath weapon again for a while, I join Lin in throwing spells. Lin is throwing a wide variety of spells, but I stick to fire and lightning spells. Lin is a higher level than me and has better spell knowledge. But my spells are more destructive. That is due to the bonus I get to all fire and lightning spells from my new racial bonus. I continue circling the hill as we throw spells to spread the destruction out. Once the humans finish off the monsters at the top of the hill, they get a short break. Surprisingly, the goblins and orcs don't turn to run away. After a minute, they continue advancing. They seem to be really determined to destroy this human village, which is a little odd. They are dying by the hundreds to advance through the spells we are throwing. However, those that make it through are scattered and the humans handle them easily. As long as we can keep them from getting to the walls in huge groups, the humans should win. Now, it is just a matter of whether they run out of numbers or we run out of mana first. I am not too worried about Lin running out of mana, but mine won't last too long. Lin says, "Keep at it. I am going to cast a big spell. Do you want me to enhance it?" Lin yells. "No." "Why not?" Lin says, "I want to save the village, not destroy it too. The spells you enhance always go out of control." Even as Lin is telling me off, I can sense her gathering her mana and starting her spell. To avoid distracting her, I stop talking and focus on killing as many orcs and goblins as I can. I get the feeling that once her spell is finished, there won't be anything left for me to kill. Thanks to everything that Lin has taught me, my spells have gotten more efficient. Despite throwing spells as fast as I can, I still have about half my mana left when Lin finishes her big spell. When her spell goes off, everything on the ground outside the village freezes solid. The entire hill and every goblin and orc on it turns into an ice sculpture. The spell even spreads beyond the base of the hill to get those that hadn't started climbing the hill yet. With a flash, everything is white and nothing is moving. She didn't miss any of them. 3191 rank 1 goblins defeated. 31,910 XP gain. 2643 rank 2 goblins defeated. 52,860 XP gained. 577 rank 3 goblins defeated. 17,310 XP gained. 1183 rank 4 orcs defeated. 47,320 XP gained. 886 rank 5 orcs defeated. 44.300 XP gained. Diding, congratulations. You have leveled up. You are now level 18. Level 18. HP plus 1000. DP plus 1000. Wisdom plus 100. Holy Word level 8. Holy Light level 8. Bless Weapon level 7. Repel Undead level 6. Holy Armor level 6. Cleanse level 6. Holy Shock level 5. Mass Bless level 4. Resurrect level 3. Transport Barge level 2. Lin says, Hash, why are you glowing? I am glowing. I guess because I just leveled up. Lin says, you glow when you level up. Apparently, no one has mentioned it before, but I can't think of any other reason I would be glowing. Lin says, well, whatever the reason, congratulations on leveling up. Thank you, Lin says. So, should we go down and talk to the villagers? No, I don't see a point. Lin says, aren't you curious why the orcs and goblins were attacking? I wasn't until you mentioned it. All right, we will go, but you get to do the talking. I will pretend to be your mount to save the explanations. Before Lin can argue, I dive down and land in front of the gate of the village. I fold my wings and stand there looking impressive as Lin climbs down from my back. The villagers come running out of the gate and drop to their knees in front of her. Chapter 938. The villagers are expressing their thanks and don't seem scared of me at all. That is probably because they are assuming that Lin has full control of me. If Lin wasn't here, they would probably still be hiding behind the village wall and praying that I leave. Lin is able to calm them down and get them off their knees fairly easily. She is very charming, and the villagers have no hope of resisting her at all. All it takes is a single question from Lynn, and the villagers eagerly tell her the whole story. It all started when a hunter who was out looking for prey had to take shelter from a storm. The cave he found happened to be inhabited by a bear, and after a grueling battle, he managed to kill it. However, he was heavily wounded and was forced to recuperate in the cave. During the wait for his fellow hunters to find him, he discovered a skeleton in the back of the cave. That skeleton had a sword, and the hunter felt drawn to the sword, so he kept it. When he was found and brought back to the village, he brought the sword with him. The very next day, the first beasts attacked the village. But the villagers thought it was a good thing. After all, their food was delivering itself to them, and fighting from the wall was safer. However, when the attacks kept occurring day after day, things started getting bad. When it was just daily beast attacks, the village could just barely handle it. They easily admit that today's attack would have finished them if Lynn hadn't helped. In fact, they are all exhausted and probably can't handle another beast attack. Lynn says, "This sword sounds like it is cursed. Would it be possible for me to see it?" Villager says, "Of course, I will fetch it." When the villager comes running back carrying the sword, I feel a sudden desire to eat it. As he is holding it out to Lynn, I crane my head around for a closer look at it. This scares the villagers and they start to freak out until Lynn slaps my nose and pushes my head away. I will definitely get her back for that later, but it does successfully calm down the villagers. The sword isn't cursed. In fact, I can feel a strong divine energy coming from it. That is probably what is attracting all the beasts and monsters. They want to eat it too. Chief says, "Our village cannot survive any more attacks. You have already saved us once. Could you save us again and take the sword away from here?" Lynn says, "Yes, I will. I know the perfect person to deal with it." Chief says, "That is great. Thank you." Lynn takes the sword from the villager and then makes an excuse for us to leave. The villagers want to thank her more, but they also want the sword gone. In the end, they let her leave, and she climbs onto my back, so I take off and head towards the mountain. Lynn says, "That went well. Kind of a short adventure, though." "That wasn't an adventure. It barely counts as a detour." Lynn says, "Did you want to stay and try to find that cave?" "No time. I promised the kids we would be back for dinner." Lynn says, "All right. Anyway, what is so special about this sword? I can't sense anything from it. I didn't get a close look thanks to you, but I could sense divine power from it." Lynn says, "Do you want to look at it now?" "No, let's wait until we are back on the ship. That way the enchantments will hide whatever we do with it." Lynn says, "Won't the cloaks hide us?" "They will hide us, but not the sword if something big happens." Lynn says, "And knowing you, something big is bound to happen." "Not true. I don't plan to do anything with it. Since it is divine energy, I will have the goddesses take a look first. Hopefully, it will be something that they can use to become stronger." Lynn says, "Them getting stronger seems very important to you. How come?" "Because of the pantheons on the main continent. The two goddesses are the only ones who can protect the peninsula from the other deities. I certainly can't fight off dozens of gods." Lynn says, "Not as you are. No, if you became a god, who knows how strong you might be? Not to mention, you would get two very beautiful wives." "Oh, you heard about that, huh?" Lynn says, "Of course. They told me about it themselves. They wanted me to be fully aware of everything before I made my choice." "What choice?" Lynn says, "Whether or not to get involved with you." "Oh, well, I guess I already know what choice you made." Lynn says, "Yes, you do? Do you have any regrets?" "None whatsoever." "You?" Lynn says, "Nope, none. I also am not good at saying certain things, but you make me very happy. Ahem, there is the mountain we are looking for." Lynn laughs and says, "All right, what is the plan?" "I am going to extract the stone I need, and then you can gate us back to the ship. If I am quick, we will still make it back in time for dinner," Lynn says. "Then you should get to work. Keeping your promise to the kids is really important." "I know. I always do my best to keep my promises." Finding a clearing about halfway up the side of the mountain, I land and send out a pulse of mana. Now that I am closer, I can focus my scan on just the stone I am looking for. There is way more stone here than I need, so I will only take about half of it. Of course, Now that I have found it, I have to figure out how to get it out of the mountain. I could just tear the mountain in half, but I would prefer to avoid that. A quick test shows that the stone responds well to my mana, but earth magic isn't my specialty. Got any spells to extract some stone from the heart of a mountain? Lynn says. Let me think. If you can create a small hole leading to the stone you want, I should be able to get it out. I have a spell that will liquefy the stone. Then I just need to force it out through the hole. Sure, I can do that. Creating a small hole leading down to the stone is pretty easy and only takes me a few minutes. Once I am done, Lynn casts her spell, and soon the stone starts flowing out of the hole. The odd thing is that the stone is a liquid, but it hasn't been heated at all. When I ask Lynn how she did it, she explains how the spell changes the state of something temporarily. If I had wanted the stone to be liquid, I would have heated it until it turned molten. Lynn's way actually uses magic to cheat and just turns a solid into a liquid. Chapter 939. It is not something I would have thought of because it isn't logical. It isn't scientific. When it comes to working with magic, my knowledge of science helps sometimes, but other times it holds me back. This is another way that having Lynn around helps me. She was raised on magic only. Things that science tells me should be impossible are commonplace to her. Of course, there are things she thinks are impossible that I can do thanks to science. There is no telling which way is better, but together we can accomplish a lot more. Okay, that is enough stone. Lynn says, really? I figured you would want all of it. No, this is more than enough for what I plan to build. Lynn says, well, all right. Lynn ends her spell and lets the stone return to being solid. At which point I suck all of it into my ring. The spell used up most of the mana that Lynn has left, so I am the one to open a gate back to the ship. Thanks to her killing most of the goblins and orcs, I still have enough mana. The advantage to me opening the gate is that I don't have to shapeshift to go through it. In fact, Lynn doesn't even need to get off my back. She just has to duck a bit. As soon as we are through, the kids come down from playing on the cat tree to greet us. We may be eating dinner a little late, but not late enough for me to have broken my promise. Even with our little detour to the village, we still made it back just after sundown. The kids don't even seem to notice that we are a little late, especially once the food is served. Unfortunately, after cooking enough for everyone, there is only enough drake meat left for one more meal. It doesn't help that Nala's appetite has increased since she became a sacred beast. Then again, I knew that the meat wouldn't last for too long. It is just too tasty. Albion says, Dad, Nala, and I have thought about it, and we both want to become knights. All right. When you are done eating, go find Brightfire and tell her. Albion says, you don't mind, do you? Number, actually. I am happy to see you choosing your own paths. Once everyone is done eating, Albion and Nala leave to go find Brightfire. Mulan and Mushu go back to playing on the cat tree, so I take out the sword that Lynn got from the villagers. Now that I can look at it properly, I am puzzled by the fact there are no enchantments. Saronia, Chronosia, there is something here you should look at. When I first say their names, I can feel their attention focus on me, and then the sword. There is a flash of light, and then their avatars appear on the other side of the table. Saronia picks up the sword, and the two of them spend a few minutes examining it. Saronia says, Ash, where did you find this? Actually, Lynn did. I'll let her tell you the story. Lynn seems surprised, but she starts telling the story that the village shared with us. The goddesses are acting calm, but I know them well enough to tell they are excited. It seems that the sword is something good, or at least something useful. Chronotia says, it is a good thing that you took the sword from them. If a beast had eaten it, horrible things would have happened. Does that mean you recognize the sword? I can feel divine energy in it, but I can't detect any enchantments. Saronia says, there are enchantments on it, but only a god can see them. This is the personal weapon of a deity. So does that mean it is useful to you? Saronia says, not to me, but my sister can use it. Chronosia says, there is another option. Ash could use it. Me. How come? Chronosia says, the god who made this sword had the major domain of beast slaying. While I can use it as a goddess of death, you could also use it. Wouldn't that turn me into a god? Saronia says, number the sword alone wouldn't be enough for you to become a god. However, It would get you closer to becoming one. Nope, not interested. I would rather you get stronger. Krenosha says, all right. Did you think of a reward you want? Actually, yes. I want all of my kids to be able to gain levels. Saronia says, done. I will see to it. Krenosha takes the sword from her sister, and then her avatar disappears. Saronia sticks around long enough to say thank you and goodbye before she also vanishes. I feel like they didn't tell us everything about the sword, but that is all right. I trust them. Lynn says, now what? Going to work on the castle? I can't, at least not on the ship. Later, in the Soulscape, I will figure out the design I want to use. I will go ashore somewhere tomorrow to build it. Lynn says, yeah, I guess it would be hard to build a castle on the ship. I didn't think of that. In that case, can you make something for me? Sure. What do you want? Lynn says, a ring. Air. That is a little fast, isn't it? Lynn says, oh no, I didn't mean that kind of ring. Then what kind of ring did you mean? Lynn says, I want a ring that can store pure mana. I can do that, but do you really need it? Your mana pool is huge. Lynn says, when you run out of mana, you can just fight with your physical strength. I, on the other hand, am only a mage. When I run out of mana, I become completely defenseless. With the crazy spells we have been casting lately, running out of mana is a concern. All right, I will make you a ring. Do you know how to wield any weapons? If not, do you want to learn? Lynn says, no, I don't. When I lived in the capital, it didn't really seem necessary now. I think maybe it would be a good idea. Okay, let me make the ring. Then we'll talk weapons. Since it is for mana storage, I am going to use the silver for the base of the ring. However, I want more than that, so I am going to add some gems as well. I decide to go with diamonds, small ones embedded all around the ring. Cutting gems that small is actually made easier by the fact that I can shrink now. By the time I have all the gems cut, Lynn has gotten the babies to bed and Nala and Albion have returned. So, I take a break from working on the ring, open up a soulscape, and invite the normal crowd. Once everyone is invited, I move off to the side and start working on designing the castle. As far as castles go, this one is going to be fairly small, only 2 stories, more of a keep. In fact, I have seen mansions in this world bigger than what I am planning to build. Chapter 940. Basically, it is going to be a large 2-story house, just made completely of stone and with an outer wall. I don't even plan to add a basement to it. After all, the point is for it to be movable. The thing that is going to make this castle special is going to be the enchantments. Hey, Lynn, in my world, in most of the stories about mages, they all had towers. The towers would contain their libraries and a laboratory for experimenting. Would something like that interest you? Lynn says, well, yes, I miss experimenting, and now that I have learned to use pure mana, I have a lot of things to try out. I don't want to experiment on the ship because they sometimes end in explosions. All right, I will add a tower to the castle for you. I will make a room that is enchanted to contain and suppress explosions. Lynn says, that would be great. Thank you. Turning back to my test castle, I add a tower to the back of the building. The reason for the placement is because I plan to put the entrance to the tower in the master suite. Not only do I want to give her a place to experiment, but I want her to have her personal space. Besides, if I don't give her a place to store her books, they will end up all over the place. Not to mention that I will benefit from her experiments as well, maybe even conduct a few of my own. We could certainly use some practice in casting join spells, maybe make them more controllable. Of course, that also means that the enchantments for the experimental room have to be extra strong. That will take some extra time, but I feel it is a worthy investment for the future. Lynn becoming stronger and more knowledgeable will directly benefit me. Although, it will also make it more dangerous for me if I happen to piss her off. However, that risk is not enough to outweigh the potential benefits, so I will ignore it. After thinking through all the space that Lynn will need, I decide to make the tower 5 stories tall. At least 3 of those will be library space, 1 for use as a lab, and the last for spell testing. That one will be the top floor so that any explosions are as far away from the rest of the castle as possible. The enchantments should be able to handle the explosion, but just to be safe. In fact, I will add an extra enchantment to direct any explosion that overwhelms the enchantments upwards. It probably won't be necessary, but I will do it anyway just in case. After all, our combined spells tend to do some unexpected things, at least so far. Thanks to testing everything out in the soulscape first, I am able to avoid several problems. For example, putting the tower in means that I need to strengthen the foundation a lot. It turns out to be a good thing that we got more stone than I thought I would need. Once I have fixed all of the problems that come up, I turn to the inside of the castle. The castle is going to be divided in half, one half for humans and the other for the kids. The human half is going to be 2 levels. The top level will be the master suite and the bottom will be guest rooms. The other half will be left completely open, and I will fill it with nothing but a cat tree. After building the one in our cabin, I had a bunch more ideas I wanted to try. This space will allow me to try out all of them and provide enough room for all the kids. Since all the kids are here now, I call them over once the cat tree is done. They are more than happy to shrink down and thoroughly test it out for me. The problem occurs when Lynn shapeshifts and shrinks down to join in the fun. As soon as they see her do that, both Miria and Brightfire turn to give me the look. I quickly explain that she used her own magic to shapeshift. All I did was make her a shrinking collar. That answer is not enough for either of them. But Brightfire is worse. Brightfire says, "You are totally playing favorites. I am sure you can figure out how to make an item to allow us to shapeshift." I haven't thought about it, but I might be able to make it into an enchantment. However, it will only be a single form which you will need to decide on. Brightfire says, "Does it have to be a land animal? Why can't it be more than one?" "It needs to be an animal I am familiar with. A collar is too simple to contain more than 2 enchantments and one is taken up by the shrink," Miria says. "Don't worry about me. I will wait until you get back to ask for a collar." Brightfire says, "Can't you add something to the collar to allow it to hold one more?" "I want both a land animal and a bird form. Please." "All right. I will experiment a bit and see what I can do. What are the 2 forms you want?" Brightfire says. "A tiger and an eagle, please." "Okay, I will see what I can do." "What about you, Miria?" Miria says, "I would like to be a bunny, like the one you turned into when you played a prank on me." "Yeah, that is easy enough." Now that I have promised, Brightfire calms down and goes to watch the kids play. Miria stays close to me to ask about recent events, and when I expect to reach the peninsula, it is apparent that she is extremely excited about me returning home. Watching the kids play, I find several places to make improvements to the cat tree. Again, I add a bunch of ramps for Albion to allow him to get everywhere on the cat tree. At the same time, I add tunnels, hidden nests, and even swings and climbing ropes. All in all, the cat tree is big enough and complex enough to keep the kids busy for days. Even though it is only in the soulscape, the kids still manage to exhaust themselves. After the kids leave to sleep, I stay in the soulscape to test the castle against natural disasters. This includes storms and earthquakes, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't expect the castle to stand up to everything, at least not before the enchantments are complete. Once it is enchanted, I expect the castle to be able to stand up against most things. Mother Nature is powerful, but magic used properly is equally as powerful. As long as I think of all the possibilities and plan for them, the castle will never fall. Of course, it isn't possible for me to think of every possible situation, but I can try. Chapter 9:41. As long as I have precautions in place for the most likely scenarios, it will have to do. There is no such thing as an indestructible building. Not even a god can do that. All I can do is make it really hard to damage and be able to repair itself. Since it is meant to be mobile, I am not as worried about how it would stand up to a siege. After all, I can just pick it up and fly away if an army tries to attack the castle. Or I can just kill them all. Either way, the castle won't be being attacked. Once I have tested everything out, I end the soulscape and open my eyes. The kids are all asleep, and Lynn is sitting next to me reading a book while she waits. She looks up from her book and smiles at me as soon as I move, so I lean over and kiss her. However, I forgot that I wasn't in human form, but Lynn just laughs and wipes her face off. So, I shapeshift to human form and try again, with much better results. Without saying anything, we both get up, head into the bedroom, and lock the door behind us. In the morning, after breakfast, while the kids go back to playing, I go back to the ring. I finished cutting the gems last night, So all that is left to do is insert them and enchant it. After that is done, I will work on a collar each for Brightfire and Miria. Although, in Brightfire's case, I am thinking it will be more like a studded collar. It will depend on how much room the shape-shifting enchantment takes up. First, I need to finish up the ring for Lynn. Then I can work on figuring that out. It only takes me a few minutes to finish adding the gems to the ring. Now it just needs enchanting. I am not worried about sizing the ring. It is easier to just add a sizing enchantment. I take 75% of the available room for the enchantment to store pure mana. With the remaining 25%, I add the sizing enchant, repair enchant, and a protection enchant. Sadly, when I am done, the ring can actually hold more pure mana than I can. However, I am not tempted by it at all and turn to hand it to Lynn as soon as it is done. Lynn says, "Thank you, Ash. It is beautiful. You are welcome." As I take out some drake leather and start cutting out 2 collars, I start talking to Lynn about weapons. I am basically just telling her about various fighting styles for mages from D&D. I don't expect her to become a master swordsman or anything, just to be able to defend herself. Besides, the more equipment I make for her, the more enchantments I can add to keep her safe. Just the protection enchantment I put into the ring would protect her from one hit of a normal weapon. Once the leather for the collars is done, I set it aside and keep talking with Lynn. Lynn says, "How do you know so much about what mages wear? Or are you just trying to get me to dress up for you?" Laughing, I explain to her about D&D so that she understands it is all theoretical knowledge. Of course, I completely avoid her question about me trying to dress her up. However, Lynn is sharp and notices that I am trying to avoid the subject. Lynn says, "So, you are not trying to dress me up right now, but me dressing up does interest you, doesn't it?" That requires a lot of explaining. So let's leave it for another time. Lynn says, "Wow, Ash, I didn't think you could blush in your normal form. Now, I can't wait until we have that conversation." Anyway, if you can make the robe, I will enchant it and I will make you a staff. Lynn says, "All right. I guess I will let you off the hook for now." Lynn leaves to go get some materials from the elven crafters and I feel like I just dodged a bullet. However, knowing Lynn it is only a temporary reprieve, she will ask again. Hopefully, before then, I will have figured out how to explain the kinks from my world without sounding like a creep. Putting that worry aside for now, I turn to working on the collars for Brightfire and Miria. However, converting shape-shifting into an enchantment turns out to be difficult. In fact, I end up stumped until Lynn returns, and I ask her about her experience with the spell. Lynn says, "Your sense of self is too strong. The spell is all about changing yourself into something different. However, none of the rest of us are anything like you, so you need to dumb down the spell. I think I will need your help with this." In the end, Lynn has to create the enchantment for me, and then I just duplicate it. A standard collar barely has any room left after adding the shrink and resizing enchantments. So both collars end up needing studs to be able to add the shape-shifting. I make the studs out of the high mana silver, which I am running low on. Since the studs are silver, I change the leather's color to black, which looks pretty good. Putting the shapeshift enchant twice into Brightfire's takes up all the available space. Since Miria only wanted one form, I use the extra space to add some protection enchants. Once they are done, I put Miria's away in my pouch and send Brightfire a message to come get hers. Brightfire shows up barely 2 minutes after I messaged her, and I hand her the collar. Brightfire says, "Thank you, Ash," then immediately puts the collar on and shapeshifts into a tiger and shrinks. As soon as she tries to move, her legs get tangled and she falls over. I call Nala over to teach Brightfire how to move with 4 legs, and Lynn also helps out. While they are teaching her how to move, I pull some wood from the floor of the cabin. As far as material for a staff, I can't think of anything better than the wood of the ship. Once it is shaped how I want it, I inlay silver and gems into it to increase the capacity. I try to make it look good while still remaining functional as a weapon. Of course, I don't expect Lynn to use it to attack very often, if ever, but if she needs to, it will work. Once that is done, I start enchanting it, focusing on enchantments that will enhance her spellcasting. Of course, I also add defensive enchantments as well, enough that she can block with the staff without it breaking. It should be able to block attacks up to my level of strength and still be fine. Finally, I add enchantments to make it able to change size with her, repair itself, and protect it from being dispelled. Chapter 942. It ends up being heavily enchanted, more so than most of the items I have made lately. However, since it concerns Lynn's safety, I am completely fine with that. The only problem is that if other mages see it, they are likely to try and steal it. Then again, from what she has told me, most of the mages would go after her anyway, at least the male ones. Even if they did, it would take more than one mage to bring Lynn down. Maybe 10 mages working together could subdue her, but probably not without casualties. That is just as she is now. Once she has the staff and her new robe, it will be even harder to subdue her, of course. Anyone who tries is going to get ripped into small pieces by me. After all I've been through to be with Lynn, I will not allow anything to happen to her. Although, admittedly, most of what I went through was in my own mind, it still was a lot of work. Sometimes dealing with your own internal demons is much harder than fighting the real ones. I am still nowhere near having a healthy mind, but I feel like it has improved some. Brightfire's lesson is going well and she is able to move around and play with the kids. Of course, they are going easy on her until she becomes more proficient. Seeing her having fun and playing around reminds me of the trip across the islands we took. Brightfire was more carefree and less serious back then. It makes me wonder what happened. Honestly, I think it might be my fault that she changed even if I don't know what I did. Not knowing what caused it, I have absolutely no idea what to do, or if I should do anything. Considering I would prefer it if we don't become intimate, I should probably not interfere. Lynn might know what is going on with her, but I am not sure if I want to ask her. It would feel weird asking Lynn about another woman, even though I know they talk a lot. However, asking Lynn is probably the only way I am going to find out what is going on. Lynn can probably even tell me what I should or shouldn't do about it. As much as I don't want to talk to her about it, asking Lynn is probably the smarter move that will have to wait until after Brightfire leaves, which probably won't be for a while. Not only is she still getting used to her new form, but she is having a ton of fun. I don't want to interrupt her fun, so I look for something else that I can do. However, Lynn hasn't finished her robe yet, so I can't enchant it and I can't work on the castle here. I don't really have any other projects to work on, and it is too soon to work on the connection to Bones again. So, in the end, I close my eyes and spend some time working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 53% my work lasts until Lynn announces that it is time for lunch and I join everyone to eat. Brightfire stays and eats lunch with us, but I was already expecting that. After all, she has only tried one of her 2 forms so far. She still has the eagle form to play with. Brightfire says, "Ash, can you teach me how to fly?" "Yes, I can." "Well, I can teach you the mechanics of flying, but dealing with the wind takes practice." Brightfire says, "That is fine. Thank you." Since I am giving a lesson anyway, I call over Mulan and Mushu to join us. Normally we would have to go outside, but since we can shrink, we can stay in the cabin. For Mushu, my normal form is close enough to his for me to demonstrate everything. For Mulan and Brightfire, I have to shapeshift into eagle form for the demonstration. Before I can start the demonstration, Lynn comes over to join us and shapeshifts into an eagle. However, she doesn't get it quite right, and I have to help her fix several things. Once she has corrected everything, I resume the lesson for the 3 of them. After I am done with the demonstration, all that is left is for them to practice. Mulan and Mushu have been gliding for a while, but are still a little young for actual flying. Their muscle structures haven't developed enough for sustained flight. So, after a couple of short flights, they go back to playing with Nala and Albion. Lynn and Brightfire keep practicing, with some inevitable and hilarious failures. However, considering it is Lynn, I struggle not to laugh too loud and get myself in trouble. Practicing inside ends up being a good thing since it means their mistakes don't hurt as much. Before long, the both of them are starting to get the hang of it, but they are also exhausted. Lynn says, "I can't do it anymore. I never knew that flying would be so much work." Brightfire says, "I agree. No other training I have done was as intense. That is because you are new at it and don't know how to use the right muscles efficiently. With practice, it will become a lot easier. It will take days of practice before you can fly for more than a few dozen minutes." Lynn says, "Then how do you always make it look so effortless?" I have had lots and lots of practice. When we get to the tower, you can ask Yue to show you my first flying attempts. You will get a really good laugh out of it. I made the mistake of learning in a room full of columns, which I ran into a lot. Brightfire says, I have to see that. Lynn says, I want to as well. I will be sure to remember to ask. I figured you would. After resting for a bit, Lynn goes back to sewing her robe and Brightfire leaves. I tell Lynn that I am going to fly to the coast to work on the castle. But she wants to stay and finish the robe. So I am alone as I take off from the balcony and fly towards the coast, looking for a flat spot. Once I reach the coast, it doesn't take long before I find a cliff top that is nice and flat. I land, release the stone from my ring, and start shaping it using my mana. The fact that I already have the structure planned out saves me a ton of time. Following the plan I built in my head, it only takes me a half an hour to build the structure. However, while the stone we found is strong, it doesn't have a high mana capacity. So I take out all the silver and gems that I have left, along with the drake's bones. I set aside a few gems and a little silver to use on Lynn's new robes. The rest goes into the castle. Then I start the hardest part, the massive amount of enchantments I have planned. I make a core for the castle, not as fancy as the one for the ship, but I don't want the castle to have a spirit. Chapter 9:43. Without the tree spirit, the odds are fairly low, but I am not taking any chances. The enchantments aren't anything too complicated, but there are a lot of them. The real challenge is making sure none of them conflict or interfere with each other. The foundations for the castle are fairly deep, so I have to create a new enchantment. It needs to make room for the foundation of the castle when it is put down. I also want it to fix the ground when the castle is removed. I don't want to leave huge holes everywhere. The easiest way I find is to create a pocket of holding in the foundation to store the dirt and rocks. It takes a bit of experimentation to get the enchantment to work the way I want, but I am happy with the results. The rest of the enchantments are all ones I have done before, so there are no surprises. In the end, it takes me almost 3 hours to complete all of the enchantments. However, I am not done yet. The tower for Lynn needs to be enchanted separately, mainly due to the enchantments for the spell testing room to contain any accidents. The tower won't be connected to the core of the castle. It will be completely separate. The enchantments for the tower take me another hour, mainly because of the testing room. Those enchantments need to be super strong to handle our combined spells. When I am done and everything is activated, the castle shrinks down to about the size of a shoebox. It is a little bigger than I originally planned, but it fits into the pouch, so it isn't a problem. Now that it is done, I take off and fly back to the ship, hoping I didn't miss dinner. It turns out I am late, but Lynn held off on feeding the kids until I got back. Instead of eating from the food pouch, I take out the last of the drake meat and cook it. Once we are done eating, I play with the kids for a while to wear them out. Lynn says, So, did you finish the castle? Yeah, I did, Lynn says. When can I see it? How about tomorrow we take the kids with us and try it out? Lynn says, That sounds like a good idea. Are we looking for adventure or just camping? Just camping. Although, with as comfortable as the castle is, it can't really be called camping. Lynn says, Well, then what would you call it? I designed it to be a home that we can take with us anywhere we have to go. Lynn says, A home we take with us? I like that. So do I. I have felt bad for not having a place for my kids to call home other than the tower, which isn't mine. Lynn says, While I have only met your other kids through the Soulscape, I would say that they don't miss it. Considering what you have told me, they are well adjusted, and it is plain to see that they love you. Yeah, I got really lucky. In all honesty, Kachara and Asuna should hate me. Lynn says, Why would they hate you? I killed their mothers. Lynn says, From what I know of you, you probably didn't have a choice. I don't think they hold it against you, if they even remember it. Even if they do remember it, the love and affection you have shown them has earned their forgiveness. Thanks for that. I hope you are right. Either way, I still want to do as much for them as I can while I am still around. Lynn says, Just love them. In the end, that is all that really matters. I will, but that won't stop me from trying to do more. It is my hope that I can build them into a family that will hold together after I am gone. Lynn says, From how they play together in the Soulscape, I am pretty sure that they will. I hope so. Our conversation stops there as Mulan and Mushu come over and collapse next to me. They have played as much as they can and are completely worn out. So, I pick them up, carry them to the fire pit, and then pet them until they fall asleep. Nala and Albion, on the other hand, while worn out, aren't quite ready for bed yet. So, I grab the book Lynn has been reading to them from and start reading out loud. Luckily, she marked where she left off, and I just continue from there so that she can finish her robe. I barely get through 2 pages before the two of them are fast asleep. After marking the page, I put the book back where I found it and move the kids to the fire pit. Then I sit down and just watch Lynn as she works on finishing the robe. Lynn smiles and says, "I can finish this tomorrow if you are impatient." "No, it is fine. I am enjoying watching you work. I can stitch leather, but I am too clumsy to do fine stitches like those." Lynn says, "Maybe normally, but if you shrink you can probably do it." "Maybe, but I have enough crafts. I will leave the sewing to you." Lynn says, "That is fine. I happen to enjoy sewing. So, how does it look?" "It looks good. I will be adding some silver and gems to increase the amount of enchantments I can add, so try to think of how you want it to look when I am done, and I will do my best." Lynn says the silver I can understand. "But won't the gems be too big and gaudy? I won't use the gems in one piece. I will crush them into powder first and then add them." Lynn says, "All right, let me think about it. I do have one request, though." "Name it." Lynn says, "Considering you and most of the kids, fire immunity would be nice." That was already part of my plan. "If I can, I plan to add protection against most of the elements." Lynn says, "That would be great." I am a little tired of worrying about getting burned. "Sorry, I should have thought of that earlier." Lynn says, "It is all right. I can protect myself with a spell. I know the kids would never hurt me on purpose." "Well, now you won't have to worry about it." Lynn smiles at me and then turns back to the robe, and I watch until she finishes it. I was planning to work on it tonight, but Lynn gives me a smile and heads for the bedroom. "The robe can wait until the morning." I get up and follow Lynn, locking the door behind me. In the morning, I wake up early and quietly leave the room, not wanting to wake Lynn. The kids are also still asleep, so I keep quiet in hopes of not waking them. Taking the robe from where Lynn put it, I start adding the gems and silver to it. Chapter 944. The silver I leave is a simple design running up the sides of the robe, but the gems are more complex. Infusing the gem powder into the back of the robe, I work on making a pattern that looks like a phoenix. It is difficult to get it right, but luckily, I can move the gem dust around using mana. It takes me over a dozen tries before I get the pattern to look the way I want it. Then I start enchanting it, going with an even split between defenses and boosts to spellcasting. I put in immunity to fire, but only resistance to the other elements. Complete immunity takes up too much space for me to put immunity to other elements in. If I did that, then there wouldn't be any space left for any other enchantments. While I could do that easily enough, I don't want the robe to be just a defensive item. I would prefer if Lynn had enough offensive power that she didn't need to worry about defenses. After all, the best defense is having everyone who wants to hurt you dead. Besides, the more powerful she is, the closer to being my equal she will be. Her being my equal would make me extremely happy, and it would make the war easier. Surprisingly, Lynn wakes up before the kids do and comes out to join me. I am still in human form, so she sits on my lap, curls up like a cat, and cuddles against my chest. Once she is comfortable, she actually falls back asleep, so I just sit and hold her. The robe is already finished, so I don't really have anything that I need to do anyway. As I am sitting there, I realize that there is a problem with our planned trip. Neither of us knows the coast well enough to gate to it, meaning we will have to fly. Flying with the kids presents a problem. Even with Nala and Albion shrunk, it will be dangerous. Now I could fly over with Lynn and then open a gate for the kids. But that doesn't fix the problem. The problem can be fixed easily enough. I just need to make a saddle for myself. However, I am not quite sure how I feel about being saddled like a horse. Despite being happy with my new form, I still tend to think of myself as a human most of the time. It has been getting worse recently, ever since I started sleeping with Lynn. Then again, I have also been spending more time in human form, so it is understandable. I am not sure if keeping a human-like mentality is a good thing or not. Only time will tell. Although, even if I was given the option to go back to being human, I don't think I would accept it. I really like my new form and quite enjoy the power that comes with it. Besides, I wouldn't want to give up flying. It is way too much fun. Not to mention useful. I could probably still shapeshift into something with wings, but it isn't the same. After thinking about it for a while, I decide that wearing a saddle isn't that big of a deal, especially since it is for the kids. So, I start planning it out in my mind. I will use the remaining drake leather to make it. Thinking of that, I am almost completely out of materials. I will need to find more somewhere. I doubt anything survived the eruption, so going back to the island is not an option. It is too late now, but I should have killed the pirates another way so I could loot the place. My musings come to an end when I notice Nala wake up and climb out of the fire pit. She stretches. Then she unshrinks and comes over to beg for some attention. With a smile, I reach out and start scratching around her ears until she starts purring. The purring is loud enough to wake Lynn, but she just starts scratching under Nala's chin. Nala is obviously in total bliss, but soon the other three wake up and demand their fair share. Luckily, between me and Lynn, we have just enough hands to give affection to everyone at the same time. The petting goes on for a good half an hour before the kids have had enough and let us know they are hungry. So, we all have breakfast together, and while we are eating, I tell Lynn about my idea of making a saddle. When I mention it, I notice an odd look on her face, but it doesn't look like she objects to the idea. Lynn says, "I think that is a good idea. I actually thought of it a while ago, but I was reluctant to say anything. I didn't want you thinking I saw you as a beast of burden. Riding you is quite fun, but not exactly comfortable. To be honest, I am a little uncomfortable at the idea, but I will get used to it." "In what way is riding me uncomfortable?" Lynn says. "Where your neck connects to your shoulders is a little wide to straddle comfortably. So instead of a standard saddle, I should do something more like a chair," Lynn says. "If you can, that would probably work better, especially if you grow any bigger." "Have I grown since you met me?" Lynn says. "I think so." Curious, I get up, move to where I have more space, and drop shapeshift. Then I curl my head around to take a good look at myself. It looks like I have grown a little. It isn't as drastic as the previous growth spurts, which is why I didn't notice. At this rate of growth, I probably wouldn't have noticed until I couldn't fit through the door. I've gained a few inches of height and length. I've also bulked up a little bit. Individually, they are small changes, but when put together, they do make a difference. You are right, I have grown some. "Do you think I should put the seat near my neck or further back between my wings?" Lynn says. "If it was just me, I would say put it by your neck, but there is more room between your wings. That way you could put in a second seat or maybe a cushion pad for the kids. Then that is what I will do." Taking out the drake leather, I start fusing the pieces together and shaping them. The main part of the saddle is easy enough, but making it secure is more challenging. The muscles around my wings move a lot, so I need the saddle not to shift around when they move. To do that, I end up putting 3 bands on the saddle, 2 going around my belly and 1 around my chest. The 2 around my belly will be in front of and behind my wings to hold the saddle in place. The last one around my chest will keep the saddle from sliding back and forth. Before I start enchanting it, I have Lynn help me put the saddle on, which feels weird. However, despite me twisting around and jumping up and down, the saddle doesn't move. Since the design works, I have Lynn help me take it off so that I can enchant it. Chapter 945. Now, I wish I had saved a little of the silver and gems, but I used the last of them on the robe. Luckily, drake leather is high quality and has a decent mana capacity. The first enchant I do is comfort, both for anyone riding me and for me so the saddle doesn't chafe. Then I do the normal strengthening, self-repair, and size-changing enchantments. That way, it can shrink for easy storage and grow as I seem to still be growing. With all the practice I have been getting recently, my skill has improved, and the enchants take less space. That leaves me more room to play with, so I add some defensive enchants to protect anyone riding me. It will also reduce the wind that hits them, which is important when I am flying. After all, I don't want to find out if I am good enough to catch a kid that gets blown off. With the last little bit of room that is left, I add command words so I can put it on and take it off without help. As soon as it is done, I put the saddle back on, and Lynn helps the kids onto the saddle. The pad is big enough for the four of them, but they don't stay on it. Lynn says, I think we need something more. Yeah, I can already see them falling off as they try to see what is going on. Digging through my pouch, I manage to find some leather scraps that I turn into harnesses. Lynn puts them on the kids and attaches them to the saddle to secure them. They have enough length to move around a bit, but not enough to fall off. Lynn says, that is much better. All right, I think we are ready. You still need to test out your seat. With a laugh, Lynn climbs up and takes her seat. Once she is in position, I head out to the balcony. After telling everyone to hold on tight, I throw myself into the air and start flapping my wings. The kids are all yelling in excitement, and Lynn is laughing as she watches them. They are really enjoying this. I should have thought of this a long time ago. After I gain some altitude, I yell at everyone to hold on, and then I do some acrobatics. As I do flips and barrel rolls, the kids are screaming in fear and excitement. Lynn says, unless you added a cleaning enchant, you better stop now. With a laugh, I level out and turn my head to look back. Lynn is looking a little green. The kids, on the other hand, look disappointed that the fun ride is over. Later, I think I will take them up again, without Lynn, and give them a wild ride. For now, I fly nice and level so Lynn can recover and head towards the coast. When I reach the coast, I continue heading inland while looking for a nice flat spot. I spot several that would fit the castle, but I keep looking for one with decent scenery. It isn't quite flat, but I find a nice hilltop that should have some great views. The sudden drop as I move to land causes some screams. I forgot to warn everyone. I can't help but laugh until Lynn leans forward to smack the back of my head. As I land, I am still chuckling quietly, which earns me another smack, but it was worth it. Once I am on the ground, I send out a small pulse of mana to check the hill. I am fairly sure the castle would survive if the hill collapsed, but I don't want to test it if I don't have to. While Lynn helps the kids down, I take out the castle and let it set itself up. The enchantments work. Despite the hill not being level, the castle is perfectly level. As soon as they are released from their harnesses, the kids run inside to start exploring. Lynn steps on my tail, making me yelp. Then she follows the kids. But I can see her smiling. Laughing, I put away the saddle and then follow her into the castle. Of course, the kids have already found their room and are playing tag on the cat trees. Lynn says, are we just testing this place out, or are we staying a while? I figured we would stay the night and return to the ship tomorrow. Maybe let the kids explore outside a little and get some fresh air. Lynn says, sounds good. It is nice to be back on solid ground. I don't mind being on the ship, but everything always moving gets old. In that case, maybe we can stay for another day or so. Lynn says, aren't you worried something might happen on the ship? If something happens, they can contact me and I can get back to handle it. Besides, I don't want them to rely on me too much. Lynn says, why not? Because once we reach the peninsula, I won't always be around. I have a lot of other people that I am responsible for. Lynn says, do the elves know that? Yes, I have told them. I actually think that is why they have been trying so hard to get one of them in my bed. They are afraid that once my promise is complete, they have no ties to me. Lynn says, I guess that would make sense. Is that why you have been avoiding the subject of Brightfire sleeping with you? Yes, I don't think that she loves me. I feel like she only wants to be with me for the sake of her people. Lynn says, have you asked her about it? Number, it isn't exactly an easy question to ask. Actually, I was hoping that you would talk to her about it. Lynn says, me? Why me? Because I know that you have been plotting with her and Miria. Lynn says, I wouldn't call it plotting, more like reluctantly agreeing to share you. They also agreed to back off for now, to give me a better shot at getting you to take the first step. That still means you should have an easier time talking to her about it than I would. Lynn says, maybe, but it is still embarrassing. What do I get out of it? What do you want? Lynn says, if I talk to her for you, then I want you to tell me why you got so quiet when I joked about you dressing me up. All right. I just didn't want you to think I was weird. Lynn says, too late? I have thought you were weird since I met you. Luckily for you, I happen to like your kind of weirdness. Yeah, lucky me, Lynn says. You! Then she jumps on me and starts tickling me. Apparently, she didn't like my sarcasm. Luckily, the kids are too busy enjoying the new playroom and don't help her. In the end, being in my normal form is too much of a disadvantage, so I shapeshift into human form. Chapter 946. After that, it is easy to catch her hands and pin them to stop her from tickling me. Then once I have her hands pinned, she is defenseless, and I return the favor. However, when I start tickling her, she cheats and calls for the kids to help her. Surprisingly, all 4 kids respond and run over to tackle me off of her. If I was the one to call for help, all 4 of them would have probably ignored me. The 4 of them pin me down and start licking me, so I play along with them. Lynn rolls clear of the action, then just sits and watches me play with the kids. The play wrestling goes on until Lynn calls out that it is time for lunch. When we are done eating lunch, the kids immediately go back to playing on the cat trees. Since the kids are occupied, Lynn goes upstairs to take a look at her tower. I still feel hungry, so I stay and have seconds while watching the kids play. I am done eating and was just about to join the kids when Lynn returns and sits down. "How is the tower?" Lynn says. "It is perfect. Although, while I appreciate all the room for books, it seems kind of a waste. After all, the books we stole are all meant for the tower library." "That is easy. Just make a copy of the ones you want. You have a spell to copy books, don't you?" Lynn says I do, but it doesn't work on magic books. "Have you tried it with pure mana? Go get a book you want a copy of and teach me the spell. I will figure out how to make it work." Lynn says, "All right, give me a minute." While Lynn gates to the ship to fetch a book, I study the spell she taught me. The spell is pretty simple. The problem is that it doesn't use any physical component. That means that the new book is created completely from mana, and creating mass takes a lot of power. That is just for a normal book. Copying a magical book would take even more. No wonder the spell won't work. Most normal mages would never have enough mana. Lynn might just barely have enough mana to copy a single magic book each day. Using pure mana will reduce the cost by a lot, but it still won't be very efficient. To reduce the cost of the spell enough to make it worthwhile, it needs a physical component. In this case, a chunk of wood should be more than enough, since paper is made from wood. Without the need for massive energy to create the materials, what is needed to copy the rest is easy. Since Lynn isn't back yet, I head outside to rip up a tree and cut it into chunks. When I re-enter, the castle Lynn is back, and there is a pile of books on the table. Taking one of the books and a chunk of wood, I cast the spell to see if it works. The chunk of wood turns into a new book, and when I open it, it is an exact copy. Lynn claps, takes the new book from me, and hugs it. She is obviously happy. Lynn says, "You figured out how to make it work. Even the enchantments protecting the book were duplicated. With enough mana, it would have worked as it is. All I really did is add a material to greatly reduce the mana cost." Lynn says, "That is great. Quick, teach me the spell. I've got tons of books I want to copy." Seeing the look in Lynn's eyes, I am wise enough not to argue and quickly teach her the spell. Then, I take out the remaining chunks of wood from my pouch, and she starts copying books. As she concentrates on the spell, her face scrunches up, and it is absolutely adorable. It is a struggle not to laugh, at least until Lynn orders me to go get her some more wood. When I ask why she needs more wood when she has already copied all the books, she takes out another stack of books. Shaking my head, I get up, go back outside, and cut up another tree for her. When I walk back inside, Lynn is sitting there hugging one of her new books. She has a happy smile on her face. She really does love books. Not that I blame her. From what she has told me of how she grew up, books were probably her only friends. Luckily, the kids are thoroughly entertaining themselves and don't miss the 2 of us. From the looks of it, Lynn isn't going to stop until she runs out of books or mana. In the end, she runs out of mana first, but then she makes me finish the stack of books. Once I am done, she puts the originals into her pouch and then takes the copies to the tower. It is barely enough to fill a single shelf, but it makes her extremely happy. Those are now her books, in her own space, and that makes all the difference. She is gone for a while, so I return to my normal form, Shrink, and go play with the kids. Lynn comes back about an hour later, still looking as happy as can be. I disentangle myself from the kids' game and go over to sit down with her. Yells, "Hello? Hello, the castle! Please, I need help! Lynn and I look at each other, then we get up and head outside to see who is shouting. On the way out, I return to my normal size and fall in behind Lynn. Just before she opens the gate, I tell her to do the talking, and I will pretend to be her mount again. She gives me a nod and then opens the gate. On the other side is a human. He looks to be in his 40s, is dressed in leather, and has a bow and arrows. He has scruffy hair with a full beard. He looks exactly like I would expect a hunter to look. Lynn says, "You said you need help?" Hunter says, "Yes, great lady. My oldest son has been missing for 3 days. We have had search parties out, but haven't found any sign of him," Lynn says. "What makes you think I can help?" Hunter says, "A castle that appears out of nowhere. Magic has to be involved. At this point, my only hope of finding my son is magic. Please, great lady, please help me find my son." Lynn says, "Well, yes, I am a mage. I can try to help, but I will need something of his, something that carries his scent." Hunter says, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Here, I have one of his shirts." Lynn says, "I am going to call my mount out. Please try not to freak out. He is quite big, but he won't hurt you." Hunter says, "A mount? Why would I be?" "Ah, monster," Lynn says. "Please calm down. I already told you, he won't hurt you." Hunter says, "Wait, that is your mount? Just what kind of a mage are you?" Lynn says, "Yes, he is my mount. He won't hurt you. In fact, he is the one who has the best chance of finding your son." Chapter 947, Hunter says, "If he can find my son, then I don't care what he is." Lynn turns and holds up the shirt. Playing at being a beast, I lean over and sniff it. I pick up the boy's scent, but I also scan with my mana to detect his signature. Then I send out a wide pulse of mana looking for that same signature. My mana finds the boy several miles away on a ledge in a river gorge. He is still alive, but he is not in very good condition and won't last much longer. As soon as I locate him, I turn and give Lynn a nod so that she knows I found him. Lynn says, "Where is your village?" Hunter says, "It is over there, just around the side of that mountain." Lynn says, "All right, head back to your village, and I will bring your son to you?" Hunter says, "No, I want to go with you." Lynn says, "First, we will be flying. Second, if your village shoots at my mount, bad things will happen." Hunter says, "Oh, all right then. I don't think I would take well to flying. Are you sure you can find my son?" Lynn says, "Yes, my mount can find anything." While Lynn is reassuring the hunter that we will find his son, I put on my saddle and then crouch down. Lynn climbs up and takes her seat. Once she is in place, I spread my wings and take off. As I turn to fly towards the gorge, I can see the hunter below, running for his village. We reach the gorge in about 15 minutes, and I land on the cliff above the kid. Then I use my mana to grab him and gently float him up to where we are. While I am at it, I use my mana to dry out his clothes. Then I gather some wood and start a small fire. Lynn says, "Aren't we taking him back to the village?" "We will, but not right away. If we left now, we would arrive well before that hunter. Besides, his leg is broken, and I thought it would be nicer to set it before he wakes up." Lynn says, "Oh, okay, we will do it your way." The boy looks to be around 14 or 15 and is dressed just like his father. He also looks just like his father, minus the beard, but he doesn't have a bow. He may have lost it when he fell. He seems a bit young to be hunting on his own, but maybe I am wrong. In more rural areas, kids tend to start working earlier, so maybe he is a hunter already. In order to set his leg, I shapeshift into human form just long enough to do it. Once the leg is set, I use a healing spell on the kid to heal the bone, then I return to normal form. While we wait for the kid to wake up, I lay down and let use me as a backrest. It takes about 20 minutes before the kid starts showing signs of waking up. When he wakes up, he looks around looking confused, but when he sees me, he screams and almost goes over the cliff again. Lynn says, "Calm down. He won't hurt you. In fact, he is the one who found you, so he saved your life." Kid says, "Are you sure? He looks like he wants to eat me." Lynn says, "I am sure. As skinny as you are, you wouldn't even be a snack to him. How are you feeling?" Kid says, "Considering I should be dead, I feel pretty good. Thank you for saving me. Who are you exactly?" Lynn says, My name is Lynn, and I am a mage. I was in the area when your dad found me and begged me to search for you. Kid says, You saw my dad? Is he doing okay? Lynn says, He was fine when I saw him. He should be back at the village by now, waiting for me to bring you to him. Kid says, Oh, I thought that since he didn't find me, something must have happened to him. Lynn says, If you feel up to it, we can leave right now. Kid says, Sure, I think I can walk. Lynn says, You won't need to. We will fly to the village. Kid says, On that, No thanks. I would rather walk. Lynn says, Too bad. I promised your father that I would bring you back. Now, you can climb on and take a seat, or I can put you to sleep and wake you up when we get to the village. Kid says, No, don't. I will ride, just please don't let it eat me. The entire time they have been talking, I have been fighting the urge to laugh. It was even tempted to growl at the kid, just to make him freak out again. However, Lynn definitely would not be amused and would probably hit me again. So, I stay quiet and lay perfectly still as she helps the kid climb up to the saddle. Once they are both seated and ready, I take off, but I keep it gentle and stable. I also fly low, keeping to just above treetop level so that the kid doesn't get too scared. I fly to the mountain and then circle around it until I spot the kid's village. It is a small village, a couple of dozen buildings or less, but there is no room for me to land inside it. So, instead, I land just outside the village, and when I do, the villagers all come running. Almost all of them, including the women, are carrying weapons, mostly bows and spears. The kid's dad is the first to reach us, and when he does, the kid jumps down into his arms. It is a touching scene, only ruined by the dozens of villagers all pointing weapons at me. Lynn says, Hunter, remember what I said about your people attacking us. Hunter yells, Put your weapons down. They saved my son. Some of the villagers lower their weapons, others just look around at each other. It looks like they are waiting for someone else to make the first move so they can just join in. However, no one seems to be brave enough to make that call until a man in a white robe comes running. Priest yells, What are you waiting for? It is a demon beast. Kill it before it kills all of us. The priest's yell gets most of the villagers to point their weapons at me again. However, none of them seem to be willing to be the first one to attack me. When no one attacks me, the priest grabs a bow from another villager and fires an arrow. The arrow flies through the air, aimed directly at Lynn, and then bounces away. The magical shield built into the saddle is more than enough to deal with 100 normal arrows. However, that doesn't stop me from wanting to tear the priest into little pieces. Before I can even move, Lynn pats my neck and I can tell that she wants me to wait. I am about to ignore her when I notice that no one else among the villagers has made a move. In fact, the hunter has drawn his bow and has an arrow aimed at the priest. Chapter 948. Then I notice that the priest's lips are moving, and I suddenly have a bad feeling. The priest is no real threat to us, but whoever he is praying to is a different story. I want to just kill him before anything can happen, but that wouldn't look good. I can tell that Lynn wants to keep the villagers on our side and not hurt them. So, despite what I want to do, I stay still and let Lynn handle it. I trust her. Besides, if things go wrong, I will be right here to protect her. Nothing will hurt her. The priest goes back to shouting, trying to get the other villagers to attack us. Lynn speaks calmly and tells the villagers that I am no demon beast. I am only a magical beast. Right then, I am tempted to say something and watch all the villagers freak out. But Lynn would be pissed. She doesn't have my sense of humor for these types of situations. She is more serious. The priest is still ranting and raving, but I notice he keeps looking around. He is acting like a religious nutjob, but it is just that, an act. He is trying to buy time. I am guessing that he reported to whoever he worships and is expecting a response. However, I am not worried. Even if an avatar descends, I can handle it. It isn't likely to happen. From everything I have heard about the continent's deities, they don't respond much. Even if it does happen, as long as it is an avatar, I should be able to deal with it. If the god or goddess directly descends, then I am going to run as fast as I can. I may have become a little arrogant, but that doesn't mean I am stupid enough to fight a god. Maybe if I become a dragon, I will have the strength to fight a god. But until then, all I can do is run. However, the chances of a god directly descending are very low, at least from what I know. Although, I am curious, if an avatar does appear, will it even be able to see us? The original spell was designed to block scrying, but I made some changes. It is specifically aimed at gods and is meant to keep them from seeing us. It would be pretty funny if it actually made us invisible to them, but that probably won't happen. Several minutes pass as I am thinking about things, but nothing happens. The priest is still yelling about me being a demon, but most of the villagers have lowered their weapons. They don't look like they believe him, and despite his prayers, no deity has shown up. Lynn says, "Enough of this. We are leaving." Hunter says, "I apologize for the priest's actions. Please don't mind him. Thank you for saving my son." Kid says, "Yes, thank you." Lynn says, "You are welcome." Lynn taps with her heels, letting me know it is time to leave. But as I spread my wings, light descends. It is a column of white light, but I am pretty sure it is just theatrics. A figure forms where the light hits the ground, the figure of a man. The figure is tall, over 7 feet, with long golden hair and is well built. However, I can tell that it is a lesser avatar, barely more solid than a projection. It is pretty disappointing since only a prime avatar is of use to the sisters. As soon as the figure appears, the priest drops to his knees and starts praising it. The poor villagers are completely shocked. They never expected their god to appear. After a yell from the priest, every single villager drops to their knees. The avatar ignores them, including the priest, as he walks towards the two of us. Unfortunately, it looks like the cloaks don't make us invisible to deities. That is disappointing. The avatar also ignores me as he walks up to us. His eyes are only on Lynn. God says, "So you are the one who destroyed the pirates? You took a lot of effort to find. Originally, I was planning to kill you, but now that I've seen you, I think I will keep you." Lynn doesn't answer him. She just smiles. But that is because she can feel me taking a deep breath. The god steps closer and reaches towards her. But that is when I hit him with my breath weapon. He has an energy shield, but it only stops the fire for half of a second before it fails. The avatar only manages a single scream before it is burned away completely. It was even weaker than I thought. I wonder if he is only a lesser god or something. The villagers are all sitting on their knees in shock, but the priest looks terrified. He shot at Lynn. I am not going to let him off. With a thought, I send a firebolt his way. I feel better after watching the priest burn to death, but the villagers all take off running. Even the hunter picks up his son and runs off. Not that that would save them if I wanted to kill them. Lynn says, "Did you have to do that?" "Yes. He shot at you. No way I was letting him get away with it." Lynn says, "I was never in any danger. Doesn't matter. It is the principle of the thing. I will kill absolutely anyone who threatens you." Lynn says, "That is sweet, but now everyone is terrified. Let's go." Actually, I wanted to wait and see if the god would send a stronger avatar. Lynn says, "What if he brings friends? As long as they are just avatars, I should be able to handle it." Lynn says, "And if you fight a bunch of avatars, what will happen to the village and villagers?" Lynn says exactly. "Let's go." "All right." Lynn says, "We should probably move the castle as well." "Yeah, good idea." That hunter would tell the god where we are. Lynn says, "What? No argument." "Nope, not when the kid's safety is concerned." Lynn says, "But it is okay to risk me. You said you didn't want me to shelter you. So, yes, I will risk you." Lynn says, "Thank you." I quickly fly us back to the castle, land out front, and summon the kids with a shout. While Lynn is getting them in their harnesses, I shrink the castle and put it away. Once the kids are secure, I take off and start flying west to find a new spot. I am happy that when I removed the castle, there was no sign of it being there. At least, not from a distance. Up close, all the plants that were moved are all dead. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make a holding space that will work with living things. It is probably because there is no air in the space, so I probably need to make a space with air. Either that or I need to find something that doesn't need air to live to test it. If I can figure out how to add air, I would be closer to figuring out the small world enchantment. Chapter 949. If I could figure that out, I wonder if I would be able to add it to the castle. If I could, that would be awesome, but I would probably need to find more materials first. Right now, the castle doesn't have room for any more enchantments, especially one that big. If I get some time, I will need to do some more experimenting to figure it out. I should probably ask Lynn about it. She may know something that will help. For now, I keep looking for a place to put the castle somewhere with a view. After flying for a while, I spot a nice-looking lake surrounded by mountains. Before landing, I circle the lake looking all around, but I don't see any signs of humans. So I land and set up the castle next to the lake while Lynn gets the kids down. Mulan, Mushu, and Nala all head into the castle to resume their playing. Albion, on the other hand, heads down to the lake and takes a long drink from it. The waters are crystal clear, so I am not too worried about him drinking it. Albion says, "Dad, would it be okay if I went for a swim?" "Sure, but we are pretty far north, and in the mountains the water will be really cold." Albion says, "That is fine. I don't mind. In fact, unlike my sisters, I like the cold. It just means no one will swim with me. I will swim with you. The cold doesn't bother me." Lynn says, "Don't look at me. I don't like the cold." "Haha, all right. You go and keep an eye on the others. Albion and I will be in for dinner after a swim." Albion says, "Yay!" Albion splashes into the water and I follow him in. The cold is a shock at first, but that is all. After being in it for a minute or so, the water actually feels really good. Albion isn't a great swimmer, so he stays to the shallows, but he still has a lot of fun. After swimming and playing for a while, we climb out, shake dry, and head inside. When we enter, Lynn calls the kids from their play, and we all sit down to dinner. After they are done eating, all 4 kids go to play on the cat trees while Lynn and I watch. I had an idea for a spell, and I was wondering if you had any ideas that could help me figure it out. I want to create a spell that can detect avatars at long range. Lynn says, "What do you mean by long range? And why do you want to find avatars?" Edely, something that would cover the continent, or at least most of it. I want to try to find primary avatars and hunt them. The body of a primary avatar can help the goddesses grow stronger. Lynn says, "I have never heard or read of a spell with that kind of range. I wouldn't even know where to start. Aren't the gods already mad at you? Won't hunting their avatars just make things worse? Are you trying to start a war with all the deities of the continent?" I don't plan to hunt all of them. In fact, I want to find a very specific one. That shouldn't be enough to start a full-blown war. At worst, they will just hunt for me harder. Lynn says, "What specific avatar, and why? If I can kill the primary avatar of a god of magic, then one of the goddesses would gain the magic domain. If that happens, then once I reach level 20, I should be able to become a mage for my next class." Lynn says, "That is a brilliant idea. But at the same time, it is absolutely insane. Even if you could find one, how do you plan to defeat it? The 3 gods of magic are among the strongest gods in existence. I figured they would be just like mages. Without their magic, they would be weak." Lynn says, "While that might be true, how do you expect to stop their magic?" In D&D, there was a spell called Anti-Magic Zone. Within a specific area, magic ceased to exist for the duration of the spell. Lynn says, "You know such a powerful spell." "No, not yet. I know the theory of how the spell should work. I am pretty sure I can figure it out." Lynn says, "To a mage like me, that is a terrifying spell. But what makes you think that the gods of magic use mana or cast spells like a mortal mage?" "Huh, I guess I hadn't thought of that. I don't know." Lynn says, "So, because the avatars you have met so far were weak, you assumed that they were all weak." "Well, I guess so. I know, I can't take on a god, but I figured an avatar was too limited to threaten me." Lynn says, "I am no expert on the gods, but I do know the stronger pantheons are related to the empires. The rest of the pantheons are much weaker. The 3 gods of magic are all part of the stronger pantheons. In fact, one of them is the leader of a pantheon. You really shouldn't underestimate them." "All right, you've made your point. I didn't think this through properly. Lin says, besides, there is another problem with your idea. To cover the continent, the spell would have to be cast from the center, and that is a very dangerous area. What is so dangerous about it? Lin says. There are ruins there, inhabited by extremely dangerous monsters. I am not sure if the ruins are from Bull's people or another civilization, but it is a no man's land. Actually, I might need to go there. Lin says. What? Why? There are several reasons. 1, I need stronger enemies if I want to get stronger. 2, the amount of experience I need to level up is massive. 3, I need to figure out why those people built the temples before I finish destroying them. Lin says, I can't deny those are good reasons, but there are other options. The strength and experience you can get elsewhere, and Bull will handle the third from what he said. True, Bull may get the information I need, or he may not. I don't know how strong he is. He might not be able to get into the ruins. Where else can I find strong beasts to fight? Do you actually know of someplace, or are you just trying to keep me from going to the center of the continent? Lin says. I actually do know of several dangerous places, or at least I have heard about them. I haven't actually been to them. Will you tell me about them? Please? Lin says. Of course I will, but I thought you didn't want any adventures right now. I don't, not right now anyway. I want to know, for later. Lin says, even if one is fairly close to us right now? Even then? Wait, is one close to us? Chapter 950, Lin says. Yes, there is a large island to the north of the continent that is very dangerous. It is probably on the charts you have, marked as a skull. Don't look at me like that. I am not going to run off. However, we need to work on the gate spell some more. I want to be able to come back to check it out later. Lin says, I've had some thoughts about that. The platform you made is pretty good, but I think we can do better. What do you mean? Lin says, what if we made the platform so that it absorbs and stores mana? That mana could then be used to fuel gates, so that we can go farther without using all our own mana. That is a great idea. You are right. That should increase the range that we can gate, but I don't know if it will be enough. The other drawback is that we can only gate from a fixed point. Lin says, that is true, but we can also work on improving the spell and the enchantment. The new platform can still work like the current one, as a receiving point for our gates. That is also true, but I still don't think it will reach the continent. At least, not alone, Lin says. What do you mean? If it isn't just a single point, then it won't be so limited. There is nothing saying we can only build one platform. If we build more, then gating between them will be easier. Lin says that should work. It just means we need to visit the places we want the platforms. Well, we should be around the midpoint of the northern side of the continent right now, right? Lin says, yeah, we should be close to that area. Then this would be a good place to put a platform, and it will give us the chance to test the idea out. Lin says, yeah, we can do that. Wait, I just remembered. I am out of materials. Lin says, some of the jewelry that you gave me isn't to my taste. That is some gold and small gems that you can use. Other than that, you might have to go mining for materials. Thanks. We are in the mountains. There should be some around. That will also give me a chance to look for somewhere to hide the platform. We can't leave it out in the open where someone might find it. Lin says, in that case, why don't you take the kids and go flying around tomorrow? Without you, I am guessing. Lin says, yes, that way you can fly around like a lunatic. Sure, the kids will love that. Lin says, all right. Any other crazy ideas you need my help with? Just one. You should be familiar with the spells involved with bags of holding. But do you know anything about the upgraded version? Lin says, upgraded version. No, I've never heard of it. There aren't even any legends that mention anything like that. What is it? What does it do? It is similar to a bag of holding, but much larger. Inside there is air and sunlight. It can hold living things, and even plants can grow inside. It is called a small world, pocket world, or mini plane. Lin says, that sounds amazing. Unfortunately, I've never heard of anything like it and have no idea how you would go about it. That is too bad. I guess it will just have to wait then, Lin says. Now that I think about it, I do know one spell that might help. It is a spell to create a pocket of clean air around you. It was invented by a mage who almost died from the smoke of a failed experiment. Now, every mage knows it. It is even required learning in the schools. That makes sense. After all, mages are expected to experiment, and experiments often end in explosions. Lynn says, I wouldn't say often, not unless you are careless. Only a few of my experiments ended in explosions. You are more intelligent and careful than most mages. That doesn't surprise me at all. Most of my experiments end in something going wrong, Lynn says. That has more to do with the type of experiments you do. Most of the time you are trying to blow something up. Well, I can't really argue that. This spell has given me an idea. The perfect place to hide the platform. Lynn says, oh, where is that? Under the lake. Lynn says, under the lake. How do you plan to do that? I mean, yeah, it is a perfect hiding place, but gating here would put us under the lake. Not all of us can breathe underwater or hold our breath for that long. I plan to put the spell you taught me as an enchantment on the platform. It should create a permanent bubble of air around the platform. Lynn says, that sounds good, but can you make it work like that? Yeah, I am fairly sure I can. It might take a little experimenting, but nothing too serious. Lynn says, it sounds like we might be staying here for more than another day. Probably. Since the kids are already asleep, I will open the soulscape and invite Brightfire. I can let her know we will be gone a few days. Lynn says, while you are at it, you should invite the goddesses and tell them your plan for hunting avatars. I really want to see their reactions. No thanks. Lynn laughs, gives me a hug and a kiss. Then I close my eyes to create the soulscape. This time, I recreate the lake and surrounding mountains along with a copy of the castle. Then I invite all the kids, Lynn, Miria, and Brightfire, and then wait for everyone to arrive. First, when they appear, I give Ketchera, Asuna, Haku, and Eckhard some attention. Then I send the kids off to play and tell Miria and Brightfire what we have been up to. Then I tell Brightfire that we will be staying here for a few days before returning to the ship. Brightfire says, just what are you up to? Did you find another adventure? If so, I want in. No adventure. Miria says, then what are you staying there for? Tomorrow, I will be flying around looking for materials to mine. Then Lynn and I will be doing some spell experiments. Or would you prefer we do our experimenting on the ship? Brightfire says, number we have had more than enough explosions on the ship. Do your experimenting there? I figured that is what you would say. Anything going on the ship? Brightfire says, we had a few beasts attack us, but we handled it easily. That is good. Miria, how are things on the peninsula? Miria says, conflicts with the Empire are increasing, but we are still winning all of them. The Empire has also been acting more belligerent with the other nations. Construction on the city is progressing well. That is about all that is going on. Chapter 951. It sounds like a war with the Empire is almost certain. I just hope it doesn't start before I get back, Miria says. I don't think war is imminent. Thanks to the rat tribe, we know most of what is going on in the Empire. It is mostly one of the dukes behind the attacks on us, but there are other nobles joining his side. There are other nobles opposed to their actions. Enough that the Empire is falling into chaos. That is probably exactly what the demons want. The more chaos there is, the easier it will be for them to gain control of more people. Miria says, any new orders for me to pass along? Not at the moment. I have a plan, but I can't put it in motion until I get Lynn to the peninsula. Lynn says, me? What has this got to do with me? Before I left, I asked Roddick to work on a spell to reveal demons. If he hasn't finished it, I will need your help to finish it. Once we have the spell, you are going to cast it while I enhance it. Taking away the demon's ability to appear human should cause them lots of problems. Lynn says, oh, I can try to help with that. But to be honest, I don't know much about demons. We are heading for Demon Hunter City. They should have lots of information about them. Even if they don't, the tower does. Lynn says, as long as I have enough information, I should be able to help. Miria says, that is actually a really good plan. Much less violent than your plans normally are. Actually, when a bunch of demons suddenly appear in human cities, It will be plenty violent. However, that chaos will severely damage, if not cripple, the demon's plans, or at least that is my hope. Miria says, "Be that as it may, it sounds like a good plan." Lynn says, "I agree. It is a good plan and I will do my best to help. I am hoping that it will prevent the war with the Empire. Even if it doesn't, it should weaken them so that we can win easier. Hopefully, it will directly weaken the demons as well, and give us an advantage in the war with them." Miria says, "That would be a lot of benefits from just casting a single spell." Yeah, it would, but that is the best case scenario. It probably won't be that effective, but as long as it causes the demons some problems, it will be worth the effort. Miria says, "Based on what we have learned of the Empire, I wouldn't be surprised if this causes a civil war. If that happens, I doubt we will have to go to war with them. We will just have to wait and see what happens. I would prefer not to go to war until we face the demons." Miria says, "We are basically at war now, just with only about half of the Empire. I doubt the rest of the Empire will join in, considering we have won every single battle so far. How are the rest of the clans reacting to us fighting without them?" Miria says, "Several of them look like they are leaning towards joining us. The main reason they haven't already is that you have been gone. The cat tribes in particular have been meeting a lot. But I haven't been able to find out what they are up to yet. Well, as long as they don't cause any trouble, it should be fine. I will figure out what to do about them when I get back." Miria says, "No, none of them have tried to cause us any trouble. If they do, I will let you know." "All right, anything else I should know?" Miria says, "Okay." Before I can say anything else, Lynn gives me a look, and for once I catch the hint. Since she wants me to, I get up and head into the castle to play with the kids. I am not sure what she wants to talk to Miria about, but I am not dumb enough to ask. If anything, I will ask her after I end the soulscape, and it is just the two of us. Lynn might want to talk to Brightfire instead, since I asked her to talk to her for me. However, I was expecting her to do that on the ship, not in the soulscape with Miria around. I am not sure if Miria being part of that conversation is going to be a good thing or a bad thing. There are things that Lynn doesn't know about me yet, but Miria knows a lot more. I guess I will just have to wait and see what happens. I will just play with the kids. Brightfire yells, "Ash, why didn't you tell me you are the king of the elves?" It seems that Miria told them. Now that the cat is out of the bag, I have some explaining to do. I disentangle myself from the kids and head back outside to face Brightfire. Miria is gone. She probably ran away when she realized I hadn't told the elves about me being their king. Brightfire says, "Ash, is it true?" "Partially. I was recognized by the city and the crown, but not by your people. I had planned to get you all home and let you get to know Kor before mentioning me being your king. The beast people who your people created have recognized me, but they aren't elves." Lynn says, "Wait, does that mean you went through the gate and got trapped here because you were looking for the elves?" "Not really. It was more my curiosity. I hoped to find elves, but even if I knew I wouldn't, I still would have gone through the gate." Lynn says, "Well, whatever the reason, I am glad you did. Otherwise, I would have never met you." Brightfire says, "While that is very sweet, I still want to know, are you our king or not?" "Technically, yes, I am the Elven King. However, since I am not an elf, I will leave it up to your people to decide. If they don't want me as king, then I will hand the crown to Stillwater." Brightfire says, "I am pretty sure everyone will accept you as king. You not being an elf doesn't really matter. You have done more for us than any elf ever has." "Maybe, maybe not. I want to wait until you and your people know more about your people's history before letting them decide. Regardless of what they decide, you will have a place in the nation I am building, and you will be protected," Brightfire says. "So you are asking me not to tell the others that you are our king? For now, yes. Let's wait until they have gotten over the shock of relocating to the peninsula before we tell them. Then they can make an informed decision about who they want as their king or queen." Brightfire says, "Considering everything you have done for us, I will wait." Chapter 952. Thank you, Brightfire says. "You have always acted in the best interests of my people, so I trust you. But you should have told me yourself." "I would have, eventually. Miria just told you before I wanted you to know." Actually, I plan to have Core explain it to everyone, since she is an elf. Not to mention that even if you accept me, I won't be around much, and Core will be in charge for me. Brightfire says. So, you really will be abandoning us once we reach the peninsula? Not abandoning, but there will be a lot of things for me to take care of. Even if I am your king, there are a lot of other people depending on me. Lynn says, not to mention the war against the demons to prepare for. Brightfire, you know what Ash has to deal with, at least as much as I do. Brightfire says, yeah, sorry, I am just upset and taking it out on you. It is all right. Considering I will die sooner rather than later, it would probably be better if I wasn't the king. Still, I will abide by whatever the elves decide. Brightfire says, I am almost positive that they will want you as king. It would take something major to change that. Besides, I don't think my father would want to be the king. That is part of what would make him a good king. For that matter, I don't want to be a king either. However, it is not something I can avoid even if the elves don't want me. Come to think of it, would you want to be the Elven Queen? Brightfire says, no way. I already feel overwhelmed just trying to set up an order of knights. Being the queen would be way beyond my abilities. I am also not qualified to be a king. But luckily I have a lot of good people I can depend on to help me. If it wasn't for that, I would probably go down as the worst king in history. Brightfire says, I don't think that is true. I think you would make a good king. Otherwise, I wouldn't support you no matter what you have done for my people. There is no point in arguing about it. We will find out in due time. Lynn says, for what it is worth. I also think you will make a good king. You care too much about others for you to be a bad king. Thank you. I hope you are right since I have no choice but to become a king. I hope you realize that I am going to be counting on your help. Lynn says, you know I will help if I can, especially with anything magical. Brightfire laughs and says, you are as dense as he is at times. Lynn, I am pretty sure he means he wants you to be his queen. Lynn says, what? Really? Well, yeah, that is kind of what I was leaning towards, but I wasn't going to be quite so blunt about it. Brightfire says, it wouldn't be fair if I was the only one to end up shocked. Lynn says, this is too sudden. I don't know what to say. Brightfire says, too sudden. You should have known this was coming when you decided to become his partner. If he is a king, then you as his partner must be a queen. Lynn says, it is sudden though. I didn't know Ash was the Elven King until Miria told us, and it was only a few days ago that Ash told me about uniting the Beastmen and becoming their king. However, you are right. If I want to be his partner, that will mean being the queen. It is not too late to change your mind. Lynn says, don't even start that. I am not going to change my mind. You are stuck with me. Brightfire says, so, then you will be the queen. Don't stress over it. You still have until we reach the peninsula to get used to the idea. Lynn says, what worries me is how are the Beastmen going to react to you having a human queen? For that matter, I doubt the elves will be happy about it either. Brightfire says, I can't say about the Beastmen, but the elves who know you respect you. Once they get used to the idea, I don't think there would be any problems. Frankly, I don't care what anyone thinks. If they don't like it, they can find another king or they can challenge me. Lynn says, no, I don't want to cause problems for you. You won't. Besides, don't forget about Miria. She can handle the Beastmen if they want to cause problems. Brightfire says, so you are going to have at least 2 queens? Yeah, probably. I hadn't really thought about it all that much. Does that mean that you have decided to take yourself out of the running? Brightfire says yes. While I like you, I don't like you enough to share you with others, especially now that I know it would mean being a queen. Although you having a queen from each of the races wouldn't be a bad idea, at least as far as ruling goes. No way. Each tribe of beastmen considers themselves a separate race? Do you know how many wives that would be? Not happening. Seeing my reaction, both Lynn and Brightfire start laughing, which helps with the tension. Brightfire is fairly worked up after the conversation and takes the opportunity to leave the soulscape. Lynn looks like she has a lot on her mind, so I leave her alone and return to playing with the kids. The kids eventually get tired and leave. Lynn is already gone, so I end the soulscape. When I open my eyes, I don't see her, so I head upstairs to our room to look for her. She is waiting for me in bed, and it doesn't look like she has changed her mind. In the morning, we wake up late and have breakfast with the kids as usual. Once we are done eating, Lynn asks me to get her a supply of wood. She wants to copy more books. So I go out, pull up 5 trees, and cut them into decent-sized pieces for her. Lynn says, "That should be enough. Thank you. Enjoy your exploring. If we are going to be longer, I will contact you." Lynn says, "All right. Try to stay out of trouble." I give Lynn a kiss, then head outside and drop shapeshift before calling for the kids. Without Lynn to help, I cheat and use my mana to get the kids on my back. Once they are harnessed and ready, I take off violently to give the kids a thrill. As soon as I have some altitude, I start doing acrobatics and making the kids scream. They are loving it, especially when I drop down and weave between the trees. The scarier the ride I give them, the more the kids scream in excitement. Chapter 953. I keep it up for a little over 30 minutes before I need to land and catch my breath. Flying like that is a lot more work than normal flying. I need a few minutes. The kids are showing signs of being tired as well, but they will recover fast. Since I am on the ground, I send out a pulse of mana to check the area for minerals. There are some minerals nearby, but nothing worth the effort of digging for. Once I have caught my breath, I take off again, but this time I fly normally. The kids have had their wild ride and don't complain about me flying normally. I slowly fly a large circle around the lake, touching down every so often to scan. Finally, I detect a decent amount of material that is worth the effort to dig up. Okay, you guys can explore around here for a bit while I do some digging. The kids run off as soon as I release them from the harnesses, happy to be free. They are probably even more happy that they are unsupervised for once. Nala and Albion know to keep an eye on their younger siblings without me having to say anything. After they are out of sight, I shrink down and start digging with my claws. I shrank so that I wouldn't have to dig as big of a hole as I would at full size. My claws easily tear through the dirt and rock that is in my way as I dig into the mountain. It only takes me a few minutes to burrow dozens of feet into the mountain. At this rate, I will reach the first of the material in about a half of an hour. However, I suddenly hear a roar and what sounds like a scream, so I stop and scan outside with my mana. Nala is confronting another cat, one that is slightly larger than her and looks a bit heavier. Mulan is currently hiding underneath Nala, but what worries me is there is a second cat. It is behind Nala, hidden in the foliage, and it doesn't look like Nala has noticed it. Albion is a ways away, although he is currently running towards Nala with Mushu clinging to his back. However, it doesn't look like he will get there in time, so I turn around and rush back to the surface. As soon as I clear the hope, I jump into the air and fly at top speed towards Nala. It takes me less than a minute to get within sight of them, and the second cat hasn't attacked yet. It has, however, moved directly behind Nala and is ready to pounce on her. So, without slowing down, I drop my shrink and slam down on top of the second cat. My back legs hit the ground and absorb some of the impact. My front legs land on the cat. There is a loud crack and a squelch sound as the cat is flattened by the impact. Blood and other things fly to either side of me and the cat dies instantly. Rank 4 Mountain Street Alker defeated. 20,000 XP gained. Nala is distracted by the noise and turns her head so that she can see what happened. The other cat takes advantage of her mistake and jumps forward to attack her. Its claws rake her shoulder. But before the thing can do too much damage, Albion arrives. Albion rams the cat from the side and drives his horn deep into it, just behind its front leg. The cat roars in pain, and while it is roaring, Nala lunges forward to clamp her teeth into its neck. With a crunch, the cat goes limp and Albion struggles a little to remove his horn from it. Mushu is still clinging to Albion's neck, but when Nala moved, Mulan ran to me. She is now clinging to the fur of my neck, scared but quickly calming down. It was a short fight, but it is the first time Mulan has been exposed to danger. Albion says, "Dad, is Mulan all right?" "Yeah, she just got a bit of a scare," Albion says. "Nala was hurt. Can you heal her?" "Take it easy. Her wound is already healing. By the way, you did good," Albion says. "Thanks, Dad." "Nala, you did good too. But next time, don't focus so much on your opponent that you miss the second one." Nala just hangs her head and won't look at me. She obviously feels bad about it. Thanks to my aura, the wound on her shoulder has already mostly healed. I reach down and stroke her head so that she knows I am not mad at her. Then I walk over and butcher the cat that they killed. The other is too messed up. Once that is done, we all return to the mountain, and I go back into my hole. The kids are still going to explore, but they are going to stay closer and together. This is a good lesson for them. The world is not always safe and they need to be alert. Once I dig down to the material, I start putting it in my ring as I dig further. It is much easier this way than trying to drag it out of the mountain first. The material is similar to silver, but not as mana-rich as what I found before. However, it will work for putting patterns and symbols onto the new platform. There is also some gold mixed in with it, which will also be useful for adding mana capacity. Lynn offered some of her gold jewelry, but I would rather not use it unless I have to. After all, I gave that jewelry to her. It wouldn't feel right to take them back. If it is true that she doesn't like them, I can always modify them so that they suit her better. Once I have gathered all of the silver and gold that is here, I climb back out of my hole. Then I gather the kids, put them in their harnesses, and fly around looking for more. I manage to find a small vein of gold and mine it out before it is lunchtime. We fly back to the castle, and I cook up the meat from the cat for lunch. It is on the chewy side, but it is still fairly tasty, and it is a nice change of pace. Lynn joins us for lunch, but she goes back to copying books as soon as she finishes eating. After lunch, I give the kids a choice, and they choose to stay in the castle and play. So, I am on my own when I leave to look for more materials to mine. I find several small veins of iron, silver, and gold, but nowhere near as much as I was expecting to. Compared to other places I have gone mining, these mountains seem to be fairly poor. Still, I managed to find enough materials for a couple of platforms and maybe a few other experiments. I make sure that I am back at the castle in time to have dinner with everyone. Chapter 954. After dinner, I join the kids in playing on the cat tree until they are worn out enough to sleep. Then I open the Soulscape and play with all my kids as Lynn and Brightfire watch. Miria was invited, but she chose not to join us. She is probably worried that she is in trouble. Lynn and Brightfire don't watch for long before they shapeshift and join in. Of course, as soon as they do, they gather up the kids, and then they all gang up on me. In the end, they win. But I make sure to make them work hard for it, and it wears them out. Not long after that, I end the Soulscape, and Lynn and I head to be together. However, things don't go the way I was expecting them to because Lynn has remembered my promise. So, I end up having to explain some of the various kinks that humans came up with in my old world. Some of them make her laugh, some of them make her thoughtful, and some excite her. She doesn't try to hide it either, which makes me start getting excited as well. Needless to say, while we don't get much sleep, we do have a lot of fun before morning. We get woken up by the kids whining outside our door, but Lynn just covers her head with a pillow. Looks like it is my job to feed the kids, so I get dressed and grab the food pouch. The kids mob me as soon as I open the door, but the promise of food lures them downstairs. Once they are fed, it is easy to convince them to go play, and then I close my eyes and meditate. After a while, I am brought out of my meditation by a weight on my lap and my shoulder being bitten. Of course, when I open my eyes, I find that it is Lynn who is sitting on mine and biting me. If you are that hungry, you could have just taken food from the pouch. Lynn says, that isn't as fun. Besides, after last night, I have every right to bite you. Fair enough. Lynn laughs and kisses me. Then I take out some breakfast for her to eat. She stays sitting on my lap as she starts eating, and to distract myself, I start talking about the platform. Soon we have an illusion of it created so we can plan out the formations for it. Lynn says, you said you got gold and silver for the formations, but what stone did you get for the platform itself? Lynn says, don't tell me you forgot to get some stone? Did you plan to just take some from the castle? Yes, I forgot. No, I can't take it from the castle. That only works with the ship because I packed extra mass into it when I built it. Lynn smiles and says, idiot, I will keep working on this. Go fetch us some stone to test it out with. Lynn takes control of the illusion and moves to a chair, allowing me to get up. I head outside, drop shapeshift, and take off. Then I fly towards a mountain I scanned yesterday. I think I remember sensing some marble somewhere around here. Lynn is right. I should have gathered it when I was out here mining, but I didn't think of it. I was too focused on looking for metals and didn't even think about looking for anything else. I was almost right. There is marble, but it is in the next mountain over. Now that I know where it is, it doesn't take me long to fly over and gather some. I collect enough stone to make 4 or 5 platforms and still have some for other experiments. I probably won't need that much, but I will use it for other things eventually. When I get back to the castle before I head inside, I take out my forge and refine the metals. That way, everything is prepared and we can start the experiment right away. Once the metals are processed, I put the forge away and head inside the castle. The kids are still playing and Lynn is still sitting at the table playing with the illusion. I join her at the table, take a look at what she has done, and offer a few comments. By playing our ideas off of each other, we are able to make a few more improvements to the design. Once a few minutes pass without either of us being able to think of anything new, we begin the test. First, I take out some stone and form it into a 10-foot square platform. Then, I add the formations according to the final design we came up with. When it is done, I have Lynn check it before I fill the formations with gold and silver. The major formation is to gather and store the mana. The rest are to boost the gates. Everything else is done through normal enchantments, including the air bubble. You know, I just had a crazy idea, Lynn says. Oh no, what now? If we add the air bubble enchantment to the ship, it would be able to go underwater, Lynn says. While that is probably true, what would be the point? The sails wouldn't work underwater. True, but the propellers would. It would be slower, but the ship would still be able to move. Lynn says, all right, but again, why? To explore beneath the surface or sneak into an enemy port. It would also help protect the crew once the ship can fly. Lynn says, okay, I guess that makes sense. But how would you control making the ship sink? The same way I will control its altitude when flying, by modifying its weight through enchantments. Lynn says, it would be interesting to see what the ocean depths look like. Although, you should probably think of ways to fight beasts underwater before you try it. True, the ballistas would work, but with a very limited range. That is something I will have to think about. Lynn says, until then, how are we going to test this platform? We won't be able to fully test it until we get back to the peninsula. For now, you can gate to the ship to get more books and test it when you gate back. If it works, I will make a second one to keep in the castle. Lynn says, more books is good. I love the idea of having a personal library that would make any mage jealous. That is a given. Once you become Archmage of the Tower, the entire Tower's library will be yours. Lynn says, are you sure we will be okay with that? Trust me. Yue is the spirit of the Tower. She will be absolutely thrilled to have someone inherit the tower. Lynn says, okay. Are you ready for me to test it? Yeah, go ahead. Lynn gates back to the ship, and then a few minutes later, a gate opens above the platform. However, we run into a problem. Lynn can't pass through the bubble of air around the platform. It seems that I made the enchantment a little too strong, so I have to quickly modify it. Chapter 955. Lynn says, why did you enchant it that way to begin with? To stop fish and other things from swimming through it. I didn't want to gate in and be surrounded by dead and rotting fish. Lynn says, oh, that makes sense. So, how do we fix it? That is easy. The platform is already coded, so only you and I can use it. I will just link the bubble to that. Lynn says, that works for us, but what about when we have the kids with us? Both of us are strong enough to carry someone through with us, and since the platform is tied to us, one of us will always be present. Lynn says, you don't want to let the other mages who work for you use the gates. When I left the peninsula, there weren't any mages who could gate that I knew. Now things may be different, but I can always add more people to the platform later if need be. Lynn says, okay, am I going to be training these mages? Not all of them, no. At most, I will ask you to train one at a time, and then they can train others. I don't want you spending all your time training others. Also, you will only be training them in normal magic. Pure mana is not for everyone. Lynn says, then why did you train me in it? Because you are truly exceptional, and because I was curious if a human could even learn it. Other than you, I don't plan to teach it to anyone else, at least not right now. Lynn says, I am flattered. and I am glad you were curious. Leaving with you has turned out to be the best decision I have ever made. Ahem, I am glad too, anyway. How did it feel when you gated back? Lynn laughs and says, It was good. Locking onto the platform was easy, and I only used about a quarter of the mana I would normally use. That is great, especially since the platform hasn't had time to store up any mana. That will definitely extend our range, and it should be enough for us to reach the continent. I would say that our experiment was a success. Lynn says, I agree. Despite having tested it, I still can't think of any way to improve it more. So, what next? Well, I need to put this one in the lake and make 2 more. One for the castle and one for the ship. Lynn says, Sounds like a plan. Enjoy your swim, and on your way back, can you get me some more wood? Sure, no problem. I give Lynn a kiss, put the platform into my ring drop shapeshift, and head outside. The cold when I jump into the lake is shocking, but it is also refreshing at the same time. As I swim around looking for a good spot for the platform, I come across some ruins. It looks like it was a village. Maybe one that was built too close to the lake. Either that, or something happened to cause it to sink. Maybe an earthquake or something. Whatever happened, it happened a long time ago from the looks of the ruins. The ruins look undisturbed, so I decide that this is probably a safe place for the platform. It is deep enough that no one is going to find it casually, but not too deep. I use my mana to scan the ground and find a nice stable spot where the platform is not likely to shift. Once the platform is in place, I swim back to shore, climb out of the water, and shake dry. Then I gather some more wood for Lynn before returning to the castle. Lynn takes the wood from me and starts copying more books while I make 2 more platforms. One goes into my ring for the ship. The other I attach to the stone of the courtyard. I make sure it is properly tied into the castle's enchantments so that it will shrink with it. Then I go back inside and feed the kids a light lunch since they had a late breakfast. Lynn is still happily copying books, so after lunch, I shrink down and play with the kids. I play with them until it is time for dinner, and then I drag Lynn away from copying to eat with us. After eating, the kids go back to playing, and Lynn and I conduct our other experiments. We are not looking for anything specific this time, just improving our knowledge. I like the idea of adding the bubble to the ship, but I will add it during phase 2. For now, I just enjoy spending time with Lynn and playing around with magic. Once the kids are ready for bed, I open the Soulscape and invite everyone. Miria shows up this time, but she stays with the kids and tries to avoid me. Lynn gives me a look to remind me, and as promised, I create a small house for her. Inside are examples of all the various outfits that the 2 of us discussed last night. Brightfire follows Lynn into the house, but she comes back out after only a few minutes. Her face is bright red, and she refuses to look at me as she goes to join Miria. I hope Lynn at least explained the outfits, otherwise Brightfire is going to think I am a weirdo. Then again, now that she is not trying to become one of my women, it doesn't matter as much. On the other hand, Lynn probably did explain. Otherwise, Brightfire wouldn't know to be embarrassed. After seeing Brightfire's face, Miria heads over to the house and goes inside. Unlike Brightfire, Miria does not rush back out. She stays inside with Lynn. I don't mind since Miria is going to become one of my women as soon as I see her again. However, I don't want to think about that yet. I will let Lynn figure out the arrangements. Things are going to be chaotic enough when we get back. There is a ton I need to do. I am not looking forward to having to deal with everything, to the point that I want to delay returning. Then again, the longer it is before I get back, the more things are going to pile up. As much as I want to avoid the work, doing so will only make things worse. Not to mention, if I delay returning, Miria is going to think I am avoiding her and she will get pissed. That is the last thing I need considering everything else that is going to need doing when I get back. I will need Miria's help since she has been handling things while I have been gone. If she is mad at me, it will make everything that I need to deal with harder. Besides, she has been with me the longest and has been more patient with me than I deserve. I owe it to her not to avoid things anymore and to treat her better than I have in the past. It is all due to my own issues, and I owe her an apology at the very least. Chapter 956. Luckily, I am fairly sure she will forgive me and I will be able to make everything up to her. Although, I have to admit that making it up to her is probably going to be a lot of fun. Those kinds of thoughts seem disloyal to Lynn, but she is aware of the plan. In fact, she was the one who came up with the plan, but I should still talk to her about it later. We should probably discuss if there is going to be some kind of schedule, and I need to know if a threesome is on the table. That is something I have never done before, not even in my old life, but I certainly fantasized about it often enough. Just the thought of having Lynn and Miria together starts getting me excited. However, it is far too soon to be thinking about that, and I struggle to put the thought from my mind. It is not easy to do, but I manage by turning and watching the kids playing. Of course, it is only temporary. Now that I've had the thought, it will come back to haunt me. At least it will until I discuss it with Lynn and see what she thinks about it. I almost slip back into those thoughts, but just then, Lynn and Miria come out of the house. Lynn says, "All right. I have memorized all of them. It will take me a while to make them, though. Which one should I make first?" "The schoolgirl outfit, please," Lynn says. "All right." Miria says, "Ash, wipe that grin off your face. You pervert. Do you even know what that means?" Miria says, "Yes, Lynn taught me." Lynn laughs and says, "Don't worry. She is just teasing you. She already made me promise to make her one of the maid outfits." Miria says, "You weren't supposed to tell him that. Did you explain everything to her? Or just enough to get me in trouble?" Lynn says, "You will just have to wait and see. Although, making the outfits would be faster if you taught me that trick of yours to merge materials together. Save me some stitching." "Sure, that is easy. You just insert your mana into the materials and then fuse them together. The trick is you have to understand how the material works. For instance, with cloth you need to know how the material is made. Specifically, you need to understand how the threads that make up the cloth are laid out and fuse the ends from the two pieces together." Lynn says, "I understand. What you said makes sense, but I've never looked at cloth that way. I will have to try it out." "I have no doubt that you will be able to figure it out." Lynn says, "What about leather? Is it the same?" "Yes, in fact, it is even easier to work with. You just have to keep in mind that it used to be part of a living creature." Lynn says, "Okay. I will need you to make me some buttons as well as all the metal bits." "That is not a problem." Miria says, "That look on his face tells me he is all too eager to make whatever you need." Lynn says, "I hate to admit it, but I am also somewhat excited to try some things out. You are too, don't lie." Miria says, "Of course I am excited, but you weren't supposed to tell Ash." At that point, all I can do is laugh. Miria said that with such a straight face. Lynn also starts laughing, making Miria blush, and run off to join the kids in Brightfire. Lynn and I talk for a while longer, then we shapeshift and join the kids to play for a while. Once everyone is worn out, I end the soulscape and head upstairs with Lynn. However, before I forget, I ask her to take out the jewelry that she doesn't like. Once she does that, I ask her what she doesn't like about the pieces she hands me. Lynn says, "Mostly they are too bulky and not very attractive. It is more like they were made to use as much gold and as many jewels as possible." They probably were. They were made to show off wealth, not to highlight the beauty of the wearer. Lynn says, "That is why I was going to let you use them as materials." "No need for that. I can rework them into something more light and delicate. I can even make a few more pieces with the extra material." Lynn says, "In that case, can I request something?" "Of course. What do you want?" Lynn says, "I like my collar, but if I am going to wear it all the time, I would like to make some changes." "Sure, no problem. Just tell me what you want it to look like and what enchantments you want." Lynn says, "I will leave the enchantments to you, but I want it to hug my neck. I don't know why, but having it tighter feels more comfortable. Also, can you make it a bit prettier? Actually, I can make it into a normal necklace if you want. I only made them as collars because I was copying what the goddesses made. Now that I know the enchantments, they can be anything." Lynn says, "No, I still want it to be a collar. Although, if any of the elves that were slaves ask for one, it would be better to make them a necklace. They don't really look like slave collars, but they still might have issues." "Yeah, I will keep that in mind, knowing that you still want a fancy choker, right?" Lynn says, "Is that what you call a collar that is skin tight?" Lynn says, "Then yes, that is what I want." "Okay, I have several ideas I want to try with it. but it can wait until the morning. Lynn laughs as I sweep her up into my arms and kiss her as I carry her towards the bed. In the morning, I wake up before Lynn and gather the collar and materials before heading downstairs. The kids are still sleeping, but they will probably wake up soon enough. I lay out the materials on the table and then I shrink down. But this time I push it further. The enchantment is meant to shrink me down to a specific size, but I push extra mana into it. It works, but it takes a lot more mana than I was expecting, and I can't shrink to smaller than a few inches tall. However, that is enough for what I wanted to try, so it is acceptable for now. I will see about improving the enchantment later. I have a choker to make right now. From my conversations with Lynn, I have come up with a number of ideas I want to try out. My goal is to make a true artifact without using any divine energy to do so. It is going to require the choker to contain a massive amount of magic. First, I remove all the jewels and look through them. The best of them is a thumb-sized emerald, Chapter 957. However, it was not cut properly, they just used a bulkier fitting to hide the fact. So, my first task is to reshape the emerald and flatten the backside so that it fits easily. While I am at it, I try my best to optimize the structure of the emerald for magic. Shaping the emerald is easy. It ends up in the shape of a pyramid with one point stretched out longer. That will be the bottom when it is mounted on the choker, and I leave a hole in it for later. Changing the structure doesn't go anywhere near as well. In fact, it fails. I have to undo it and try again several times, but it needs to be perfect. This is going to be the core for the choker, so it is important that I get it right. Before I can figure it out, the kids wake up, and I stop to feed them breakfast. Once they are happily eating, I shrink back down and go back to my attempts. I don't bother eating yet. I will wait until Lynn wakes up and eat with her. After about 50 tries, I finally get it right, and everything just kind of snaps into the perfect arrangement. Unfortunately, I am not exactly sure how or why it worked this time, so I may not be able to repeat it. However, for now, it is good that it worked. Repeating it will be a worry for another time. Just as I am about to start the next step, Lynn comes down the stairs, but she looks confused. When I see her looking around, I realize that she hasn't spotted me in my new tiny size. Not one to miss an opportunity, I jump down from the table and run across the room. I stop to enjoy the view and then resume normal size, sweeping her into my arms as I do. Lynn screams from surprise, and then when she realizes that it is me, she smacks me. However, it doesn't hurt, and it was totally worth it to see the look of shock on her face. It makes me laugh, which just makes Lynn smack me again. But she is smiling. Lynn says, "Ash, how did you do that? Were you using an invisibility spell?" "Nope, I wasn't invisible, just only 3 inches tall." Lynn says, "Why would you shrink down so small? It makes it easier to work on the choker." Lynn says, "I just asked you to make it prettier. Why do I think you are doing way more than that?" "You will just have to wait and see." That reminds me, I will need your ring and a few drops of your blood. Lynn says, "What for?" "Well, I need the ring so I can make it and the choker into a set. The blood is so that you and only you can use them." Lynn says, "Isn't that going a little overboard? Between what you have taught me and all the experience I've had recently, my enchanting has improved a lot. Not only that, but I have come up with some more advanced ideas that I want to try out. That reminds me, is there a spell to conceal the glow of magical items?" Lynn says, "It is good to experiment and further your knowledge, but does it have to be now?" "Yes, there is." "Why?" "Yes, I want this choker to be special. I need you to teach me the spell, please. Otherwise, you will have every mage in the world after you to steal the choker." Lynn says, "Every mage in the world? Just what are you planning?" "Not telling. It is a surprise." I still have Lynn in my arms, so I carry her over to the table and put her in a chair. Then I sit down next to her and take out breakfast dishes for the two of us. She keeps asking about the choker, but I refuse to answer any more of her questions. Lynn says, "Ash, stop being so stubborn. Maybe if you tell me what you are planning, I can help." "Nope, not this time. I've already got most of it figured out and only need to do a few small experiments." Lynn says, "All right, fine. Are we still returning to the ship today?" "Yes, I can work on the choker anywhere. We will leave once we are done eating." I want to check on the position of the ship, then maybe in a day or so you and I will fly ahead to the city. Lynn says, the city. Shouldn't it still be a week or more before the ship gets close to it? About that. Hence why I need to check its position. I want some extra time in the city to see about materials and information. Lynn says, not that I don't want to go, but are you sure? You have seen for yourself the kind of trouble I will cause you? Yes, I am sure. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lynn says, all right, I trust you. You have no idea how nice that is to hear. Anyone else would be telling me that me having a plan makes it more worrisome. Lynn says, is that because they don't know you as well? Or because they know you better than I do? I would like to think no one else knows me as well as you do at this point. They just were around when some of my plans didn't go so well. Lynn says, are your current plans going to go well? I hope so, but I can never be sure. Lynn says, well, either way, I trust you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Now I am even more convinced that I need to make this choker special. Can you teach me the concealment spell, please? Lynn finally concedes and teaches me the enchantment as we finish eating. It is meant to make low-level magical items look like common items, or make stronger items look weaker. As it stands, the enchantment is not going to be good enough for what I have planned. However, now that I have the enchantment, I should be able to improve it. Just one more small experiment to add to everything else I need to do for the plan. It shouldn't be too big of a deal, but I doubt I am going to be able to hide the choker completely. As long as I can hide the fact that it is an artifact, assuming it works, that will be good enough. However, for now it will have to wait. Since we have finished eating, it is time to go. I pack up the materials for the choker while Lynn gets the kids. Then we leave the castle. Once we are outside, I shrink the castle down and put it away in my pouch. Other than the trees I ripped up for Lynn, there is no sign that the castle was here. Well, other than the dead grass. But that is something I still haven't figured out how to fix. Lynn says, wait, if we are on the ship and can't take out the castle, how am I supposed to get to my books? Unfortunately, you can't. I haven't figured out a way to access the castle without setting it up. Sorry. Chapter 958. Lynn says, can you work on it, please? I really want to be able to get to my books all the time. I will. But you still have the originals on the ship, right? Lynn says, I do, but it isn't the same. Those aren't my books. All right, I understand. I will try to figure it out. The air bubble is a good start, but I need to test it out. Lynn says, what do you mean? I need to find something living, put it in an air bubble, and throw it into the pouch. If it lives, then we will know the air bubble works the way I am hoping. Lynn says, oh, that makes sense. What is next after that? Next, I would need to upgrade the shrinking spell so that the space inside remains the same. That should allow us to gate into it even when it was shrunk down. At least, that is the theory I am working on. Lynn says, sounds like it should work. At least, it seems like the theory is sound enough. We should get to work. Before I can say anything, Lynn looks around, spots something like a rabbit, and throws a spell to stun it. Then she runs over, grabs it before the stun wears off, and brings it back to me. I take it from her, put an air bubble spell around it, and put it into my pouch. I wait for 5 minutes with Lynn and the kids staring at me before I pull it back out. The rabbit-like thing is still alive, although it looks like it is freezing to death. That probably means that the inside of the pouch is a void, something similar to space. That is something else I will need to account for when it comes to the inside of the castle. However, keeping the interior of the castle at a comfortable temperature should be easy enough. If I thicken the shell of the air bubble, it should keep the cold out as well as air in. Although, there is still the problem of the amount of air in the bubble being limited. Not to mention that if it is in the pouch long enough, there is a chance of the air going stale. What I need is something to keep the air fresh. I can think of 2 ways to do that. I should be able to come up with an enchantment that will keep the air fresh. Or I can put enough plants inside to do the same, although plants would need sunlight. With my knowledge of light, it shouldn't be too hard to make a spell that would keep plants alive. The more I think about it, the more it is sounding like I will need to turn the castle into a small world. The hardest part is keeping the size inside the castle the same when it is shrunk. Doing so without turning the inside into a holding space is the real problem. Unfortunately, I still haven't had any ideas about how to do that, at least not yet. It is something I need to ask Lynn about, but I don't have much hope that she will know either. For now, I open a gate leading back to our cabin on the ship through the platform. Even though it is beneath the lake, I am still close enough to use it as a booster. It reduces the amount of mana I need to use by a large margin, just as it is supposed to. Lynn told me that it worked, but it still feels good to see it work properly for myself. Lynn and the kids go through first, then I follow them and close the gate behind me. The kids head straight for the cat trees and go back to their interrupted play. Lynn leaves to go see the elven crafters and see if she can get the materials she needs. Meanwhile, I head up to the bridge to see how things are going and where the ship is. Silverstream is the one currently in charge, and she fills me in on recent events. The ship was attacked 5 times by ocean beasts and twice by flying beasts. They won all 7 battles without too much problem, which is why they didn't contact me. I find it odd since I didn't see any flying beasts at all while we were on the continent. Maybe it is simply that they saw me first, or they might nest out on islands for some reason. The good news is that the majority of the bodies were recovered, so Lynn should find lots of interesting materials. The bad news is that the ship's air defense is a little on the weak side according to Silverstream. If the elves didn't have a large number of archers, things wouldn't have gone so well. It looks like I will need to figure out an upgrade to the ship's smaller weapons. I am about to ask Silverstream for her opinion when I notice she is staring past me with her mouth hanging open. Turning around, I find that a female figure is slowly forming next to the core. The figure looks like an elf, but curvier, with a purple tint to her skin and silver hair. I can already guess that some of the female elves are going to be jealous when they see her. I just hope that my idea worked and that she is going to be friendly to the elves, Spirit says. Master, hello. Congratulations on becoming aware. Spirit says, thank you, Master. I have actually been aware for days. I was just waiting for you to return. You don't have to call me Master. Just Ash is fine. How do you feel? Spirit says, Ash then. I feel fine, but I would like a name, please. Of course, but I will need a minute to think of a good one. One question, am I naming you or the ship? Or are you one and the same now? Spirit says, the ship is my body now as the tree was in the past. Do you remember when you were the tree? Spirit says, yes, I do. Although my memories from before you found me and moved me are much fainter. I remember enough to know that the elves abandoned me and I was close to death when you found me. That is why you and only you are worthy to be my master. I hope you realize that you were abandoned by the previous generations of elves and don't hold it against the current generation. Spirit says, I am aware of that and I don't hold it against them. Don't worry, I will not seek revenge against them. However, I do find it hard to trust them as I trust you. While understandable, that could complicate things. Spirit says, you don't need to be concerned. I will care for and help the elves simply because you care for them. That is reassuring. Thank you. However, you are not a slave. You do have a choice in the matter. If you really don't like it here, I can try to figure out how to separate you from the ship. Chapter 959. Spirit says, number the ship is my body. Without it, I would have no purpose. I am well aware of your feelings about slavery, and that is part of why I am willing to call you my master. All right, but I just want to make sure you are aware that I will not always be on the ship. It would be best if you didn't attach yourself to only me. Spirit says, I don't plan to attach myself to anyone. Keep in mind that I am the spirit of a tree. I don't need anyone. Besides, just being able to move around and see new things is already miraculous. That is good. I wouldn't want you to be trapped into a miserable situation, especially since I am basically responsible for you becoming sentient. Spirit says, yes, you are, and I will always be grateful to you for that. I may be new to sentience, but I find myself completely content with my new situation. Now that I can walk around and speak to people, I feel that it will be even better. As long as you are happy, then it is fine. But if that changes, don't be afraid to tell me. I will do what I can to help you. Spirit says, don't you already have enough women to take care of? What do you mean by that? Spirit says, the ship is my body, and I am aware of everything that happens in my body. Everything. Oh, I am sorry. Silverstream says, wow, Ash, I've never seen you blush like that. Just what have you been up to? None of your business. Silverstream says, haha, I didn't know that you could act shy. It is actually really cute. Spirit says, I am sorry, Master. I didn't mean to embarrass you. It is fine. Although from now on, I think it would be better if you were blind in my private room. Spirit says, understood, Master. Silverstream says, no, wait, I want to know what goes on in there. You want to know what goes on between me and Lynn behind closed doors? In that case, you should ask Lynn, Silverstream says. On second thought, I probably don't want to know. Good answer. Spirit says, I don't really understand what is going on. Can you explain this to me? I'll leave that conversation to Silverstream. I am still trying to think of the right name for you. Spirit says, oh, that reminds me. Why didn't you eat the fruit I gave you? It took a lot of effort to make it. I didn't know that it was for me. I thought it was to help the seed grow. Spirit says, Number, you already know what to do to help the seed grow, the same you did for me. The fruit was meant as a thank you for everything you did for me. Oh, I wish you had told me that when you gave it to me. Spirit says, you still have it, don't you? I hope you didn't lose it. Yes, I still have it. I have kept it safe with the seed the entire time. Spirit says, that is good. In fact, it will be of even more benefit to you now than it would have when I gave it to you. What is it going to do? Spirit says, it is a blessing that I can only bestow once in my life. It will help you grow stronger and possibly help you on your path of evolution. That is awesome. So, should I eat it now? Oh, wait. If it works on current strength, I should wait until I stop growing stronger, right? Spirit says, you could eat it now, but if you are still getting stronger, then waiting will increase the effects. In that case, I will wait. I still have ways of growing stronger on my own. At least now I know what it is for. Thank you, Spirit says. I am sorry that I didn't explain it sooner. I didn't think it needed explaining. A gift of fruit is a part of elven culture, so I thought you would know about it. Silverstream says, it may have been different in the past. With us, a gift of fruit is a part of courtship. Spirit says, no, that is not how I meant it. Relax, that is not what it means to me either. In my culture, an offer of fruit is nothing more than a friendly gesture of sharing food. Silverstream says, all the girls that you have accepted fruit from are going to be really disappointed to hear that. I thought they just wanted to get close and pet my fur. Silverstream says, no, they wanted far more than that. You could have warned me. Silverstream says, I guess that means it is up to me to spread the bad news and tell all those girls that you just like snacks. Oh, go offer some fruit to Stillwater. Silverstream's entire face turns bright red, which is not the reaction I was expecting. However, before I can ask about it, she rushes off of the bridge just as fast as she can. It looks like there is definitely something going on, but I will not try to find out what. My curiosity does not extend to other people's relationships, which I am glad of. I have enough on my plate to deal with without sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. However, I will totally tell Lynn about it. She will probably be curious and find out for me. Now, I still need to come up with a fitting name for the spirit, but I am drawing a blank. I know plenty of names, but finding one that fits the spirit of a ship isn't easy. She is the spirit of a tree and technically is already ancient, but she doesn't look it. So, I want a name that fits both wisdom and youth. But she is also a warship, now thanks to me. The only name I can think of would be Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. It would be fitting. But I don't know if using a goddess from mythology would be a good idea. Not that anyone in this world would recognize the name or know what it means. However, in this world deities are real, and that makes me hesitant to use the name of a goddess from my world. It is silly, but I am worried the deities here would somehow know and be offended. Not that I haven't already offended them plenty and will probably continue to do so. Although I have given up on the avatar hunting idea for now, I am sure I will find other ways to offend them. Since that is the case, even if the name does offend them, it doesn't really matter. All right, I think I have the right name for you now. I am going to name you for a goddess from my old world, Athena. She was a goddess of both wisdom and war, which seems fitting for you as you are now. What do you think? Chapter 960. Athena says, Athena? I like the sound of it. Thank you, Master. From now on, I am Athena. Can you tell me more about the original Athena? I don't see any harm in it, so I tell her what little I can remember about her. It isn't much, to be honest. It is mostly from anime that mentioned her. However, she seems happy as I tell her the little that I know about her namesake. Athena says, I think this name suits me very well and I will try to live up to your expectations, Master. I am glad you like it. Later, once you are more used to things, we will discuss the changes I have planned for Phase 2 of the ship. I expect you will have some opinions, and I will do my best to suit you when modifying the ship. Athena says, I don't yet, but you are probably right. I will have them at some point. For now, it is best that you walk around and talk to people. Get used to your new life. Athena says, I will do that, but there is something that I want to do. Oh, what is that? Athena says, I want to meet Lynn and play with your adorable kids. Well, that is as simple as walking down to my cabin. Let's go. Just as we are about to leave the bridge, Silverleaf shows up to take over. Silverstream probably went to get her so that she could avoid coming back to face my questions. Not that I really planned on asking her any, but she doesn't know that. Before we leave, I introduce Silverleaf to Athena and explain things to Silverleaf. Then I take Athena back to the cabin. Lynn isn't back yet, so I introduce her to the kids first. The kids love meeting new people and are more than happy to have someone new to play with. Especially when Athena makes some improvements to the cat trees. They are part of her body after all. In fact, her ability to manipulate the wood of the ship far surpasses mine. She does make a few mistakes at first, but she learns from them and improves very fast. Within a few minutes, she has all the platforms and pegs moving independently. This makes it much more challenging for the kids, and it is something that I cannot do. Since she is having fun and so are the kids, I leave them to it and take out the materials for the choker. Then I shrink down and get back to work, starting with the emerald again. Now that it is shaped properly, the next step is to carve the inscriptions into the back of it. These are what are going to make the emerald into the core for the choker. Once the inscriptions are done, I make the setting for the gem out of gold and set it into the choker. Next, I shape the rest of the gems that I plan to use into the same shape as the emerald. After a little playing around, I manage to change the color of the gems. Their properties don't change, just the color. But now I can make them all the same. I decide to go with alternating purple and green gems with the emerald as the centerpiece. The rest of the gems are just for storing mana, so they only need one inscription each. Just as I am placing the last gem into the choker, Lynn walks in with a smile on her face. However, when she doesn't spot me right away, she stops and checks the floor around her. Only when she finally sees me on the table does she relax. She is acting a little paranoid. Not that she doesn't have reason to. I would absolutely prank her again given the chance. Once she has me in sight, she walks over and introduces herself to Athena. The two of them start chatting while watching the kids playing. Since they seem to be getting along so far, I keep working on the choker. My next step is to turn some silver into thread and start stitching formations around the gems. I could never make stitches this small if it wasn't for being shrunk down. Even with that, I still end up making tons of mistakes and having to redo them. Stitching certainly isn't one of my strong suites, but I can't ask Lynn to do it since that would ruin the surprise. The worst part is that I keep managing to stab myself with the needle, which stings. Congratulations! Skill tailoring has progressed to level 4. Tailoring level 4 AGI +4, int +4, you can make simple items from cloth. To be honest, I don't even remember when I got the skill, but its low level explains why I am so bad at it. However, the skill going up does help me to make a few less mistakes. As I am working, I notice that Lynn keeps glancing over, trying to see what I am doing. Even Athena is showing signs of being curious and glancing over from time to time. That is a good thing in my opinion. It shows intelligence, although I hope it isn't as strong as mine. Having the ship suddenly change directions because she saw something interesting would be troublesome. Although, as long as we aren't in a rush to get somewhere, it could also be amusing. Finally, Lynn can't take it anymore and comes over to the table to see what I am doing. Because the stitching is so tiny, it takes her a minute to realize what I am doing. Lynn says, Are those formations? Just how many formations are you adding to the choker? Yes, they are formations and I am only adding a few. Athena says, if I am not mistaken, you made a mistake right here. You are right, I was just about to fix it. My stitching is still pretty bad. Lynn says, how did you even see that? It is so tiny I can barely tell that it is more than just silver lines. Athena says, my eyes are not like normal eyes. I basically use the senses that Ash enchanted into me. Lynn says, oh, that is cheating. Athena says, if it is, blame Ash. Lynn says, that works for me. I am not even going to try and argue. Now go play and let me work. The two of them laugh at me and go back to chatting and watching the kids. I fix the mistake that Athena pointed out and then move on to the next formation. Once the formations are done, I add more stitching as decoration between the formations. The next thing is adding gold edging along both sides of the choker. Then finally a ring through the hole in the emerald. Gold is normally too soft on its own, but I will fix that with an enchantment. Now all that is left is to do the enchantments, but that is the hardest part. Chapter 961. Before I start on that, I return to my normal size and serve lunch for everyone. It is really fun, watching Athena try eating different things for the first time. For her sake, I lay out a buffet-style lunch so that she can try lots of different things. Athena really enjoys it. So do Lynn and the kids. We don't do buffet style often. Once I am done eating, I start the enchantments for the choker, the ones I know anyway. There are still a few new ones that I need to experiment with before I add them. When Lynn sees me start experimenting, she comes over to offer her advice. With her help, I am able to figure out the other enchantments I need, including concealment. Unfortunately, the best I can do is get it to hide about half of the actual power level. Once all the enchantments are in place, I have Lynn drip a few drops of blood onto the emerald. Then, I use that to attune everything to Lynn and then tie all the enchantments to the emerald. The last thing I need to do is put the sliver of emerald from making the hole into the ring. The set enchantment will enhance all the enchantments of both the ring and the choker. That is the last thing that I needed to do, so I hand the ring and the choker to Lynn. She puts the ring on first, then the choker as soon as she does her eyes go wide. Lynn says, Ash, what did you do? I made you a better choker just like you asked. What? Don't you like it? Lynn says, it is not that I don't like it, but I am afraid of it. There is more magic in this thing than the castle? Well, yeah, I didn't make the castle into an artifact yet. Lynn says, an artifact? Are you insane? You want me to wear an artifact around my neck? Yes, and yes, only you can use it. If you don't, then it is worthless. Lynn says, how did you even make an artifact? Only gods are supposed to be able to do that. My skill in enchanting has progressed. Anyone can do it given enough knowledge and practice. Lynn says, but you didn't even use any special materials. Better materials just make it easier. They are not required. True. It takes more skill to put that many enchantments into normal materials without them disintegrating. I wouldn't have been able to succeed if I hadn't had so much practice lately. In fact, I am honestly fairly surprised that it worked. I was expecting it to take multiple tries before I managed to actually make an artifact. Lynn says, I am sorry for yelling at you, but you really caught me by surprise. I never imagined that you could actually make an artifact, let alone one for me to wear around my neck. I am having more than a little trouble wrapping my head around it. Athena says, it is quite an impressive item. Does this mean you will be improving my enchantments? Yes, but not until I make the changes as part of Phase 2. We will discuss several things about the ship before that happens. Athena says, that is fine. I am not in any rush, and it gives me something to look forward to. Lynn says, why do I have a list of spells in my head? Those are the spells that you can cast through the choker. They will use the stored mana and cast instantly with just a thought. Think of it as wands built into the choker. It is an experiment, so you will need to test them out, preferably before you need them in combat. Lynn says, you mean I can cast all of them without using any of my own mana? That is amazing. Yes, if it works, then I will be able to add spells into the ship's enchantments that Athena can cast. Not to mention making better wands for the elves to use. Lynn says, what are the command words? There are none. The choker will read your thoughts. Just think fireball and a target and it should cast the spell. Lynn says, I didn't think magic could work this way. Where did you even come up with an idea like this? Remind me later in the Soulscape, and I will show you some anime about cheating with magic. Lynn says, "It amazes me that you can take ideas from made-up stories and use them in reality. The way your mind works scares me a little at times. Sorry for scaring you, but anime has been of great help to me since I came to this world. The ideas from some anime have fit very well with this world and have been a great inspiration to me. I even think that if I didn't watch tons of anime, Krenosha's spell wouldn't have chosen me." Lynn says, "If that is the case, then I am very glad that you watched anime. Considering this choker, I would have to say that anime is an amazing source of ideas. It is. It has also been the inspiration for some of my less successful ideas." Lynn says, "Hasn't it also been the inspiration for the successful one as well? Or are you blaming anime just for the failures?" "No, you are right. Anime has been the inspiration for most of my ideas. Without it, I honestly don't have many ideas of my own, except the insane ones." Lynn says, "I know I have called you insane a few times, but I don't actually think you are insane." "Oh, but I am. At least partially. I don't think anyone could see and go through the things I did after being summoned without going a little insane. It actually took me quite a while to realize it, and I am sorry to say that you are going to have to deal with the issues I have from all of that." Lynn says, "That is all right. I have a few issues of my own. As you already know, I am more than willing to help you sort out your issues, and hope you feel the same." "Of course I do," Lynn says. "That is a good thing. By the way, what is this ring even for?" With a smile, I reach out, thread my finger through the ring, pull Lynn over to me, and kiss her. She is surprised at first, but quickly starts kissing me back and even climbs into my lap. If it wasn't for the kids and Athena being here, things would probably get much more interesting. Lynn says, "If that is what it is for, then I completely approve of the ring. That is one of the uses. Normally, it is used to attach a leash." Lynn says, "What is the point of that? Are you sure this is meant for people? You know that some people are natural leaders and others are natural followers, right?" Lynn says, "Yes, of course. But what does that have to do with it?" Chapter 962. In the same way, some people are naturally dominant and others are submissive. In my old world, there was an entire subculture built around it that included people being on leashes. It doesn't even have to be sexual. It is about submitting to someone. Lynn says, "Oh, I guess that makes sense. Although, I admit that it doesn't really appeal to me. You never know until you try it. I even tried it in my old life. It was quite fun. I let one of my female friends lead me around on a leash through a mall a couple of times. I didn't expect to, but I had a lot of fun." Lynn says, "What is a mall? And what was so fun about it?" A mall is like a street of shops, except it is inside a building and sometimes has multiple floors. It is packed with as many shops as possible and almost always has a lot of people visiting. Lynn says, "That sounds really nice. I wish I could visit a mall sometime. I can create one in the Soulscape, but that is the best I can do. Even if I could take you back to my world, I wouldn't want to go." Lynn says, "In the Soulscape will be just fine. It will be fun just to wander around and have a look." Speaking of fun, you didn't answer my question. What was so fun about being led around a mall on a leash like a pet? It was the people's reactions. In my first life, I was a fairly big and intimidating guy. Having one of my smaller female friends lead me around the mall shocked people. It was seeing their shocked or outraged expressions that was fun. In fact, it was really, really fun. Lynn says, "Well, I can't say I entirely understand. It does sound interesting, though. So, does this mean you are going to let me lead you around a town on a leash? I am fairly confident that you can convince me to do that." Lynn says, "Oh, I have to convince you? You won't do it just because I ask. What fun would that be?" Lynn says, "Oh, so that is what you meant. I thought you wanted me to talk you into it. That is much easier." My only response is a smile. We can continue that line of conversation later. For now, I take the leftover materials and use them to make some other jewelry. I make some simple pieces that will go well with the choker, but I only put basic enchantments on them. Just enchantments to keep them clean and in good repair, nothing more than that. The reason is that Lynn will already have the choker, and that is enough magic for anyone. In fact, I have to admit that I am a little worried that she will have too much magic around her neck. This being my first magical artifact, I am not sure how an item this powerful might affect her. As I am making jewelry, I am keeping my magical sense focused on Lynn. I want to make sure everything works as I intended, and that nothing goes wrong. So far, the formations are working properly, gathering mana to feed the enchantments and store for later. The part I am worried about is what will happen when the mana storage is full. If it works properly, the gathering formation should ramp down to just what the enchantments need. However, if something goes wrong and the formations don't ramp down, it could get dangerous. If the mana storage overfills, it could possibly explode. That is my biggest worry. There is no way Lynn could survive the choker exploding, but I don't want to worry her. If I told her my fears, she would probably throw the choker as far away as she could. Not that I would blame her, but I am around 95% sure that it will work as planned. It will take a few hours to fill the mana storage. There is nothing to do until then. Once I use up the last of the materials for jewelry, I don't have anything left to do. I can't work on the castle yet because I still haven't figured out what I am going to do. I could work on my core, but that would make it hard to keep an eye on the choker. Just as I am thinking about shrinking and going to play with the kids, Lynn sits next to me. She hugs and kisses me to thank me for the jewelry, then starts taking out materials. She is preparing to work on outfits, and that reminds me that I need to make things for her. When she hands me some bone, I smile and start carving it into buttons for her. When I finish the buttons, she hands me some iron and a list of what she needs. As I work on the list of items, I realize that I am feeling unusually happy. It is not the simple crafting. It is Lynn sitting beside me that is making me happy. Yet, she is not doing anything special. She is just sitting next to me working on her crafting. I always enjoy Lynn's presence, but the feeling has never been like this before. Wait, is this love? Have I fallen in love with Lynn? I mean, I expected that I would, but not this fast. What should I do? Do I tell her? Or is it too soon? Will she just think I am saying it and don't really mean it? This is so confusing. Should I just tell her and see what happens? Lynn says, Ash, is something wrong? Oh, no, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking about something, Lynn says. Well, whatever it is, you looked like you were thinking really hard about it. Anything I can help with? I don't think so. I just realized that while I know how a zipper works, I never paid attention to how they are made. Lynn says, Oh, is that all? It is okay if you can't make them. I will figure out something else. Number, I can probably figure it out. It will just take a few tries. Lynn says, Okay. Are you sure nothing else is bothering you? Your voice seems a little weird. Number, I am fine. I am just a coward. Lynn probably doesn't believe me, but she lets it slide and goes back to her work. I wasn't lying about not knowing how to make a zipper. I just know how it should work. After a few tries, I still haven't figured it out. But the kids stop playing and let us know they are hungry. Lynn puts away the crafting materials, and I lay out another buffet spread, including desserts. For once, we let the kids take whatever they want, meaning they mostly take desserts. However, one bad meal won't really hurt them since they get plenty of exercise. Lynn and I eat normally, but Athena tries to have a little bit of everything. Her reactions, especially to the desserts, are absolutely adorable and highly entertaining. Lynn and I are laughing so much that it takes twice as long as normal for us to eat. Chapter 963. Athena says, So many flavors. Ash, thank you. No matter what else may happen, the joy of experiencing food makes it worth it. Lynn says, Ash, if you ever want to leave the ship, I think you will need to make Athena her own food pouch. You are just jealous because she can eat anything she wants and doesn't have to worry about it. Athena says, I can? Yeah, it is not like the ship is going to gain weight. Lynn says, All right, maybe I am a little jealous. You don't need to be. You can eat anything you want as well. Lynn says, Sure, you say that now, but will you still want me when I am fat? You would have to eat all day every day and not exercise at all to gain any weight. Lynn says, What? What are you talking about? Remember when I enhanced your body? Well, I also enhanced your metabolism, meaning you burn fat even when you aren't doing anything. Lynn says, What? Really? And you waited until now to tell me? You didn't ask, and I didn't think of it. Lynn kicks me in the shin as she gets up. Then she goes and gets herself another plate of desserts. I finish my food without getting extra and go back to working out how to make a zipper. Lynn eats a third plate of food before she goes back to working on the outfits. The kids eat too many desserts, go on a sugar rush, and run around until they collapse. I get up, move them to the fire pit to sleep, and then clean up the room. Athena says goodnight and leaves, so I go ahead and open the Soulscape. First, I recreate the castle for the kids to play in. Then I recreate a mall I used to frequent. I would go there fairly often and wander around out of boredom, so my memories are pretty detailed. I remember where all the shops are, and mostly what they commonly carried. The mall is 3 stories and has tons of shops that Lynn should find interesting. Once it is ready, I invite all of the kids, Lynn, Brightfire, and Miria. Everyone shows up within a few minutes. After looking around and spotting it, Lynn grabs Brightfire and Miria and drags them towards the mall. Surprisingly, the kids all follow. It seems they are curious about it since it is new. Instead of following all of them, I sit back, relax, and watch them remotely. I filled the mall with people so that they could get the full feeling as they walk around. Of course, the people in the mall are fake, so they don't react to a bunch of monsters walking around. The kids only wander around for a while, but the girls are having a lot more fun. Kachera and Asuna come over to join me while the rest of the kids head to the castle to play. Kachera says, Father, I had something I wanted to ask you about. Sure, ask away. Kachera says, A few days ago, the 4 of us had this strange thing appear in our vision. No one but us could see it, but all 4 of us got the same thing. Oh, sorry. I should have thought to warn you. A little while ago, the goddesses offered me a reward, and I chose to have them grant all of you the ability to gain levels. Kachara says, So that is what happened. Asuna says, I told you it had to be something to do with Dad. Kachara says, Yes, you were right. Father, what class have you chosen for me? I haven't. What class you choose is completely up to you. Kachara says, Really? In that case, I will choose to be a mage. I want stronger magic. Hopefully, strong enough to allow me to have a human form. Asuna says, Dad, is it all right if I choose to be a warrior? I doubt my ice magic can get much stronger. Yes, Asuna, that is fine. Although, if that is what you want, I would suggest you wait a bit. Kachara, you want to have a human form. Asuna says, Wait for what? Kachara says, Yes, I really want to be able to go into a city and interact with people. Shrinking allows us to enter the city, but people are still afraid of us. Asuna, wait for us to get back. Brightfire is building an order of knights for the goddesses. A knight is basically a stronger type of warrior. Kachera, I can teach you how to shapeshift right now if you want. Kachera says thank you, Father, but shapeshifting in the Soulscape doesn't mean much. Asuna says, All right, I will wait. No, not just in the Soulscape. I can teach you how to shapeshift in the real world, too. Kachera says, Really? Yes, please. Asuna says, Me too, me too. It doesn't take me long to teach the 2 of them this spell, and they immediately try it out. They change into human form and are both completely naked. Luckily, my brain categorizes them as my kids and no bad thoughts pop up. They are both quite beautiful, so I quickly teach them how to create clothes before my brain changes its mind. Once they have clothes on, I let myself take a better look at them. They look similar. In fact, they look enough alike to be real sisters. I wonder if they did that on purpose. The biggest difference between them is their hair colors. Kachera's hair is multicolor, while Asuna's is pure white. However, the more I look at them, the more I see something familiar in their features. It takes me a couple of minutes to realize that they could both be Lynn's sisters. They don't resemble her as much as each other, but now that I have seen it, I can't unsee it. I wonder if they did it on purpose, or if Lynn has just become important to them. Before I can ask them about it, they jump on me, hug me, thank me, and then disappear. They are probably excited to try it out in the real world. I just hope they stay in the tower. I admit that I am a little worried about them. They are still quite innocent. It also worries me that their human forms were adults, not children or teenagers. Miria, can I ask you a favor? Miria says, of course. What is up? I just taught Kachara and Miria how to shapeshift. I am a little worried they will run off to the city without proper preparation. Could you go and keep an eye on them for me? At least, try to keep them from causing any disasters. Miria says, sure, I will do my best. Miria quickly leaves the soulscape, and I go to ask the rest of the kids if they want to learn to shapeshift. However, none of them really seem interested in shapeshifting. At least not yet. It is probably for the best Eckhard, Milan, and Mushu are too small to shift properly. Chapter 964. When I exit the castle, Lynn is waiting for me, but there is no sign of Brightfire. When I check the soulscape, I find that she has already left. She probably got bored. As promised, I sit down, cuddle up with Lynn, and get ready to show her a few anime. Lynn says, so, did you enjoy watching the three of us changing? Eh? You knew? Lynn says, of course I did, silly. Otherwise, I would have changed with a single thought. So, did you? Yes, I did. Actually, I really enjoyed it a lot. You are not mad? Lynn says, number I am not. If I am being honest, I actually found it exciting. That is excellent. Wait, did the others know as well? Lynn says, I don't think so. Although, if Miriam knew you were looking at her like that, she would be overjoyed. Brightfire, on the other hand. Well, that could get really complicated. Yeah, it would be for the best if she doesn't find out. Lynn says, she won't find out from me. That is, if you are a good boy and let me lead you around on a leash. All right, you win. Lynn says, yay. She then kisses me and snuggles in against my side with a huge smile on her face. It looks like she is really happy to have won one over on me, but I can't be mad about it. It is impossible for me to be mad at her when she looks so cute and happy. For some strange reason, even though I lost to her, I still feel happy about it. So, I wrap my arm around her and start showing her some animes about magic. The first two I show her are Iskai Cheat Magician and Wise Man's Grandchild. Lynn says, so this is where you got the idea for my robe's enchantments. Too bad it didn't work as well as in the anime. Yeah, the thing I am missing is the magic script. The runes you taught me don't work the same. To do it like he did, I would have to create my own magical language. Lynn says, you know, I thought you were much smarter than me. But if all your ideas come from anime, maybe not. I am not smarter than you. In fact, from the speed that you learn things, you are probably smarter than me. Lynn says, does that bother you? Nope. Actually, I find it to be very sexy. Lynn says, good. I have had enough of dealing with men's jealousy. That you can admit I might be smarter means I was right about you. You are a great man. I made the right choice. Thank you, I think. Lynn says, can we do this again? I would like to see the rest of the anime you know and anything else you can show me. Of course. I would love that. Can I ask why you are interested? Lynn says, there are several reasons. One, I might get different ideas from them than you did, or at least be able to help with your ideas. Two, it is obvious that it is important to you, and I want to understand you better. Three, it is like a book brought to life. Of course I want to see more. In that case, from now on we will watch some every night, unless something else is going on. With as much random stuff as I have in my head, it should only take a few months to watch it all. Lynn says, a few months? If you can remember that much. Maybe my original estimate of your intelligence was accurate. Don't give me too much credit. I watched all of these multiple times in my old life. Lynn says, can you tell me about your old life? If you really want me to, but it is a fairly boring story. Lynn says, I don't care. I want to know everything about you. When she says that, Lynn has a serious look on her face, so I do as she asks. As I am telling her about my old life, I use the soulscape to recreate part of that world so she can see and understand it. The telling of my story doesn't take very long. My old life really was quite boring. Lynn says, "Thank you. I feel like I understand you a bit better now. If nothing else, I now understand why you don't want to return to that world. Yes, this world is much more to my liking, especially now that I have you." Lynn says, "I still don't understand why you were so against the idea. Most men would give up anything to have multiple women. Tomorrow night I will show you some harem anime. Then you will understand." Lynn says, "All right. So, are we done for tonight?" "With the soulscape? Yes." Lynn smiles and disappears. So I end the soulscape and open my eyes to find Lynn sitting in my lap. As soon as she sees my eyes open, she starts to give me a serious kiss that steals my breath. I kiss her back, but at the same time, I send my mana into the choker to check the mana levels. The mana storage is almost completely full. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes for it to finish. I spend those few minutes kissing Lynn while watching the mana levels intently. However, the storage fills up and the formation ramps down exactly like it was supposed to. I was worried about absolutely nothing. I am glad that I didn't tell Lynn about it. One of us wasting our time and energy worrying is enough. She would probably have laughed at me anyway. It is a great relief when everything works properly and Lynn isn't harmed. I try not to let my relief show, but since I am kissing Lynn at the time, she noticed something. She immediately breaks off the kiss, and something must have been on my face because she starts questioning me. Since she is currently sitting on my lap, I have no escape and eventually tell her. Lynn says, "Why didn't you tell me? Or you could have had me check over the formations for you." No, I couldn't. In order to make the formation, I kind of created some new runes. Lynn says, "You what? What do you mean you created new runes? Why would you do something so crazy? Did you even test them before putting them into the formations on the choker?" "I didn't have a choice. The runes you taught me are incomplete." "Yes, I kind of tested them before using them. They obeyed my intent and did what I wanted them to. The only thing I was unsure about was how they would react with so many other runes." Lynn says, "What do you mean incomplete? I taught you every rune that we have. You know I trust you, but I would have preferred it if you had at least discussed it with me. That would have ruined the surprise, and I really wanted to surprise you. The look on your face when you first put it on was absolutely priceless." Chapter 965, Lynn says, "Was surprising me really worth risking this thing blowing my head off? Are you really insane? I never would have let that happen. The instant something went wrong, I would have absorbed the explosion into my body. I won't ever let you be hurt if I can help it," Lynn says. "You don't think I would be hurt if you suddenly exploded right in front of my eyes. If it came to that, chances are that I could survive it. I am fairly hard to kill and a mana overload wouldn't be too huge of an explosion." Lynn yells, "That is not the point, you idiot. Please keep your voice down and don't wake the kids. Seeing us fighting would just confuse them." "You are right. I should have tested it on an item for myself first. I just wanted to make an item that would protect you." Lynn says, "Why are you so obsessed with protecting me?" "Because I think I have fallen in love with you and losing you would break me." Lynn whispers, "What?" Lynn and I just stare at each other in silence. She can't believe I said it, and neither can I. I got lost in the moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the guts to say it. She just sits there in my lap, staring at me with an odd expression on her face, and I am too scared to say anything. Lynn says, "Say that again, or I will hit you." I said, "I think I have fallen in love with you." Lynn says, "You think? Do you love me or not? Or are you just trying to avoid the argument?" "Yes," Lynn says. "Yes, what?" "Yes, I love you." This time it is easier to say, and Lynn is only stunned for a few seconds before she recovers. For the next few minutes, she alternates between kissing me, crying happily, and hitting me. All in all, it just leaves me really confused as to how I am supposed to respond. I can handle the kisses and the tears, but can you please stop hitting me? Lynn says, "Idiot, idiot, idiot, idiot." Say it again. "I love you, Lynn," Lynn says. "Ash, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why wait till we are fighting? I was trying to wait to tell you. I was scared of how you would react. I thought it might be too soon and that you wouldn't believe me." Lynn says, "You really are a complete idiot. How could you even think that?" "Well, how was I supposed to know? I've never felt this way before. You already know I am not good at dealing with my feelings. Lynn says, that is true, and I now understand you better after hearing your story. So, I will forgive you for your bad timing. However, I am still mad at you for your recklessness with the enchantments, so I am going to give you 2 punishments. Do you agree? All right. Lynn says, first, you are sleeping out here with the kids tonight. Second, there was a store in the mall, Victory something. Victoria's Secret. Lynn says, yeah, that one. Were the items in there real, or stuff you made up for a better show? No, they were real. In the real store, there would have been a lot more, but it wasn't a place I went, so I couldn't duplicate the rest, Lynn says. Well, they were much more comfortable than what we have in this world, so your second punishment is to make me copies of those items. I hate to say that I don't know how they are made. In fact, I don't even know what materials are used. Lynn says, you don't need to know. Just make them using mana. I know you can do that. Well, I can, but it takes a ton of mana that way. Lynn says, it is a punishment, true. All right, I will do it. With that, Lynn gets up, walks into the bedroom, and closes the door behind her. It is only as I hear the lock click that I realize there was a problem with that exchange. I told her that I loved her at least twice, but she never responded with how she feels. Maybe she doesn't love me. Maybe I have just been fooling myself this whole time. After all, I am not the main character in an anime. Why would the beauty fall for me? I mean, she does care for me. At least I am pretty confident that she does. After all, she did sleep with me. However, that doesn't mean she loves me. If she did, she should have said something, right? Or maybe in this world, I love you isn't something you are supposed to say. I almost get up to go knock on the door and ask her, but I stop myself. After all, if the answer is no, that would just make things really awkward for us both. Instead, I turn to try my hand at making underwear and attempt to distract myself. It turns out I can make it from pure mana. It just takes about 1,000 mana per piece. After making just 9 pieces, my mana is almost gone and I feel exhausted. So, I put the ones I made into my pouch, return to normal form, shrink down, and climb into the fire pit with the kids. Despite being exhausted, I still lay there for hours before I finally fall asleep. Of course, when the kids wake up and find me sleeping with them, they pounce on me. I wrestle around with them for a bit before I get up and feed them their breakfast. When they finish eating and go to play on the cat trees, things start moving again. Even though Athena isn't here, she can still move the platforms and pegs around for them. It is a pretty impressive demonstration of control, one I don't think I could duplicate. I might be able to do it when in the room, but not remotely like she is right now. That should keep the kids busy, so I put the food pouch on the table for Lynn and leave the cabin. I am not really feeling hungry, and I am not sure I want to face Lynn right now. With all the doubts crowding my head, I can't be sure what my face looks like. As soon as I step out of the cabin, Athena appears beside me and asks for my help. Silverleaf introduced her to the other officers and the bridge crew, but that was all. Athena wants me to introduce her to the rest of the elves, and I need a distraction. I quickly agree to her request, but it doesn't take long before I run into a problem. Other than the few elves that I have dealt with repeatedly, I don't know any of the others by name. Luckily, Athena realizes the problem and starts telling me their names before we reach them. She saves me from embarrassing myself, but I also feel bad for not taking the time to learn their names. I know that they all introduced themselves to me at one point or another. The fact is, I didn't even bother trying to remember all of those names. It wasn't worth it.